Wait, it's weed?
Hello, motherfucker.
Two hours later.
Oh, trippy. Not good. Hi, Zed. Yeah, Kyle! B-Day twin! Good to see you. Arnaldo, welcome in. Good morning. Off to bed, Z. Good night. Hope you have a good one. Super Vixen activated. Something like that. Yes. That's here. Ooh. Oh my goodness gracious. That was a cool capuchin. Hey Z, have a good sleep. Thanks for stopping by and liking the stream.
Hello, motherfucker.
Knight Rider, thank you for 20 bits. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Okay. Get into it, shall we?
Hello, motherfucker.
Ah, thank you for 20 biddies. Johnny Too Late, thank you for hopping over to YouTube as well. Try my best to keep up with both chats. Okay. What is this? Chairman of Biddy Committee. I love it. Okay. Looks a little more rickety than it did before. Not in love with the layout yet. I think OBS is gonna be potentially easier on, I mean, I know it's easier on my computer and cheaper than Streamlabs. Okay. So I saw this, you know what? Actually make this for visual. Add a little light. Thanks for being patient. So I saw this Matt Walsh clip, and like I wasn't gonna like check it out because I'm like, I don't really care what Matt Walsh has to say, and I think it's silly to invite him onto a show. But Majority Report did a good recap of it, and I thought it was worth the watch. So we're gonna start there. We're gonna start kind of random politics before we get into the Lebanon, Palestine, Israel affair, saga, tragedy, terrorism, state of Israel. But yeah, so before we get into that, I thought we might start with some lighter content. The lighter of the dog shits, if you will.
Let's turn to Matt Walsh with Ryan Grimm. They had Matt Walsh on to talk about the racist neo-Nazi originated conspiracy theory about Haitian migrants eating pets.
Walsh has a new book out, or a new movie.
Oh yeah, right, about Am I a Racist or whatever it's
That
called.
apparently
was
the media is
complaining-
too afraid to touch, despite
Yeah,
this.
that was his spin, but if you really read each one of those tweets, he went through the list of outlets they reached out to and complained about how each one turned down reviewing the movie.
Well,
I don't
you
think
know,
it was well marketed, to be honest. Like, this is one of the first times I'm hearing about it.
well, that's what he was trying to do by going undercover on the floor of the DNC in that stupid wig. I mean, he
Brilliant.
loves a chance to put long hair on, much like Steven Crowder. They love long wigs. It's just such
Well, he
a
uses
wonderful
the same-
experience for them.
He uses the same disguise,
Like,
not just
girl.
in public, but in all his movies. It's like that long-haired wig. Sometimes he's a hippie.
If you just want to do drag, you can. Like, it's fine.
Sometimes he's just like a liberal teacher who, like in Lady Ballers. But it's like the same disguise.
I know.
Maybe they long to be metalheads, Emma. Have you ever thought of that? They just can't live out their metal dreams, so they have to wear the wig.
I haven't considered that, but speaking of metal, Ryan Grimm took a metal chair to his argument here. Like, this is part of why he's not a serious person, and there's so many reasons for it, but he got clocked by Joe Rogan on his trans documentary, where he said there were millions of kids undergoing gender-affirming care, and Rogan found out and did research in real time unintentionally. Jamie looked this up, and it was like in the low thousands. So he's a professional liar, propagandist, all of this. This is his latest iteration, and look at how ignorant he is about just the history of Haiti. Ryan takes him to school.
Nobody thinks that it will benefit America to become more like Haiti. Nobody thinks that. Or I would challenge anyone, if they do think that, to explain how that's the case. Like, in what way could this country be improved by making it more like Haiti? When you look at Haiti, what part of Haiti are you saying to yourself, we need more of that?
Beaches.
Well, we have more beaches than them too, right? Don't we?
Right.
We're a much bigger country.
We don't want a marine invasion and occupation of the United States that constantly decapitates governments and takes the money out of the country and saddles us with
We don't want the Clintons
debt
either.
from a revolution. Yeah.
Jasinski's got it.
Right. Although I don't. So you're saying that
we wouldn't want to be like basically a colony that the entire West spends 200 years punishing after the Haitian Revolution.
I get that. I understand that, but also at a certain point.
I get that, but I just, the fucking cognitive dissonance.
We want that. No, yes.
We wouldn't want that, but I would also say that
Yeah,
that's
I
not
get
entirely
that.
why Haiti's in the position that it's in. I mean, at a certain point, as a country, you have to stand on your own 2 feet and take care of yourself. And
But at what point is that? They elect Aristide and we overthrow Aristide. Then they elect Jovenel Moise. Jovenel Moise is assassinated a bunch of
Pause it.
people.
Sorry, I hate to. Grimm's doing such a good job here, but I just want to reinsert what I just said about the. We don't have to go back far. We can go back to the Obama administration. Matt Walsh, what do you think about that administration?
Even Emily points it out as a
Yeah,
conservative.
the Clintons, the Clinton Foundation, even putting the Haynes Levi Strauss minimum wage for textile production aside, you still have the botched response by the Clinton Foundation after the hurricane or earthquake in 2010.
Yes.
Which was a notoriously failed too, which played a lot in 2016. Well, I mean, not as much as we wanted it to, but which I was paying attention to.
Yes, yeah, right. And also, Matt Walsh doesn't even know what he's talking about there. He's completely on the back foot. But when he refers to the Haitian Revolution, that's a part of it too. The racism that conservatives reflexively have towards Haitian people is just that. But for conservatives that actually know the history, and Matt Walsh clearly isn't one of them, a lot of their resentment towards Haiti is what Ryan describes, is the fact that Haiti successfully had a slave revolt. And Haiti has been paying for that with reverse reparations for centuries.
PJ Fry
reverse
raided your
reparations
channel with 2
because of the
viewers.
loss of capital from the slave owners in France. That's part of why Haiti is in the situation and that it is in terms of political and
PJ Fry, thank you so much for the raid.
Sometimes being gifted doesn't feel like a gift.
welcome in. I hope you had a great stream. Thank you so much for the raid. Everyone, please go give PJ Fry a follow. Oh shit, sorry about the ads. Poor timing. But if you want to see the stream without ads, you on Twitch, you can subscribe, or you can head on over to the YouTube side and watch ad free for now. All right.
Economic turmoil and the privatization disaster capitalists that have come in, aided by NGOs like the Clinton Foundation and other organizations. And so that's what Ryan is alluding to. But Matt Walsh isn't even a well-researched racist here.
He's out of his depth.
Yeah.
What point is that? They elect Aristide and we overthrow Aristide. Then they elect Jovenel Moïse. Jovenel Moïse has assassinated a bunch of people with American connections, and then we install in 2021, like the United States installed the prime minister that we just ousted. Like, so we could say, okay, yeah, you got to get over the 200 years ago, but like we're still doing it.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not in favor of. I'm very non-interventionist in my policies, so I'm not in favor of most of the things that we're doing in other countries.
We just made the new government in Haiti, in a hotel room in Jamaica, and then we insisted that whatever government we made in Jamaica had to allow Kenyan troops to come in under the flag of the UN in order to go to war with the gangs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not interested in.
Right.
If it were up to me, I'm not interested in doing anything in Haiti. Like let Haiti be Haiti and take care of them. That's sort of my whole point here.
Oh.
Let them take care of themselves and their own problems. I'm also not saying that there's never a scenario where we would let someone from Haiti into the country. But it doesn't have to just be about Haiti. But when you're throwing open the gates and just inviting anyone, in particular,
I guess
third world.
I guess your assumption there was that it is Haitian people that are creating the conditions on Haiti, and that if the Haitian people come to Springfield, they will recreate the conditions
Well, but I don't think you can-
Haiti in Springfield, whereas what I'm saying is that it's actually the U.S. that has largely.
Oh, wow.
Check out Drop Site. Check out Ryan's work everywhere. But yeah, I mean, the United States violently occupied Haiti.
I'm so against intervention, I don't even really know about it.
Right.
I'm against learning about it, being aware of it as the context that sets the conversations I'm having.
Into the 20th century, the United States was occupying Haiti. Go on, Brandon. Sorry.
I'm so against intervention. I'm not going to intervene in my own stupidity.
Yeah.
I'm so against intervention, you guys.
I'm taking a neutral position.
The main part of intervention that he seems to be against, though, is the small part where America takes responsibility for the innocent people who are caught up in this, and we bring them here so they can live ostensibly a better life than under the conditions that we put the country of Haiti in.
I'm actually surprised he didn't have a better answer to that, because this is not the first time Republicans or far right commentators have been confronted by hey, a lot of the countries that you're saying people are coming from, it's because America's conducting a drug war there, or because we did a coup, or because we're exploiting them and all of their
They use this
resources.
against, just to buttress your point quickly, Brandon, they use this against Biden because of the Afghan parolee problem, right? Or the Afghan parolee initiative, right?
Yeah, and I mean, usually the response is just who cares? You're saying that they're weak country, blah, blah, blah. So it's just weird that he didn't even go that far. He just seemed almost shocked by the fact that this is happening. It's shows his ignorance.
I think that ignorance is exactly right. I think they legit think when people say, well, look, this is what America did 20 years ago, 5 years ago, 50 years ago. I think they literally think that is some kind of fallacy.
No, they think it's whining.
To historicize. Yeah, it's this is some sort of woke hand waving, when it's actually just historically situating the problem that we're trying to fucking address.
But the all of conservatism is based on no understanding of history. I mean, I guess this is kind of a point that we've made many times. It's nothing new, but if you learn history, it's quite clear when patterns emerge.
It's myth versus history.
It demystifies things like, American exceptionalism, or what capitalism really means in the context of the global South, or
I think that's definitely a huge part of it. But another part of it is they really do view history as this thing in the past that has no relation to current day.
Yeah,
Like,
that's true.
They view the event that some of them will understand the event. The wrongdoing to a group of people. You could use any single one against any sort of marginalized group throughout history.
The atom bomb.
They'll understand.
Yeah.
They'll understand that happened, and some of them might even view that as bad and wrong, but they do not understand the reverberations that one event causes. And sometimes there are multiple events that come after it. They just don't understand all of that. They just get that one big mainstream event they learned about in like elementary school, and then they do not understand or comprehend the effects that event causes in the decades or even longer.
They may though understand it in the sense of like they don't even understand if they were placed in that historical period that they would be the villains. That's like in part the issue in that situation. They struggle with object permanence or like historical permanence, right? In the sense that they view things as what they see in front of them in terms of time.
Well, yeah.
But I also think, like, you know, they don't want to grapple with history because that would contextualize the positions that they have in this current moment, right? And so that is a lack of intellectual curiosity that also just protects themselves.
Well, yeah, I think that's because a lot of them also don't like, you know, what Matt is saying is very true. I think the way we teach history in this country, especially at the high school level, oftentimes like teaches history as like discrete events, but also just the way like right wingers think about stuff is like a very reactionary way of thinking. They try to work through everything, every phenomenon that they see in the real world from what they presume to be first principles, just like their senses, what they can see in front of them, what they can interpret, like based on an underlying set of facts that they learned in like high school. And also they don't acknowledge any kind of subconscious biases that they might have, either, you know, based on the context that they're raised within too, like Matt is kind of saying. And so a lot of times they just work from a very American chauvinist opinion of the world. They work from a very like misinformed opinion of science, and they try to suss everything out like with their own brain without trying to learn anything from other people.
And they naturalize everything, right? So they naturalize every existing hierarchy, and they naturalize the existing way of the world.
And that's what makes it really susceptible to anti-immigration stuff, because a lot of them are prone to like correlation fallacies where they see two things happening at the same time, or like they perceive or acknowledge two things happening at the same time. And so they assume they have to be related directly as opposed to like having intervening variables. So a lot of that, you see that happening in the 90s and like these anti-immigration witch hunts where it's like, oh, I'm noticing my standard of living decrease. At the same time, there are more Haitians in my community. Those two things must be because the influx of Haitians is causing my standard of living to decrease. And it's like, no, neoliberal politics, neoconservative politics are causing everyone's standard of living to decrease further and worse, and in the global South, specifically Haiti. And that's what's causing a lot of migration, and it's also impacting you. So people have a hard time making those like determinations.
And it's pumping JD Vance to the vice presidency of the ticket, because all that money that should have gone back to like let people in the Rust Belt stay in their homes and the rest of the country went into Silicon Valley so they could make commercial spyware disguised as social media and AI to try to replace labor and cryptocurrency, because we need to find a way to make magic money out of thin air, even more so than was done during the sort of post-financial crisis era.
I will say just one last thing, and this is why it's also important to like learn about Cuba in contrast with Haiti, and because for all the demonization that Cuba gets from our government, from like right wingers, from just like the United States in general, you can see two divergent pathways when it comes to colonization in both Cuba and Haiti. And as bad as Cuba is, you know, the exclusion of neoliberalism as part of their country has left them in a radically better place than Haiti.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily
Perfect timing. Okay. We good? We back? Berlin says, I filed that as colonizer logic by now, by the way. The delusion of history being a thing that's over to excuse ignoring its consequences, i.e. present reality. Yeah. I was having a conversation with my mom about that. How like whitewashed Zionism was in the creation of the state of Israel, because she grew up in the 60s. So she was going to school after the 7-Day War, 6-Day War, I don't know what they call it. The war in 67? Is it 67? 7 Days War? Or is it 8 in the 6 Days War? I don't know. There's 6s, 7s, and 8s in there, and my brain is dyslexic and calcula. So, neurodivergence is cool. Yeah, so we were talking about how really we whitewash our own genocidal 6-Day War in 1967. Thank you. I was like, somebody help me out on this one. Somebody knows. But how we whitewash our own colonial history, and because so then we look at other colonial outposts and projects as less than genocidal, as less than violent, because we don't view our own as being a genocide that is still ongoing. Land back. Okay.
Hi, and welcome back to Even More News, the first and only news podcast. My name is Katie Stoll, and yes, I'm wearing glasses today.
I was going to say, I love your glasses today, Katie.
Love my glasses today.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm Cody Johnston.
You better be here.
Host the show. How's it going?
It's going good because we've got a great guest today. Everyone's going to be excited for this. Returning guest, writer, and podcaster whose latest podcast is called 16th Minute of Fame, which is a deep dive into internet main characters. That's right, everybody. It's Jamie Loftus.
Hi. Good to see you guys.
I should have said podcast phenom because you're unstoppable.
That's true.
To create
seriously.
Content. I'm realizing I've been meaning to do this for like 3 straight video podcasts now. There's just like a bouquet of dead roses behind me, and it's not a creative choice. They just died. It was my birthday a month ago, and so they died.
They are having their 16th minute of fame right now, as is your cat's butt.
Yes. Oh, yeah. That's going to continue to happen. I'm really ill-suited to this format.
No, it's perfect.
It'll be a very dynamic thing going on here.
A lot of visual interest, a lot of things to look at.
We're all navigating this pivot to video, so
yes.
Let me ask you this: that little skeleton on the wall, is that seasonal or is that year-round?
Oh, good question.
TBD. I went nuts at Target the other day. I've got a witch on the bathroom. I've got the skeleton sort of filling that space, and I got this incredible doorbell that's an eyeball that screams that my neighbor does not like. I heard him cursing it from behind his door.
This sounds like a year-round decor to me.
Yeah, I don't see myself. What would I replace it with?
Well, here's what it is. It's very classy, and sure your neighbor is into it. I genuinely love this for you. Jonathan is also here, you guys.
Yeah, it's usually just my cat's butt. in these videos. So now multiple cat butts here.
Holidays, we have them per usual. Oof.
We love it.
Okay.
We love celebrations.
Starting off strong with this one. Friday, September 20th is International NFT Day.
Oh, no.
Finally. Some dew.
A day for the fellas.
Yeah.
Since the term non-fungible token was coined in 2017, NFTs have gone on to change the way Americans invest, create, and collect art. And if you're watching, you saw the quotes. Indeed, the very concept of ownership and self-expression have evolved for the betterment of mankind. Because of the advent of NFTs, a time before which is almost hard to conceive of. No, it isn't, given how much they have changed society and improved all our lives.
Oh, I'm glad that they specified that it changed society for the better.
Yeah, because that was up for debate, in my opinion. But now that I've read this blurb, I have to change my entire opinion on NFTs.
Can't disagree with something you read.
You can't talk shit about something on their International Day. Saturday, September 21st is National Gymnastics Day.
Ooh.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, we like that. Since the first gymnastics competitions in ancient Greece, gymnastics have gone on to change the way Americans invest, create, and collect art. Indeed, the very concept of ownership and self-expression have evolved for the betterment of mankind because of the advent of gymnastics, a time before which is almost hard to conceive of, given how much it has changed society and improved all our lives. And you know what? I agree with that.
I just love watching all the tiny people flip. I love it.
Jamie, podcast phenom, let's talk about your new show real quick, or as much time as it takes. Tell us about 16th Minute of Fame.
16th Minute, yeah, it's been such a fun show to work on. It's about the internet's main characters, where generally I will interview an internet main character years after their viral moment, and sometimes also interview experts that can better sort of contextualize what was happening at the time that meant that they went viral, whether it was like a just general societal thing, or a lot of the time if it has to do with how the algorithm was changing and being programmed at that time to, design certain people to pop off, even if it felt random at the time. So yeah, I've been covering like really anyone who will talk to me. I just did an episode with the overly attached girlfriend who is like just so wonderful. She's so nice.
She's still like making stuff. She's seems very great and wholesome and normal.
Awesome.
Like for
yeah.
For this category of person, it can kind of go a couple of different ways, and it seems like she was normal about it.
I've been finding that to be true. Yes, Layla is awesome. She just came back to YouTube. And then there are other ones that are more like mystery puzzle boxy. Like I was desperately trying to figure out who the Boston Slide Cop is, and that sort of became a whole episode about how
I remember that.
Impenetrable it is to get information from the police department if they don't want to be embarrassed.
This is a wonderful concept for a show. I am always blown away with how your brain works and how you come up with all of these ideas, because this is quite brilliant. I'm sure there's a lot of work in tracking down people and doing prep, but it's a fascinating starting point to delve into internet culture as a talking, and very helpful too, because we're living through new ones in real time, but it helps you start to break down and unpack what's happening when you have these people. I guess you'll have to wait a while for Hawk Twa Girl.
I know. I keep getting requests for it. I'm like, she's like still in it.
Oh,
I don't know
yeah.
if
She's in it right
talk
now.
to me.
She's got her own
hosting
podcast.
her own. Yeah.
You can't reflect yet, so you're gonna have to keep this show going for a while before you can invite her.
I have to wait until her
on.
brain is fully developed to do the episode. Really.
Have you had any child phenom seems to be the word for me today. Child internet sensations now grown up. Like, I don't know, like the affirmations girl.
I've wanted to. So there's a few people who I'm hoping to find. The disaster girl, the girl looking over her shoulder.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
The same one. It's so weird because it just makes me feel like I'm in high school again. The Irma Gerd girl. She's an episode I would love to cover because there's also such a wide range of how you can go viral. I mean, I know you guys know all this, but how like Lena Morris went viral doing a bit. So she was like always sort of in on the joke. And then you have people like the Irma Gerd girl whose like image was uploaded without her consent, and without context and mocked for years, and then ends up being this weird life-defining thing. So it's interesting to talk to people who, you know, became a main character sort of voluntarily, and then other people who this just happens to you and you have to figure out, like, do I want to interact with this at all? Do I want to like bail on this? I thought the 30 to 50 feral hogs guy, Willie McNabb, had some interesting thoughts on that. I don't know. Like, it's been really fun. Generally, people are super nice, and I won't say who's not.
Yeah, that's
we'll
for
ask
you to know. You
after
off the air.
Yes.
And do you have like a I guess a running, I assume you have like obviously like so many like people that you want to reach out to and find. Do you have like sort of a running list now? We mentioned the Hawk Twa girl, but where like you're kind of, because you're on the internet all the time, you see all the things that happen and the people who are entertaining or suck for various reasons and become famous for a day. Do you have like a sort of running list where you're just sort of like, well, I'll have to talk to this person in like 2 years, like where like I can't reach out now, and every day you're like, well, this
Spidey Gale, hey. It's so good to hear from you. We are all a bit concerned and worried after what happened yesterday, so I hope you're doing as well as can be. Please reach out to the community if you need anything. We love you.
This person's going to be good.
And everyone go follow Vitingale. You won't regret it.
This person's going to be good, but it's still amidst.
So everything is still happening. Yeah, I have like a list of like circle back, or even it's so hard to tell, or I am spectacularly bad at being able to tell who is going to be remembered 2 weeks from now versus not, where I think I've already sort of been like, oh, this guy's going to be around. I'll set up an interview now. And then a couple weeks later, you're like, oh, I guess that didn't really hit the way I thought it would. Yeah. Because it's so confusing. I don't know. What are your, like, who are your guys? Who are your guys?
Charlie bit me.
Right. Okay.
I guess it's public knowledge because it happened publicly. But like, I don't want to necessarily put Vitingale on the spot, and she might not want to talk about it. But yeah. So I don't know if I should delve into it, but the VOD might still be up. Unless you had to delete it. I don't know. I don't know how comfortable you are about me sharing the incident yesterday. But it was wild. Long story short, some targeted harassment. Okay, cool. Vitingale says, I don't mind you talking about it. I made sure the VOD was published so Trust and Safety for Twitch could review it and possibly take action against those folks. Cool. Yeah, so yesterday when Vitingale was live stream, as soon as Vitingale went live, she was approached and harassed verbally, assaulted verbally, and misgendered and mocked and targeted for being trans. So by people who were live streaming on Kick and thought it would be funny to go make fun of trans people. And then they sent their community over to Vitingale's stream. So it was nasty. It was nasty, yeah. And it was like Vitingale had to deal with it in real life. It sucked, even just being online for, the parts that we had to deal with. But like, I can't imagine having to face that vitriol in person. So it was really heinous. And one of the streamers that we know of, his name is Neon with a 3. So fuck that kid. And yeah, everyone else that was involved, they were a bunch of bigots. Bunch of bigots. I don't know all the other streamers' names. Yeah, there's the VOD, and it's wild because the VOD is like only 45 minutes long. So this all happened like right when Vitingale was going live. So content warning, transphobia, and verbal harassment and shit. But yeah.
Hey, that was interesting. Jonathan Ross, yes, we made it. Welcome in. Swims with Whales, yes, welcome in. Go to bed, Paul, welcome in. Poppy, 222221, welcome in. Yes, I made it. Okay, yeah. Hey, Mono, welcome in. And thank you, Poppy, for playing that channel point redeem. People call in a false thing.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah, me too. So that's really fucked up. So I like to try to keep a lot of my data that can make me vulnerable. I try to keep that. And I thought that I would try to take you around and just kind of show, what's going on here, y'all. There was people call in a false. Because another thing that affects our community, the queer LGBT community, is that there are hateful people out there who might like to use our information about ourselves and weaponize that against us. They may use doxing to try to find us and to try to do all kinds of any manner of thing that they could do. Our community has been swatted before. Have you heard of that?
Yeah.
Where people call in a false thing.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah, me too. So that's really fucked up. So I like to try to keep a lot of my data that can make me vulnerable. I try to keep that private. 100%. So if you'd like to find me, you can find me by Vitingale.
Gotcha.
On Twitch, which is falling over. My Twitch, TikTok, Instagram, the platform formerly known as Twitter, and Cash App and Venmo and all those kinds of things.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Have a great day, man. Or sir, or man. Sorry.
Yes, you should be sorry because I told you my pronouns.
I'm sorry.
And yeah, I mean, mistakes happen, but like these are the kinds of situations we run into. And it's interesting how as soon as I...
Awesome. Good job, Kurt. Like holding him accountable for misgendering you in the moment. You're so brave, Vitingale. Holy shit.
Went live, like, and I appreciate we're both streamers, right?
Yeah.
But like, I'm like, what's your angle exactly? Like, I'm just kind of wondering, like, you came in up friendly and everything, but what's trying to accomplish here?
I just want to talk to you. I messed up. I'm so sorry.
Okay, you're good. Yeah, no, you're good. You're good.
Have a good day.
Yeah. You too. Oh yeah, I kind of had an idea. Hey, all right. We got some viewers. Oh, hey, Neon. So we got a bunch of people in here trolling me because of you. We got some people in here trolling me because of you, sir. So why is it that your community? Why is it that you and your community brought all these people into my channel to try to troll me?
They clicked your thing.
Please tell me why you brought your community to try to harass me.
I'm live right now.
Yeah. So what are y'all up to? Like, why did y'all
That's targeted harassment.
All of your. Oh, I think
yes,
I can.
Yes, you can.
I think you had something to do with that.
I had nothing to do with it.
You're calling me bro again now, right? So you're misgendering me again.
I call everyone bro.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
What's good, bro?
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
You're full of shit.
Okay.
Hi, Zarina.
No, you're not. No, I'm not. I'm just a person here live streaming.
Me too.
You're the person. No. You came up and You came up and interjected yourself into my stream.
I just wanted to say
and then you brought your community in here to say all kinds of crap about me, to misgender me, to troll me, all of the things that I was just talking about. Yet you came up here and disingenuously started to act like you were my friend. Shut up! No, I won't shut up.
This was ridiculous.
No, I won't shut up.
This
because
was
I'm here.
wild.
I'm queer, and you're gonna get used to it. No. I have a right to go wherever I want to. So, hey y'all, Neon is a homophobe. Neon, yeah, you admit it. You're a transphobe as well, and you brought your community purposefully to harass me. This is the kind of content, apparently, that gets views and gets your interactions, y'all. So welcome in, streamers. Welcome in, community. Hey, I'm out, Poppy said. I understand, Poppy. But you know what?
He got so fucking scared when Nightingale pushed back. Then we had another interaction with this guy came back up. This guy came up for seconds. This fucker. This is the one that screamed at Nightingale, "Shut up," while she was standing up for herself against bigotry. This is the one that can't stand to see a trans woman stand in her own power. I don't know who this fucker is, but he's got some serious insecurities. So yeah, this guy, I mean, everyone who is part of their crew is complicit, but like this guy as well as Neon, and I don't know this guy's name. So internet sleuths, we are currently on YouTube and Twitch. So somebody out there, do the thing, find this guy. Because he thought it was funny to come back and try again. Yeah, I tried to catch a clip. I tried to catch a glimpse of it when he was walking away the last time. Maybe we'll see it in this one.
Go ahead and tell us, who are you?
Get him out of here.
Big Loaf SO. So you're misgendering me right now.
I mean, get her out of
Big
here.
You're being a
Loaf.
bigot.
No,
No, you're not sorry. No, you're not sorry. You're not being genuine right now. And here's your camera person.
Big Loaf, is that them?
No, you're misgendering me again. I'm not a bro. I'm not a bro, sister. So fuck off, bigot. What's your handle? Captain Kick Big Loaf? Fuck you. Captain Kick Big Loaf is a transphobe. You can go fuck off.
Yeah. Big Loaf, maybe. Yeah, that's part of the reason I'm going over this is so we'll have another source where we have these clips so people can screenshot and maybe the internet does what the internet does, and maybe some people have some real life consequences for harassing trans people. Yeah, there's also a tweet that Miss Anita Bump posted. Let me see if I can. Something went wrong. Okay. Twitter down? Is my internet down? Twitter just down? Yeah, I don't want to log in and log out because I show my info. But yeah, there's a tweet. No, X is just crap. Yeah. Gotta get ready. I'll be a bit more AFK. Thank you for using your platform time to bring attention to this. Yeah, absolutely. Now that we know that you're safe, we know that hopefully, everything the staff who did come over and finally talk to you, which I don't know why it took them 45 minutes to have somebody actually address the issue. But they did eventually have someone come over and assist Nightingale. But one of the things that Liz was pointing out, because he works in film and entertainment and has been to so many cons and stuff, he's like, all of these venues are privately owned venues, and the venues have harassment policies that you cannot harass people based on a protected class. So not only are they in violation of Twitch rules, but they're in violation, of the conference rules, but they're also in violation of the venue's rules of itself. So there's multiple violations and ways for recourse.
Trans rights.
Oh my god, fuck, I closed the VOD, but there was a part, y'all should really go check the VOD out on Nightingale's stream. There's a part where Nightingale starts singing, trans people are my friends, transphobes gon' catch these hands, trans people are my friends.
All of us are trans.
Freaking great.
This is fascinating. Everybody should definitely listen, but we gotta talk about the news.
The news.
That came out weird. Wait, we get
No, that's
to.
the normal
we
way to
gotta.
say it.
No, that
You
feels
gotta
right.
talk
That feels right.
I
liked
it.
Yeah.
But spoiler alert: the migrants are not eating the dogs. They're not. Eating the cats.
You spoiled my whole reveal, Katie. Everyone out there listening thinks that's been happening. Yeah, we only touched on this briefly last week because we recorded right after the debate where Donald Trump inexplicably said in Springfield they're eating the dogs, the people who came in, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets of the people that live there, which had, I mean, JD Vance had talked about it, but it was really a right-wing internet thing up until that point. And it's still going on. They are doubling down. JD Vance is doubling down, even though the Wall Street Journal reported yesterday that a Vance staffer called the city manager of Springfield, Ohio, on the before the debate and said, "Is this happening? Are Haitian migrants in Springfield eating the cats?" And they said no. And he's spreading it anyway. It's created quite a bit of racial resentment of people who live there.
Serena, have you heard the song yet? Sorry, I'm feeling very ADD today. Oh, I didn't take my ADD meds. Good thing I remembered early.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
People of Springfield, please don't eat my cats. Why would you do that? Eat something else. People of Springfield, please don't eat my dog. Here's a catalog of other things to eat.
Thank you, Arnalda.
They're eating the cats. Meow, 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 meow. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Meow, 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 meow. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Meow, 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 meow. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Meow, 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 meow. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
Yeah, so that's good. The sound clip that I got recently that I really like is about the debate.
He threw a kilo of pure uncut white supremacy on the table.
I like that one a lot. Okay. Kilo. Oh. Meow, 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 meow.
live there of Haitian Americans who are legally in the country, who are given temporary protected status. And it's pretty ugly.
This is 100% blatantly racist play trying to drum up anger amongst a base. And yeah, there's a lot of Haitian migrants there. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. That's the story of America. There are random states, cities across the country where an influx of immigrants will tend to locate for various reasons. You know, they've already got family there. There's job opportunities in Springfield specifically. This whole influx started in 2017, 2018 under Donald Trump, and then increased after 2020 when specifically the plants in this community, manufacturing and agriculture, needed workers. And so this is just the story of America. And then in 10 years, you know what? You've got a vibrant community and you start to have a cross-culture influence, and it's a wonderful thing. But they are trying to obviously draw attention to this to create a narrative. And J.D. Vance admitted as much.
Yeah, he did do that.
It was wild how quickly, Vance admitted that this was basically just something he was saying to make a broader lie. And this I know that it's talked about a lot, but I mean, I even think about my mom is a teacher in there's a large Haitian population in my hometown. She teaches a lot of Haitian students and had to talk about this because it does affect kids immediately. And whether you're hearing this at home just because your parents had the debate on, it's something that had an immediate impact on her day to day. And you hear teasing, and it is unfortunately pretty instantaneous. It's terrifying. And then on the other end of that, for Vance to just be well, no, I know it's not true. He's basically saying the feeling of it feels true to his voter base, so that's what he's gonna say. And obviously he doesn't care about the immediate impact of it.
I'd love to play that clip because he does try to cover it up and explain what he means by creating stories.
The American media totally ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I started talking about cat memes. If I have to,
But it wasn't just a meme,
create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do, Dana, because you guys are completely letting Kamala Harris coast.
You just said that this is a story that you created. So the eating dogs and cats thing is not accurate.
Dana, it comes from firsthand accounts from my constituents. I say that we're creating a story, meaning we're creating the American media focusing on it. I didn't create 20,000 illegal migrants coming into Springfield thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. Her policies did that, but yes,
story.
We created the actual focus that allowed the American media to talk about this story and the suffering caused by Kamala Harris's policies.
Well, it's disgusting. You're creating a story to draw attention to a situation, but your story is baseless and has been debunked time and time again, including by your own campaign before the debate where you said that on stage. Look, I'm sure that some people are not happy with the changes. A small amount of people. That's the growing pains of a city that's evolving. Their economy is flourishing. They're doing better as a city on account of the fact that there is healthy immigration happening. And the people that you're catering to are going to have to get over it.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing.
And they're going to learn and grow from it.
When he says this stuff, there's so much to unpack just in that little clip, but when he's saying, this is what my constituents are saying. It's odd. Well, they're not illegal immigrants. We mentioned that already.
Right. First off,
when he talks about these are my constituents, I'm just listening to my constituents. Your constituents are also the Haitians who live there legally.
Right.
They are also residents of Ohio. so he's their senator too, and it's I haven't seen anybody like say that to his face, where you're talking about your constituents eating the cats and pets of other constituents in order to talk about this thing that you are worried about and concerned about that you've not mentioned before and not done anything to help out before this just meme thing. He also does his weasel thing where he's like, it's just cat memes. What do the cat memes say? What is the implication? What is the purpose? What is the effect of those? It's like that weird, like Elon, whenever he's like, it's just memes. Describe them. It's his Taylor Swift disgusting weird thing he said about how like he's gonna like force her to have his baby and then take care of her cats or whatever. In response to that, he's like, people don't like appreciate jokes anymore. Describe the joke. Tell us what the punchline of the joke is. Tell us what it means. It's just a very weaselly way to hide behind like, it's just memes, I don't know what you're talking about.
Assault and perversion, what's the problem?
Exactly. It's that phenomenon, the thing that Republicans do a lot, and conservatives specifically, where they'll be like, oh, so it's like, what's that tweet? It's like, oh, so it's illegal to make plans with your friends, referring to like conspiracy charges. Like you're just sort of like taking this bad thing that if you described it in detail would be like, well, that sucks. What are you doing? And then using this vague language to sort of gloss over it. And he does that so much in this one clip. It's wild. What a piece of shit. But just I wanted to sort of point out, like, your constituents are also the Haitians who live there now. So maybe
right. He's like, I'm only a senator for people who are racist.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, and Jamie, you mentioned your mom working with Haitian students and how they're immediately feeling the effects of this. I'm not sure what state she's in, but this has ramifications throughout the country, obviously, people's lives. But again, bringing it back to his constituents, what's followed this rhetoric and this just wildly irresponsible line of attack that they've promoted to the national stage are bomb threats against schools, against his constituents. An overwhelming amount, not just at schools, at hospitals, at government buildings. It's terrorizing his constituents. And the people that were a part of starting this whole conversation, and this is how it happens. You share a meme, you share a story, and then someone says on Facebook, I've heard from my neighbor's friend's daughter that this happened. And that woman that originally started this post has come out and said, I'm so sorry. Used Google Translate to translate an apology to their neighbors because, I'm confusing stories.
There are like 5 stories,
but the point is,
that they've said, and all 5 of them have been, oh no, that didn't happen. Like the Facebook woman was like, oh yeah, I heard this story from my daughter's friend's.
It was like
mother,
a fourth-hand story.
Fourth-hand story, posted on Facebook, blew up. She apologized on Facebook. She's like, I didn't know this was going to happen like this. This is what was my intention. I just posted a thing. This other woman is who the Vance campaign cited. They're like, oh yeah, here's this police report of this woman who her cat went missing, and she suspected her Haitian neighbors kidnapped it and ate it. Like 3 days later, Sassy was the cat. 2 days later, she found Sassy in her basement, and then she went to her next door neighbors with the translation app to apologize. This is again like the evidence that Vance, the liar, and Nazi, I'm just going to say it, has put forth to prove that this is not actually just completely made up. And every single one they put forth is completely made up, or this thing, or like, yeah, you misplaced your cat for a day, and blamed your Haitian neighbors because of these rumors that have gotten started. I flippantly just called JD Vance a Nazi. I do want to point out that like this is Nazi stuff. This is what they're doing. This is taking a group, an ethnic group, a group of people, and just cherry picking like these little stories, creating this lie about like, oh, they love eating your pets. They're gonna steal your pets. It's just Nazi stuff. To highlight like this, not the Washington Post, the New York Post did that. Like, look at this car accident that a Haitian man was in. So what? Excuse me? They're like what?
Right.
There are car accidents every day, all the time, and that is the Nazi stuff of it. Like pinpointing these like isolated stories and trying to make it about this one community. It's just gross.
And you're targeting this group of immigrants versus others. Like, yeah, we've got different driving rules and laws here in America. Like, that's a whole conversation we can have about people in general coming here and like learn. But it's not. But you're pinpointing it on this one specific racial group and making it seem like they're the problem, as opposed to like, cars are dangerous and we should have people have licenses. I don't know. It's a totally different conversation. And there are bills right now working their way through Congress about this specifically in general, driving and
well, I mean, yeah, there's there are people in Springfield. There's like this state senator, like this councilwoman who follows Libs of TikTok, and Libs of TikTok did her little like racist like all Haitians or whatever. I don't know what she said. I don't care. And this woman there responded like, "Hi, I love you in your account. I retweet you all the time, but this is racist and harmful to this entire community. We're actually working really hard to fix these problems." Like Katie, you're saying, like they've got like training for driving programs they're developing and all this sort of like this legislation to address these problems without having one of the two candidates for president say that they're eating pets on national stage.
Right. It's just like medieval. It's just like such clear anti-Black racism. And I mean, I don't know. That's kind of almost adorable that she's messaging Libs of TikTok to be like, I know that normally you're acting in good faith, so I just want to clarify so that you can continue to act in good faith as you're known to do. I find it's just like I don't know. It is a sort of lie, I feel like, that should not be as potent as it is. I understand why it's so potent, but it's just like our country is like too well educated to be falling for these like medieval racist rumors. It's nuts.
It is. It's really pathetic and sad. And they just know that they can do that. They've calculated in some fashion that like, yeah, we can do this. We can just highlight this group and just be weird Nazis about it. And it's been going on for more than a week, and they're not adjusting at all. Every single lie that they're called on, they're like, well, yeah, we had to, otherwise you wouldn't talk about this stuff. And like, there's this very fascinating, interesting, sad disconnect going on. There's a video that some YouTuber turned investigative journalist posted where he interviews Springfield residents, and there's a lot of racism in that video, just slurs, just like handing them out. And they're talking about the Haitians who live here are eating cats. And there's this guy, and he's like, yeah, I saw a van with Haitians in there, and they had 100 cats in their van. And then they got pulled over by the police, and they told the police they planned on eating the cats. And like the guy was like, wow, that really happened? And he's like, yeah. End of story. First of all, you claim to be an investigative journalist. No, you're not. You're like a prank YouTuber or whatever. There's your lead. You got your first lead. They were stopped by the police and told the police that they were going to eat the 100 cats. You could go investigate that with the police. But amidst that video, there are these like moments where people are talking about like, you know, the Haitians they're taking my food stamps or whatever. And they're causing problems with like affordable housing and all these like welfare programs and these social programs that help people in need. And it's so sad because those are the programs that J.D. Vance and his entire party want to get rid of. They have no interest in those programs. They're making these people fight with these other people for taking stuff they're not actually taking stuff that they don't want to provide for them anyway. And it's just it's just very sad and frustrating. Like J.D. Vance was in an interview like a day ago or 2 days ago, and he's like, yeah, cut welfare, cut Section 8 housing. That's what he wants to do in terms of cutting programs.
That'll help.
Those are the things that they're talking about that the Haitians are taking from them. So he's using this racist Nazi lie to demonize an entire group of people so that he can bring attention to the real problems in that place that he actually wants to exacerbate.
He just wants to eliminate social program. I mean, it does feel like the internal logic is, well, if I cannot just eject people who are legally here and legally immigrated from the country, what I can do is make it such a hostile environment that they wouldn't want to stay, that it would become impossible.
Yes, that, and more like immediate is just they don't have that much to talk about. And this has superseded any conversation about the debate. We definitely have to move on. After the first assassination attempt, there was a lot of rhetoric about Democrats and how they talk about Donald Trump and how it incites violence and clutching of pearls and whatnot, despite all the things I could list about what Donald Trump says all the time. And, you know, the reality
We just
of
talked
who
about it
this...
for 20 minutes.
Yes, exactly, Jamie. And now we have a situation where a former president of the United States, a candidate to be the president of the United States, says this bold-faced lie on a national stage where everybody's watching, and immediately we have violence. And I say that to tie into the fact that, yeah, someone attempted, I guess, to shoot him. There's all this like fury. I'm like, how could the Secret Service let this happen again? Again, they stopped him. They didn't.
They didn't.
Well,
right.
I heard something about like, the guy. What's his name? Ralph.
Wow,
Wow,
it's crazy that his name's actually
Renegade Ralph. He was there for like many hours before this. You know, they caught him. But I don't really know that I. Like that, because I've been personally hung up on it. Like, this is...
Oh, yeah, it's absurd. They're still trying to do that. JD
of course.
tweets about it all the time. Vivek is always like, this is not who we are. Bro, yeah, it is. What are you talking about? Fuck off.
It's obviously who we are.
But yeah, it's absurd. There's so many times where Trump calls the Democrats fascists, enemies of America. America's gonna be doomed. Elon does it all the time. He literally tweeted that, funny, interesting, nobody tries to assassinate Kamala Harris. Great tweet, man. And yeah, they do it all the time. It's the destruction of America. That's how we talk. Maybe maybe we can just say, you know what? You're right. We made up this lie about how Donald Trump is a threat to democracy so that we can focus on the real issues, right? We're lying about that so that we can talk about how he wants to cut Social Security or whatever. Yeah, it's absurd. Why it shouldn't even be considered. It shouldn't be responded to. The idea that the Dems are like the party of bad, violent rhetoric and we're innocent little babies is absurd. Doesn't require an acknowledgement. I mean, it does, but like, I don't know. It sucks. So frustrating.
2 assassination attempts in a year and nothing to do with Jodie Foster. Just not as compelling.
Come on, it's not as compelling. You got.
She did win an Emmy.
The celeb
the same day.
She did what?
She won an Emmy that night. But there's no.
Someone's running with that conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Someone
absolutely.
Good morning, Sinister Hands.
Yeah, right here.
Be the sledge brains that run with it.
I do want to move on to other topics. We have not talked much about Israel lately, so we're going to do that now. Jonathan, what could have possibly happened this past week?
Well, there are a bunch of wireless electronic devices that exploded in Lebanon and Syria this week in an attack largely believed to have been orchestrated by Israel and apparently...
I think it's confirmed.
Apparently targeting the political party and paramilitary group Hezbollah, of which there are 100,000 members, by apparently...
We'll get them all, don't worry. We'll get them all.
By apparently getting into the supply chain and booby-trapping a bunch of wireless devices like pagers and like solar panels, solar energy systems and walkie-talkies with explosives, and then assuming that only bad guys had those and then wirelessly detonating all those with like sci-fi movie stuff that they did. Anyway.
I'm assuming, I don't think that they super cared who had them.
Interesting theory to posit that maybe they don't care about civilian casualties.
They killed more than 20 people, including several children, and injured more than 3,000 people in these 2 days of attacks.
I was listening to something this morning.
No, don't do that.
You know, but initially we're trying to trace like where were these manufactured, and I guess Israel itself somehow intercepted and did the things, but they placed the bombs. They dispersed them a couple years ago. Like they've been carrying these around for a while, and they've just been waiting for the right time.
That's spooky. I don't like that.
But the point being, like, okay, you know, Hezbollah has been using these instead of other devices, just the pagers, not all the other equipment that was, you know, booby trapped. but it's been years. You know that these pages are not just staying. The whole thing is disgusting. You know that this has made its way into civilian, and like who knows where they're going to explode. Like there's no justification. There's no, in my mind, saying like, well, it was supposed to be going to Hezbollah.
Right, there's no. If it's been there for years, you have no idea who it has been. That's ridiculous.
And that's the point.
Again, who's
It's
going to be
fomenting
around
terror.
those people?
Right.
Like,
Right.
How do you know that there aren't going to be, for example, children around?
They knew
Yeah.
that's part of the goal is terror.
Speaking of booby traps, Jonathan, you want to read? Just sort of tell us how legal are booby traps on like international law basis, like in terms of international law?
Not.
Oh, interesting.
0%. It is a war crime.
They love those.
To booby trap objects that civilians are likely to be attracted to or are associated with normal civilian daily use, according to Human Rights Watch. No,
Do you think
can't do that.
There's like wiggle room since they're pagers and nobody uses pagers anymore?
It's very hard.
It's not like civilians don't use pagers these days.
If you had to ask someone to define terrorism, how would you define terrorism and not include what happened this week? I don't know how you would do that. I don't know how I could do that and say, well, if you're only targeting members of a political party / paramilitary group / terrorist organization, right? I'm assuming the U.S. considers Hezbollah a terrorist organization. Israel does. But how do you know these aren't going to be in cars, in the pockets of children, in a boat, on a plane? What?
How does anybody not think that now? Like if you're if you live there, what do you like? What you're saying, like you're going to be living in a heightened sense of terror because you don't know when beepers are going to explode.
I wouldn't want to touch an electronic. No, I wouldn't want to touch my computer. I wouldn't want to touch anything. I'm not sure how this specifically works, but the fact is that you wouldn't have expected this in the first place, so it's going to make you uncertain and uneasy, maybe for the rest of your life. And that is the point.
Right, especially the fact that it's targeting communication tools too, that will, like if people are terrified to touch their or interact with the ways that they would communicate with each other or learn, like get their news or whatever it is, like it just, I don't know, yeah, you're like you're saying, Jonathan, there's no way you can't consider it terrorism. And just knowing, unfortunately, as we do, how many ways that Israel has killed civilians, there's no argument that like, well, this was the only way we could have done it. It was like, intentionally chosen to be terrifying.
Yeah. Yeah. They're the most precise military in the world, actually. And yet civilians keep dying. Yeah. If you're a sovereign nation, it's not terrorism, right? You can just do whatever. Specifically, this nation seems like, in terms of our general opinion.
This is. Of course, we're always afraid of the quote-unquote broader regional war because Israel and Lebanon they have not declared war on each other, right? This is just like setting off bombs in another country.
Skirmishes.
Because you want to get certain people in that country, but you don't really care if other people in that country who have nothing to do with you or your grievances and their children.
Yeah. Or if it becomes a bigger war, you also don't care.
I also want to point out that there's been a little bit of confusion about what American officials knew and when apparently American officials were not aware of this attack before it was going to happen, but that Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant called U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin a few minutes before the pagers started exploding on Tuesday and said Israel's going to conduct an operation in Lebanon soon, but wouldn't give any details. And, smart move on Israel's part because they know we're not going to do anything. We know there's not going to be a policy change. I mean, they killed an American citizen recently who was protesting in the West Bank, and
we were fine with it.
I believe Antony Blinken said it was not acceptable, but
good.
Based on the
strong
actions,
words.
It's acceptable because
apparently nothing's happening.
How do we make this stop?
Is it maybe just that's unacceptable? Just sort of means like, well, we're not going to acknowledge that happened. We don't accept that happened. We're just going to move on.
La 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 la. Nothing's
unacknowledgeable
wrong.
is maybe a better word.
Unacknowledgeable.
That is unacknowledgeable.
But it brings up like a really tough question. And look, I don't think Israel is close to getting in the supply chain of iPhones that will come to America that could specifically target student demonstrators. But we know, based on Israel's social media presence, that they believe that student demonstrators in the U.S. protesting against their actions are themselves terrorists, and that they believe that this kind of action is okay to do if you're going after terrorists. And we know that the United States is okay with them killing American citizens if they say it was an accident. Well, it's very uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, okay, well, that's, they're not going to send like explosive pagers to Columbia University or whatever. But like the rhetoric is clear, the actions are clear, and it's like that's bad in and of itself, even if they're not going to do anything about it. But like that's weird that we just sort of like keep going with those things being true. Like you can call these student protesters terrorists and then justify all this stuff and then not care about this American being killed and all this sort of stuff. And those are just facts. That's the reality that we live in. And then we have to be like, okay, well, that's normal. And we're going to continue the course, I guess.
Yeah. And I mean, regardless of whether there's credence to that at all, it does serve to make protesting scarier, and I feel like
absolutely
emboldens campuses. I know that like my alma mater has made it basically like against the rules to protest for all of these like sneaky language reasons. And if there is like, well, you could be posing a threat to everyone if you are protesting Israel, like the trickle down there is terrifying. And this is like after what we saw in the spring.
And that is the intention, right? The intention is not, we're going to actually blow up you student protesters, but they want to make it very uncomfortable to keep doing what happened in April, right? They are terrorizing people who want to protest.
And it gives people who want to make those protests impossible, who just work for institutions here, it gives them a reason to say, well, it's, you're posing a danger if you do this.
Do we want to watch Donald Trump be funny?
Let's do it. I think it sounds nice.
It's this guy's spreading evil Nazi lies. Sometimes he says something really funny about his wife that hates him.
When does Melania's book come out? I didn't know there was a Melania book.
He doesn't.
I didn't either.
Oh,
well, it's like it's a art book. It's like she wrote it, but it's also an art book about her modeling career, I believe.
Oh, I saw the video she released.
Oh, this is that I'm not going to apologize for nude modeling or something.
This
really
is
good font choice there. Okay.
Here we go.
So I said to our great First Lady, who can draw a crowd? Did you watch me tonight on television, First Lady? People love our First Lady out there.
Former First Lady, but...
Go out and get a book. She just wrote a book. I hope she said good things about it. I don't know. I didn't. So busy. She just wrote
I
a
don't
book
know.
called
I did
Melania. Go out and buy it. It's great.
So busy.
And if she says bad things about me, I'll call you all up and I'll say, don't buy it, get rid of it.
Oh my goodness.
Jesus Christ.
World's best husband. Melania wrote a book. She has great things. I don't know. I didn't read. Busy. Doesn't even finish.
It sounds like
his
my
excuse.
uncle when my book came out.
If my wife wrote a book, it wouldn't enter my mind that she might say a bunch of mean shit about
the fact that he
First
I
off,
wouldn't have
there's
to know.
that.
I'll
So
get the
funny.
book, but if she says awful things about me, don't get
It's
it.
like, I don't know. I had a liar.
It's like 75-25 on whether she says something bad about me.
I don't know what she said. We haven't talked in years.
It's also funny because, like, okay, yeah, obviously you didn't read her book. Who knows if she wrote the book? He didn't read it. He's very busy. Do you think he read Lumered? Do you think he's read this book?
Maybe audiobook
She's
at
a
like
free- she's a free
1.75.
spirit. She's a free spirit.
I don't think
probably-
he reads much.
I don't think he reads much
to be
either.
honest. Because what was there when he was his
Oh, he likes
briefings
his
had to
reports to
have
have
lots
graphs
of
and-
pictures and
yeah.
charts. So interns are out there like drawing it for him.
Maybe in the 70s he read a book or two. I doubt since then. Not since Home Alone.
I don't even
2,
think.
certainly.
I don't think he's even read his book.
So busy.
I was trying to check his book. He wrote a book in 2000, and he was talking about how the year before 9/11, he was like, "Look out for this Osama bin Laden." No one had ever heard of him. I said, "You gotta get Osama," and I was like, I gotta get that book and see if he actually wrote that, or if whoever wrote the book wrote that. No one had ever heard of him. He did blow up. I don't have the book. It's not all available on
Didn't
Google
read
Books.
it. So busy.
Also, we did hear about it because years before he blew up part of the World Trade Center. in '93. It doesn't matter, but like,
right.
I'm sure
You never hear about this guy anymore. You never hear about him.
Katie, I do think that that's a
Yes.
good point, though, that like he probably has not read his own books either. I
No.
don't think that, yeah. So there's not a single Trump book that he's actually received anything but Cliff's Notes on.
Yeah, absolutely not.
That's all you
He's
need.
been briefed of it. He's had other people read it and be like, do I look good? Fine. That's all he's done. You know what else is done? The show almost.
The show almost.
Jamie, we love having you here. I know
Thanks
you're
for having
busy.
me
We
here.
appreciate you taking
Really
the time.
busy.
Really busy. You can't finish any of the books because you're so busy. Can you tell us just all the things? Plug
Tell us
your
what's
things.
up. How's it going?
Yeah, can you just tell us? You can listen to 16th Minute every podcast place except YouTube, because I have not yet been forced to pivot to video, but it's coming for me.
Yeah,
comes for everybody. Sorry,
it's come for me before. It's literally like HPV for me. It's just every so often. It's back.
Very relatable.
And then it goes into remission. Anyways, you can listen to 16th Minute. You listen to my movie show with Caitlin Durante, the Bechdel Cast, or you can read my book about hot dogs, which is called Raw Dog, that my uncle pretended to read and then later criticized me when he learned I said something not nice about my grandma in it. So
That's really
it does
funny.
happen. Many such stories.
So busy.
I didn't even give a thumbs up. I don't know why this happens.
Strictly on vibes.
Yeah.
Strictly on vibes. Well, yeah, everybody check out all that
All of it.
stuff. Jamie,
Thanks, guys.
you are wonderful. Thank you. Jonathan,
I'm
you're
sorry.
great.
You're
Cody,
great,
you too.
You too, Katie.
Thank you so
guys are the
much. I mean,
best.
you know what? Listeners, viewers at home, you too, because we love you very much.
Very much.
And I mean it.
Welcome, friends, to another edition of Economic Update, a weekly program devoted to the economic dimensions of our lives and those of our children. I'm your host, Richard Wolff. As usual, I want to remind you that Charlie Fabian awaits your comments, suggestions, criticisms that can help us make this program better. You can reach him via email best at charlie.info438@gmail.com. Once again, Charlie, Charlie, charlie.info438@gmail.com. And I also want to remind you and thank you for your interest in the books that we publish. And again, we are now on the third of the series, Understanding Marxism, then Understanding Socialism, and now just released, Understanding Capitalism. You can find out all about them and what's the motivation behind producing these books at our website, democracyatwork.info/books. Okay, today's program is all on one topic that you have been writing to me, all of you in my audience here, that you want me to deal with. You have rightly pointed out that if we did a book on Understanding Marxism, which we did, and Understanding Socialism, which we did, and now Understanding Capitalism, you would like us to do something about communism. So here's the first response to your request: a discussion of communism for the program today. Okay, the idea of communism is related to a word you're all familiar with: community. It is the same word. It comes from the root commune, which has been used to mean things like community, village, association of people, one kind or another. If you travel through France, many of the villages you enter as you drive have a sign, commune de, the community of, and then whatever the name of the town or the village might be. You know that in the 1960s and 70s, young people in remarkable numbers went off into rural parts of the United States where they set up communes. They called their little associations, or not so little, communes. And there have been movements for thousands of years of people who want to live together, work together, one or the other or both, and call the effort to do that a community. And the spirit of it, the idea of it, the accumulated experience with it can be and has been called communism. It's the ism, the accumulated thoughts and practical experiments with trying to do that. And it is clearly something important in the human experience because there have been efforts to produce and to live in and to work in communes of one kind or another for as far back as we have human history. One of the interesting questions that have agitated human thought for thousands of years is how to understand the relationship between the individual person on the one hand and the member of a commune living together or working together or both on the other. And you all know that in your life. For example, if you've ever been on a sports team, you will know that there's a kind of tension in that team, almost always, between what the individual members of the team want to do, how they want to play, how they want to act, what initiative they're going to take, on the one hand, and what the community as a whole needs on the other. That's why the coach, who's a good one, will sometimes urge a player to develop a skill he or she or they have that's unique to them, and sometimes give an entire lecture on the need to incorporate into yourself the team spirit, the community spirit. That's why in every village and town in the United States, people are individuals, but they're also members of that community. And various individuals feel that membership to different degrees. For some, to say, I'm a Chicago person, has enormous meaning. For other people, less so. For some, cleaning up the neighborhood you live in, the debris off the street, is part of what you feel a community spirit requires. So communism has had lots of different meanings that befit the complicated desire human beings have to live in and to work in groups, not instead of being an individual, but as the other part of their individuality. Important to keep that in mind as we go through, because you will see, as I will take you through it, that communism has meant an enormous different array of things to the different people who balance the individuality and the group dynamic, the group spirit, in different ways. But before jumping in, I have to preface what I'm saying by telling you that over the last 75 years, the word communism came to mean all kinds of horrible things as it got loaded up with the Cold War. And you have to kind of take a step back because that's an aberrational period in human history. 75 years, we've been going for thousands. So a 75-year period may look big because it's recent, but it's already fading. What do I mean? Well, in the Cold War, our other side, our enemy, was the Soviet Union. And the political party that was dominant in the Soviet Union was the Communist Party. And you're going to learn about that as I go through today's material, because it's part of the definition. But since that was the arch enemy of the United States, the USSR, and since its party, the party that led it, called itself the Communist Party, which it did, the word communism took on every negative attribute, every bad adjective that anybody here in the United States or in other parts of the world that were like the United States, took on every bad word anybody could think to throw at it, most of which stuck more or less, at least for most of those 75 years. And anything that lasts for 75 years, especially if those are recent, lasts on. Not in everybody, not to the same degree, but it's still there. So you have to kind of remember that. You have to wade through a lot of that noise to try to understand what this is all about. Okay. The first thing then is to be sure that you understand what it is not. The word communism does not apply to a society of which we have any historical record in any nation state. The Soviet Union was not a communist country. I know that's hard because the New York Times and everybody else you encounter, with few exceptions, talks as if it were, writes as if it were. The phrase communist Russia or communist China or communist East Germany or whatever you want, those are all erroneous. Those are mistakes. Why? That's not what those societies were. Not only is it not what they were that I'm saying so, but they never said that they were communist. They rejected the term communist to be applied to them, which means who called communist Russia communist was the United States, which hated Russia and hated communism. Okay, but you don't normally accept the adjective of people who hate what they're describing. What does the USSR, the official name of the Soviet Union, stand for? The Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Not communist republics, socialist republics. What do the Xi Jinping and the leaders of China today, what do they call China? They give you a straightforward answer. China is socialism with Chinese characteristics. Notice the word that's missing, communist. The name of the political party is communist because they wanted with their name to signal what their ultimate objective was. But they were very clear to say in Russia after the 1917 revolution, in China after the 1949 revolution, and so on, that they had not achieved communism. Far from it. They had achieved something less than communism, namely socialism. And that gets you into murky territory because Denmark today has citizens, many of whom call them a socialist society. In many European countries, indeed in most of them, there is a socialist party and a communist party. They're separate. They have separate budgets, separate memberships. People vote for one or the other. Wow. For them, these things don't all collapse together, whereas here in the United States, socialist, communist, it's a little bit vague, and an awful lot of people use them synonymously, but they oughtn't to. The real word that has been active for most of the last century and a half is the word socialist. That's a movement. That's a political party. That's a kind of social organization. Now, it means different things. It's not got only one definition. But that's what we've been living with, not communism. Communism has meant most of the time a further stage of human development beyond socialism, different from socialism. Many people years ago, when it was still possible in the United States to talk reasonably about this, made a simple differentiation which helped people kind of keep it in their mind. Socialism, it was said, had the idea you take from everybody what they can do, the work they can do, and you give to everybody a portion of the output in proportion to how much work they did to produce it. You get back corresponding to what you put in. Communism was different. Communism took from everybody what they were capable of contributing and gave to everybody what they needed. Notice, communism distributes according to people's needs. It no longer limits distribution to what has been produced because there isn't scarcity anymore. There's enough for everybody to take what they need. It's a kind of ideal. It's a kind of utopian dream. And that's all that communism meant most of the time. And it certainly didn't apply to the Soviet Union. And it does not apply to Russia today, even less. Okay, we've come to the end of the first half of today's program. In the second half, I'm going to go through the modern history defining exactly what socialism has meant, how socialist and communist political parties are different, so that the idea of this difference, even knowing that it changes, will continue to change, but we'll know what the changes are about. Friends, as you know, any project like this takes money, and we don't want to bore you or burden you. On the other hand, you, our audience, are the source of our funding, and we wouldn't have it any other way. If you can, please consider making a donation. It will be enormously appreciated. Welcome back, friends, to the second half of today's economic update as we go into the definition, the meaning of the term communism. We looked at more of its ancient history, its basic meanings in the first half. Now I want to take you through what it has come to mean in the modern times. Well, here's the first thing that may surprise you. Ideas of socialism, of doing things together as a community. Remember that root word of commune for communism. That's as old as capitalism. As old as the system of capitalism has been criticisms of it, feelings that there were things about it that people living in it did not like, and they wanted to change them. And the things that they found unhappy won't surprise you because they are the things we continue to find flaws in capitalism. The biggest one, probably, inequality. People noticed in capitalism that if your dream of overcoming feudalism, if your dream of overcoming the feudalism of the British Empire in North America, or to overthrow the unfair feudalism of Louis in France, who built Versailles, or his family did, the super inequality of late feudalism, if you wanted to overthrow that for an egalitarian society, and remember the slogan of the French Revolution, liberty, equality, fraternity, or the image of Thomas Jefferson that the post-revolutionary America would be a land of small, roughly equal farmers, then you would have quickly understood as capitalism evolved that it did not get rid of inequality, it reproduced the inequality. And over a few generations, inequality like the feudal gap between the lord and the serf. Indeed, if you look at Elon Musk today, or people like that, they are like ancient pharaohs in the absurd wealth they have relative to the rest of us. And people didn't like that about capitalism. It made the few rich and the rest of us not at all. And so they said, we should change this. And they came up with ideas that took on the name socialism. We want to focus on making society a certain way, like a community of more or less equals. Sure, you can have a little richer, a little poorer, but within a framework where we're not all that different. Not some of us with billions and the rest of us with nothing. This is not so complicated. And so people said, let's have rules. Let's have limits. Because we'll be at each other. Those who have nothing will be bitter and angry and envious. And those who have a lot will be protective and nasty and bitter. And they will hire some of the poor to protect against the rest of the poor, taking the bit from them that they need and want. We don't want that kind of society. And they had the name socialist. It's one of many names they had. Levelers was another name. Populist was another name. There's a whole variety of names in different countries at different times. But the ideas were simple. Instead of letting each individual become as rich at the expense of others as they could get away with, you had rules that would govern everybody, rich and poor alike, so that there wouldn't be the gaps between them. And that idea has agitated capitalism from day one to right now. Why? Because capitalism keeps producing inequality against which people push. And so we have that tension in our societies. Then there were people who went further, who said, we ought to make property collective. Land shouldn't belong to an individual. Individual didn't put it there. An individual didn't make the land. If you were religious, you felt God made the land. If you weren't, it was there before we were. So why did people get pieces of land? Private property began to strike people as the root of the problem. We're just human beings here for a while. The property stays here, the land and the trees and the ore beneath the ground and the fish in the sea. We're stewards of public property, of collective property, of God's gift to the human race, whatever. And so these were ideas that developed and used the word sometimes communism. The early part of the 19th century, the critique of capitalism reached a whole new level when someone put the ideas together in a mammoth work of criticism. That was Karl Marx. That work has never been superseded. People have developed it, extended it, but that's the basic idea. And Marx called what he was in favor of socialism. That's all he ever talked about. His commentary on communism, very few never wrote a book about communism. Yes, he's famous, if you don't know the work of his maturity, when he wrote his great analysis of capitalism in 3 volumes called Capital. If you don't know about that, maybe what you know about is something called the Communist Manifesto. There's that word again. And why did Marx use it? Because he wanted to show that he was not in the socialist group so much as he was in the communist group. But in those days, in the early part of the 19th century, it didn't matter all that much. The words overlapped into one another. Was Marx sympathetic to collective property? Of course he was. One of his teachers was a French thinker named Proudhon, very famous for the phrase private property equals theft. Didn't like it much, did he? But Marx went further and wanted to talk about production and how we relate to one another when we produce goods and services. That, he thought, was the key part of capitalism that caused all of its negative outcomes, like inequality. So he joined a little group, tiny group of people in the Germany of his time and in the Europe of his time, who called themselves communists in those days. And so he wrote a manifesto for them during the upheaval of 1848 all across Europe. So he called it the Communist Manifesto. Notice, it was the manifesto of the communist group. It was not a description of a society. Read it, you'll see it. At the end of it are a set of demands, which are things that the Democratic Party or many other political parties would espouse today. They are not revolutionary. They are improvements for the working class within capitalism. Okay. Socialists in the 19th century were critics of capitalism, like Marx. Something different happened at the end. In 1871, a group of socialists took over the government of Paris. The French government had collapsed. It had lost the war with Germany at that time, and it couldn't govern. And the working class of Paris rose up, took over the government, threw the French government out of their own capital city, and ran it for a few months. And they called their experiment the Paris Commune. Interesting. 40 years later, 50 years later, the Russian revolutionary Lenin, studying the French Commune as an example of workers taking power, led the Socialist Party, the Socialist Party of Russia, to grab power when the Russian government couldn't govern the country because it had just lost World War I. And in the aftermath of the Russians doing this, they became the only country in the world where socialism had graduated from being a critique of capitalism to trying to construct an alternative society to capitalism. And Lenin was very clear in the 5 years that he lived from the revolution till he died. In those 5 years, the most important speech he made said the following: "We have seized power here in Russia. We have momentous historical achievement for the working class. A pro-working class, anti-capitalist political party is now the government. And we won a civil war with those who don't want us. And we repulsed foreign armies that came to tear us down. The American, the British, the French, and the Japanese had sent armies into Russia to crush the revolution. That all failed. We're in charge." And then came the key remark: "But all we've done is take over the state, changing the society from capitalist to socialist. We haven't done that yet. We may be able to do it. We better do it, or else our government will not survive. We cannot keep a socialist government on a capitalist foundation." 70 years later, the Soviet Union collapsed. And why? Pretty much because of what Lenin had warned them about. What did he mean? He meant a new idea, which he got from Marx, but too many Marxists didn't. That the issue isn't who runs the government. The issue is, how do you organize the factories, the offices, and the stores? If you allow a tiny group of people to sit at the top of them, make all the decisions, tell you what to do when you come to work, decide who gets the fruits of this enterprise, mostly, of course, themselves, then you'll have inequality. You'll have rich and poor. You'll have the whole collection of capitalist problems. Having a workers' government is not a sufficient solution to that problem. You got to change the organization. You got to bring community into the workplace. It's got to be run as a democratic community, or else the larger society around the enterprises cannot function as a democratic society. What Lenin tried to introduce, which is now, in the aftermath of the collapse of the Soviet Union, coming more and more into focus for people, is that the revolution never made the step Lenin saw it needed way back in the early 1920s. It needs to transform the workplace. That's what communism has come to mean. And that's what has not happened, not in Soviet Union, not in Russia since, and not in Cuba, and not in China, and not yet. Whatever achievements those societies have made, and they made many, as did the Soviet Union, that were progressive, many of them, they didn't make the change that can now be clarified. Socialism leaves the business of society in the private hands of capitalists, more or less. Communism says, no. You got to go further than that. Not to give the enterprises to the government. That's what the Soviet Union did. That's not the answer. The answer is to change the way the enterprise works. You haven't done that if you've replaced private board of directors with government officials. What you've got to do is make the enterprise the collective democratic project of the workers there. Then you will have realized what this idea of communism, having gone through all these different permutations and combinations, what it now, in our time, and for us, what it means. I hope you found this the beginning of an answer to your question about communism. We will continue and come back to this topic and project in the near future. And as always, I look forward to speaking with you again next week.
So Fiona, we're back.
Hello.
Hello. And we are mainly following what's been happening in Lebanon the last 24 hours.
Yeah. We have to start by talking about this, and we have to be very, very clear. This was an act of terrorism by UK-backed Israel. No matter what way you look at this was pure, unadulterated, violent terror that was enacted that killed, I don't know actually what the final number is yet. There's probably more to come out, but at least 9 or 10 people I think have been killed.
And 2,000 injured, including kids, innocent civilians.
Yeah. And it's just watching that take place and then looking at how Western mainstream media has reported on it is insane. The BBC, the news presenters are talking about an audacious attack, innovative, in this language that they use to try and cover up for what it is. But this is what they have always done when it comes to Israel. They have always protected and tried to mask the truth of what Israel is doing. But I think now it's at a point where the events and the way in which they're reported, it's so jarring, the difference in the truth of the matter, that it's not working in the same way that it used to. I tweeted, Israel is a terrorist state.
Yeah, I saw that.
And got some interesting responses, to put it that way. And it's provocative because it gets to the heart of the matter. And the falseness of what Zionism bases itself on and defenders of Israel base themselves on, which is that they're there somehow promoting or protecting democracy across the Middle East, when they are the beating heart of violence across that whole region.
Yeah,
And,
I mean, imagine if another state had put explosives in this case it was pagers, it could be mobile phones, in the mobile phones of politicians in this country, and then detonated them and killed a dozen people, maimed thousands more.
Yeah.
Imagine the outcry. That would be described as terrorism.
Absolutely.
And that's what's happened here.
Absolutely. It'd be on the front pages of every single newspaper. It's ridiculous. But why is it happening is the other important thing that we need to talk about. It's because Netanyahu, there is one thing in Netanyahu's mind. One, of course, is the ongoing genocide against the Palestinians, the complete attempt of ethnic cleansing. He knows the only way to maintain his position is if he can force a war throughout the region that drags the US into it, that forces the US to be much more involved with more money and more resources. I'm sure he wakes up and that is what is in his mind.
Of course, because they haven't managed to achieve their war aims, even against Hamas. They wanted to completely destroy Hamas and wipe it out. That hasn't happened.
Yeah.
He's not able to keep. It cannot happen. He's not able to keep people safe in Israel, and he's also faced, if he loses power, with a trial on corruption charges. He is desperate to keep this war going. The only way, as you say, that he can do that is by getting the US involved. And for that, he's trying to provoke and blowing up these pages in Lebanon is part of that. The Iranian ambassador in Beirut was one of the injured. This is major provocation against Iran, for example. It could result in a regional conflict into which the US would have to step.
And this has been planned. This specific attack required months and months of preparation as well. It's not just a random thing that has happened. This is part of Netanyahu's strategy. And that is a reflection of how dangerous the whole situation has become and how dangerous the world has become, because a wider war throughout the region will result in huge amounts of deaths, huge amounts of displacement, huge amounts of injuries, and also just will further destabilize the world. And what we've got to ask ourselves is, this is madness. Why is the world being dragged more and more into wars? And it's exemplified through people like Netanyahu, but also on the other side, Zelensky.
I was going to ask you about that. I was going to mention that because it is very similar to the Zelensky situation. That war, and Alan Woods has written a couple of really good articles this week, which are on Marxist.com, covering the Middle East and Ukraine. And he makes this point that war is lost for Ukraine and for NATO. There is no way they can win, that they can achieve their war aims at this stage. All they can do is drag it out. And that is what Zelensky is trying to do. And actually his goal is to try and get more support from the US, ideally drag the US into that war as well, into a direct confrontation with Russia. That's what all of this week, all this news, these discussions about using the long-range missiles that the West is providing in or against targets in Russia, that's what that is about. And Putin has said that would be a declaration of war by the West against Russia. But it's especially the British, actually. It's especially Starmer and David Lammy who have been pushing this. But this
as the British did before when Boris Johnson was Prime Minister.
That's right.
And flying to Ukraine and trying to force Zelensky to continue the war, even when there was a possibility for a deal to be made. Boris flew there and said, no, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Right.
And now they're continuing this insane warmongering.
The British actually are the worst warmongers out of the lot. But this is the point, that Zelensky, Netanyahu, their only chance of survival, their only chance of achieving anything, their only chance of avoiding a total defeat is to get the US involved in a direct confrontation with major nuclear-armed powers like Russia or Iran, for example. In other words, these madmen are willing to risk all of our lives, certainly willing to risk the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in their regions on this gamble, for their own personal, narrow interests. It is a very unstable situation. The question is, and this was the title of one of Alan's articles this week, are we facing World War III?
Well, as you said, they're trying to drag us into, these provocative conflicts with nuclear powers, which means that direct confrontation would mean, mass death, destruction on the biggest possible scale. So that is something that doesn't actually suit their interests, funnily enough. But perhaps more importantly, it's also about the mood that exists in all of these countries themselves. These, even Biden, because we should say, although Starmer and Lammy flew over to meet him, hoping to get the seal of approval for these missiles. Actually, Biden didn't approve it in the end. And it's because I think in a lot of these countries, they're aware that there is a deep mood of anger at home. And actually not mass popular support for this kind of action.
Yeah, absolutely not.
If America went into a direct confrontation with Russia, America could not, in a way that maybe it could have done in the past, whip up mass propaganda and nationalism for full support for such a war. And so basically we would say the class balance of forces, the way that it exists in the world today, means that this kind of mass World War III is unlikely, or will be very, very hard to get to, because people won't support it at all.
I think that's right. I mean, it's not even that they wouldn't support it, it's that I think it would provoke a massive movement against the government. Imagine now in this country, in Britain, if Keir Starmer said, as he almost is saying, although it hasn't been made very clear and explicit, but if he said, we are at war with Russia, and all of a sudden there was a threat of nuclear weapons being used against British cities, do you think, what would the reaction be? Do you think people would sit around and say, oh, yeah, all right, yeah, maybe? There's no support for Starmer as it is. They don't understand why we're sending billions of pounds over to Ukraine anyway. There would be a massive uprising. And Starmer, he is a bit of an idiot, but he's not that much of an idiot. I think he knows that. And I think it's the same case in the US. And they will, as you say, therefore be held back from all-out world war by that threat of the class movement that would come.
Well, do you remember a couple of months ago when the Tories, had their national service policy as part of their manifesto, and the response, especially from young people, was just to laugh at it. And there were polls at the time, would you sign up to fight in the army or something if Britain was under attack? And the majority of young people were like, no, no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't fight for Britain on the world stage. Because why would they? Why would they feel that this country or the idea of it, this society or this government offers them anything? And I think that mood is replicated in different countries, especially in America and elsewhere.
I think that's right. I think that's very true. But it doesn't mean, just because there's not going to be a direct confrontation between the US and Russia or the US and China, it doesn't mean there's not a lot of instability and war and horrors that are going to break out and intensify in the next period. And it affects everything. I mean, we haven't really got time to discuss it now, But one of the things that has also come up this week is the second assassination attempt against Donald Trump by a bloke whose main obsession is the question of Ukraine. So this idea of massive instability being tied up with all of this foreign policy, this imperialism that's taking place, is very clear for everybody to see. But I think that's why we are getting quite a good response, and you in particular are getting a good response on this question of books, not bombs, on the idea that there is something we can do here in Britain to fight our own imperialists here at home because of all this chaos that they are pouring fuel into around the world. I mean, you got a good response in Edinburgh.
Yes, so we've started the Books Not Bombs tour, and I began in Edinburgh last week. And yeah, what I spoke at a meeting, and I spoke about this drive to war that is taking place, this militarism, the increase in defence spending and all of this stuff. And in some respects, it's quite overwhelming when you lay it out like that. It's like, oh my God, these people, these prime ministers, these presidents all around the world, yeah, they're dragging us into this. And they're already, as you say, World War III perhaps is not on the cards, but regional conflict and regional wars are already responsible for killing tens of thousands of people, displacing so many more. And it's a bit overwhelming. Okay, so what can we do? And what can we do in Britain, right? We're here in Britain. We first have to understand what is it exactly that British imperialism does or is doing in the world today? How exactly is Britain involved in all of these conflicts? And once we understand that, yeah, then we can see, okay, well, we have a responsibility, and what we want to organise here in Britain is a movement, is ultimately a party against British imperialism and against our own ruling class. And I think this is important because, you know, in this meeting that I did in Edinburgh, which was very good, and there was a lot of different discussion and questions and comments that came up, but something that the discussion centred around was a bit of like, where is a revolution more likely to take place? And there were some people in the room that were saying that, well, isn't a revolution much more likely to take place in an oppressed country, a kind of ex-colonial?
That's quite a common idea.
Which is a common idea, because of the nature of oppression and imperialism and colonialism. And it's true that the more blunt and forceful and exploitative kind of a working class is, or an oppressed people is, that will inevitably provoke some sort of fight back, and even revolutions. And we see that all the time throughout history. But I said in response to that, first of all, we can't just sit in a room and predict, where do we think a revolution is going to take place? That's not what drives things, really. But even if you were completely convinced, I don't think it's true or correct to say this, that a revolution could only happen in another country or in the global south, as people will call it, what will British imperialism do if such a revolution takes place? What would a capitalist Britain do? What would a capitalist America do? What have they always done? They've done everything they can to squash that revolution, to be the resources and the funding for a counter-revolution to take place in those countries. So that is even more of a reason for us to organise now, today, to do everything we can to overthrow British imperialism and to stop British imperialism, and not just sit back, because some people, when they make those arguments, inadvertently, what they're suggesting is a kind of passivity of us not having to organise in Britain, which is absolutely false.
Exactly, because when you think about it, the possibilities are massive for working class people in Britain to organise against imperialism. We were talking about this, you and me, just the other day, that Britain plays this big role in exporting capital on behalf of Western capitalists, especially the US, also other countries. It's a big financial hub, especially the City of London. What is it that keeps the lights on in the City of London? What is it that keeps those buildings cleaned and usable? What is it that gets the workers to work in the first place? It's all the labour of working class people. It's the people who man the oil rigs that provide the power and lay the infrastructure that provide the power. It's the cleaners. It's the public sector workers who provide the teaching, the education for the future generations of workers, or the healthcare for the existing workers, who drive the buses and the tubes to get people to work.
And the civil servants who write the contracts.
All of this, it's working class people that actually keep the whole thing functioning. And here we are, sat in London in this hub of global imperialism, and we hold all the threads in our hands. Yes, but it needs organisation around a program, around a political program. The idea that there is an alternative to the capitalist system, to a system based on production for profit instead of need, and actually you could have a socialist system instead, where the economy is in the hands of working class people and run for that purpose. But we have an enormous power here to help. Exactly as you say, the revolution could break out anywhere, but you know that Britain is going to be an important country in the class struggle one way or another. Yes. We have a big responsibility from that point of view.
Yeah. And given the conditions in Britain today, I think people are very open to these ideas.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, we're getting a good response. You've mainly been in Edinburgh. You're focusing on the universities at the moment. I think you're going to Queen Mary and Sheffield.
Yes.
I'm sure you get a good response there. But it's also getting a good response with some of the younger students. I mean, I've had a report in from some of the comrades in Cambridge, Long Road Sixth Form College, where a Palestine Society, a Solidarity with Palestine Society, is being organised. And I've heard a similar thing from South London in Balham, where some youngsters are putting on an anti-imperialist meeting, and there's been lots of interest from the local schools. Heard a similar thing in Brighton, for example. And it's not just the youngsters, also then in workplaces, this is being taken up. So I know for a fact that in Birmingham, in Unison, big public sector trade union, there is a resolution being put through there. Well, hopefully it will pass. It's certainly being moved there, targeting this question of our own imperialists, the role of the imperialists, and the importance of, in this country, and the importance of workers fighting back.
And that's very good, because the TUC a couple of weeks ago passed motions calling on an end to all arms sales to Israel.
Exactly.
And that's great from the TUC, but let's see the action. That's the point. Not just words, action, please.
And that is going to come from rank and file trade unionists pushing stuff through their local branches that can get up to the national level in these trade unions and get them to put a bit of pressure on. Yeah. So yeah, you can see it. Look, it's early days. The RCP's doing what it can, but you're starting to see this seep into people's consciousness, I think, and the idea that they should do something to fight back against this. It is connecting a lot, I would say. But the other thing we're finding, which is interesting now, there is a specific anger, polarization, radicalization around the question of imperialism, books, not bombs. But I know you've also seen these reports. I've been reading them as they've been coming in as well, of the freshers' fairs at the universities. Yeah. Lots of young people, tens of thousands of young people starting university, some of them for the first time, free to explore new ideas and think for themselves a bit more. And we're seeing this really big interest in the raw ideas of communism, specifically. Yeah. I mean, you saw this poll that came out a couple of days ago?
Yeah, there was a poll that asked people in Britain, if you had to choose between communism and fascism, what would you choose? And the overwhelming answer was for communism. Whichever, and they also went into different subsections. Labour voters, Green. The Green vote was very interesting.
I did notice.
The Green vote was the most favourable from the point of view of communism. But it was something like 40%. Was it 40%?
It was
a bit more than
it was
that,
40% were for communism. Yeah. If you include the don't knows, if you take out the don't knows, 80% picked communism and 20% picked fascism.
And that's incredible, considering how much propaganda and how much work goes into being anti-communist.
Yeah, that's right. That's how it's taught at the schools.
In school, in society, in media, in conscious ways, but also in some unconscious ways. Anti-communism is a big thing that
and in particular, what they like to say is that communism and fascism are the same.
Yeah.
But what this shows is that people have not bought that.
100%. And so we've experienced this. A lot of people at the freshers asking us directly, why are you communist? Or what I find interesting today is that sometimes when people ask about communism, it's not because they have a preconceived negative idea. They like what you're saying, but they're saying, oh, so why are you a communist then? Like, explain to me, what is the link? What is the link between Palestine and communism? What is the link between Starmer and the need to be a communist? Like, what is the link between climate change and communism? People are really interested in that. And that is exactly what, RCP branches and the university students in particular are going to be putting meetings on for the next.
I think there's a lot of plans along those lines. Yeah. We've been getting the usual questions also from people, and it's inevitable, and it's a good thing. They come up to us at the freshers' fairs and they say, okay, communism, sure. But then they give you the usual kind of questions that we're very used to fielding, which it's the usual tropes that are taught in schools, for example, about communism and socialism. It's things like, the kind of thing we're talking about, quick fire.
Mm-hmm.
what about human nature? Aren't humans inherently selfish and greedy, and therefore communism can never work?
Yeah. Okay. You're testing me.
How do you answer
You're
it?
testing
30
me.
seconds. Go.
Okay. I would say that humans are not innately anything. This idea of human nature as this fixed thing is completely false. Everything we think and feel and relate, the way we understand the world, is determined by the world around us, by capitalism. Capitalism promotes individualism. Capitalism promotes greed. Conditions are what determine consciousness.
Yeah, that's it.
And if we lived in different conditions, we would relate and think very differently to each other. And it wouldn't be greed and individualism.
I think that's spot on. Okay, give me
Let me turn the tables. So, hasn't communism been tried and failed?
Yeah, okay, that's a classic. Well, I mean, if we're talking about the USSR, which typically this question is talking about the USSR, I'd actually say there's a massive success story there. The USSR went from being an incredibly backward, basically peasant economy, to being the second most economically powerful nation on earth in the space of about 50 years. And it did that not thanks to capitalism, but because of a planned socialist economy. That's a massive success. Now, obviously, the USSR did collapse. And the reason it did that was not because of the planned economy. It was because the planned economy was choked off by a complete lack of democracy, by a bureaucratic, Stalinist dictatorship, basically, that choked all the oxygen out of the democracy, which is the oxygen in a planned economy. People need to be able to say, this is what we're capable of producing, this is what we need, and on that basis, you make a plan. That wasn't done in the Soviet Union. It became this ossified bureaucracy at the top that choked it off. And that is what caused it to collapse in the end. What we're fighting for, what genuine communism is, what real socialism is a democratically planned economy. And that has not been tried and failed. And that's what we're fighting for now.
That's pretty good.
There you go.
I don't think it was 30 seconds though.
All right, okay, fine, whatever. But if you're talking sense, people...
Yeah. I think I should join the LCP.
Okay, I mean, there's loads more things like that. And actually, we've got a load of FAQs, Marxist FAQs on the website. Or communist.red, which you can have a look at if you want more short answers to questions like that. But yeah, overall, I would say the response so far from the reports that we've seen has been really fantastic. I mean, in Bristol, to take one example, they had their Freshers' Fair this week, and I think 80 people have said that they're interested in joining the RCP off the back of a few events that the comrades have had this week. And I mean, 80 people out of how many tens of thousands of students there are at Bristol University is a fairly small number, but that's okay. Give us 80 new people in Bristol, and we can do quite a lot with that. So 80 well-educated, well-trained, organised communists. I can do.
I think Che Guevara said something about that.
Probably.
Give me 10 people. I can.
Yeah.
You need
our
more than
methods
10.
might be slightly different.
He was talking about something else. We're not starting guerrilla warfare in Bristol.
But
I took us off track.
That kind of report, though, like the Bristol one, has been coming in from everywhere. I think I read a similar thing from Leeds. 25 people very quickly said that they were interested in joining up there. I mean, what's interesting as well is that in Manchester, the report that came in said that there was a lot of interest, exactly as you were just saying, in the ideas of communism as a whole, and specifically how that relates to fighting austerity and Starmer and what Starmer's been up to and things like this.
Yeah, you know, Starmer. He's in the minds of a lot of people at the moment, because I don't know if you saw this article. There's a lot in the news about all of the gifts that Starmer gets.
Yeah.
And like Keir Starmer, I think, has accepted more gifts than any other recent party leader, definitely any other Labour Party leader since like 1997 or something like this.
But it's gifts like what?
It's like going to watch Arsenal, and like going to concerts, and like this man is addicted to freebies, and his wife's designer clothes. And David Lammy was on Sky News justifying it and claiming, "Oh yeah, well it's difficult." It's
and who do you think is giving it? Is it normal people giving Keir Starmer tickets to Arsenal, or his wife's designer clothes?
Of course not. This is, by the way, corruption. This is corruption, and this is another.
These are bribes.
These are bribes, and if it was a different country, the way they would report on this would be so different. It's always been the same way. The way that lobbying and gifts and bribes is spoken about in Western capitalist countries is crazy compared to how they would report about it in an African country or something else.
Yeah.
But anyway, people are angry and furious about this, and this is just going to grow. This is just one tiny example of Starmer's corruption.
Yeah, and as Manchester shows us, that is exactly what is driving people towards our comrades at these Freshers festivals. Another thing that's driving them towards us, this report actually came in from Hull, is that they actually were meeting a lot of people from places like Nigeria, students from Nigeria, from Kenya. Obviously, there have been mass movements there, revolutionary movements, and these guys have been radicalized a lot by that. And what was interesting was that what the comrades reported is that these people were coming up to our stores, coming up to our comrades, a little bit cautious at first to find out if we were the real deal, if we knew what we were talking about, and if we had a good position, good analysis, good understanding of the situation. And we do have that because we have produced a lot of very good material on our websites and in our paper about that. The comrades knew what they were talking about. And these guys are then actually very enthusiastic about getting involved with the RCP.
Yeah.
So that's another thing that is driving people towards us.
Massive international events, yeah.
Yeah, exactly that. And I mean, the last thing is this business in Cardiff, which I think you saw, we put it on social media.
Yeah, I mean, massive international events, hatred towards Starmer, polls about communism, all of that is true and very good. But something we make a point of saying a lot is that, society isn't just happily moving in a leftward direction, but actually it's polarizing. And there are also very, very right-wing elements that are having a grip in society. And we basically saw a kind of dramatic, horrible expression of that in Cardiff, where one of our comrades was out postering, canvassing, promoting a meeting that the Cardiff communists were having later that day. And he was attacked. He was like
it was a vicious
head-butted. And he had to get stitches and all this kind of stuff. I mean, he's fine, we should say. I mean, not just fine. He was smiling in the pictures afterwards. Like, it was not a big deal to him, evidently. But which is good. Communism makes you tough. But this is serious, and it's a reflection of this polarization in society.
Yeah, but as you say, I mean, he was in good spirits. I think the result was more people came out to help us canvass and build support for this meeting that we had last night.
Yeah.
And then the result was the meeting went really well and people joined the Revolutionary Communist Party at the end of it. And that is the best response to these kind of attacks by right-wingers. And that is just generally that idea, more people coming towards us, finding the RCP and wanting to get involved. That is the nature of these few weeks that we're going through at the moment, this period in general. That's what we're out doing. It's a growth drive, a recruitment drive that we're on at the moment. And so far, the response has been really excellent. So long may that continue. If you haven't yet joined the RCP, but you're watching or listening to the podcast, then you should think about it. You should get in touch. If you contact us through the website, someone will get in touch locally and you can go for a coffee, meet up. They'll explain how the branch works locally and what you can do to be involved. If it's the kind of thing you like the sound of, then you can get stuck in. I would also say, obviously, we discussed a lot of politics today as well. If you want to find out more about those ideas, then you should subscribe to the Communist newspaper, but you should also have a look at our websites where there's even more. The paper is limited, obviously, in its space.
By space.
Yeah, by space, not in the profundity of its analysis, obviously, but the websites have a lot more stuff on there that you can read up on. So I'd encourage everybody to visit those. And hopefully, if you're not out touring and speaking to other people, we'll be sat down again together next week.
Lebanon's Hezbollah has confirmed that 2 of its top commanders were killed in an Israeli airstrike on Beirut. Lebanese health officials now put the death toll for the strike at 31, including 3 children. The attack has raised regional fears of an all-out war between Israel and Hezbollah, which is designated a terrorist group by many countries.
2 apartment buildings ruined in this densely populated neighborhood in Beirut. The airstrike happened during rush hour, as people were leaving work and children heading home from school. Hours later, rescue teams were still on the scene, looking for anyone still trapped under the rubble. Israel says civilians are being used as a human shield by Hezbollah leaders. And according to Israel, Commander Ibrahim Akil, one of the most wanted men on the planet, had gathered here underground with other Hezbollah operatives under a residential building.
If Hezbollah is not pushed back from our border to north of the Litani River,
through diplomatic efforts, Israel will be left with no choice but to use any means within our rights to defend our citizens and enable the evacuees of the North to return to their homes. And I call the parties to act now before it's too late, because we don't want to see escalation in the region. We have no intention to enter a war with Hezbollah and Lebanon, but we cannot continue the way it is.
For people in Lebanon, though, the lines between what is war and what isn't are becoming increasingly blurred.
Weaselly little liar,
War? I don't know if it started or not, but nothing is reassuring. It is clear that the two sides will not stop.
I'm not afraid for myself. I just want the country to get better. But it's not. The war just keeps going. I don't know where we're heading.
And the fears of not knowing where this flurry of tit-for-tat attacks is heading are rising by the day. Hours before Israel's Beirut strike, Hezbollah pounded northern Israel with dozens of rockets. And this came after the deadly explosions of Hezbollah pages and other communication devices earlier this week. Israel has neither confirmed nor denied its involvement in the blasts of the devices. The United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights has condemned device explosions in Lebanon as violation of international law. The UN spokesperson in turn urged all parties to de-escalate immediately, saying that the region is on the brink of a catastrophe.
Joining me in the studio is DW Middle East analyst Shani Rusanes. Hello, Shani.
Hey, Eddie.
What does the latest strike on Beirut tell us about Israel's new war goals?
Well, Israel announced officially this week that bringing back the Israeli citizens who had to evict from the northern border back to their homes, this is about 60,000 Israelis, this is an official goal for this war, which was not so far, and they seem to be pushing very strong on it. It's not just because of internal pressure from Israelis who want to see some solution to the north, but it's also because there's an understanding that what's happening in Gaza, there was always the hope that a hostage deal would be the key that will bring down escalation in Gaza and also will tone down Hezbollah attacks, which is something that Nasrallah himself this week said, it's all connected. And once there's an understanding there is no solution coming for Gaza, the Israeli government realized they need to start working on a plan for the north border, the clashes with Hezbollah, and we see a very, very strong escalation in a week.
Yeah, definitely an escalation. Israel, however, says it does not want an all-out war. But based on recent events, what are the chances of, for instance, Israel invading Lebanon?
Well, we need to look very carefully at what Israel is doing. It has tried to avoid any ground operations across the border into Lebanon or any, invasion as it might end up looking like. So for Israel, that would be the last case scenario because Israel's military is stretched. Of course, still many soldiers in the southern border with Gaza. There's the West Bank. And a ground operation in Lebanon would be a very complicated mission. Israelis know it very well. Many of the commanders of the military today have spent years and years operating in the south of Lebanon along the border where Israel has tried for many years to create a buffer zone and failed and paid with the lives of many Lebanese and, of course, many Israelis and soldiers. So Israel will try to avoid that. They're pushing back the ball into Hezbollah, into Nasrallah's hands and hope to see where he's taking it, basically saying, we're not afraid, you're not going to be the only one setting up the rules here, but they still hope it's not going to be an all-out war.
Yeah, and meanwhile, the tit-for-tat continues. Iran is yet to retaliate for the killing of Hamas political chief Ismail Haniyeh. It seems something we've sort of forgotten about, but how prepared is Israel if that happened?
Well, if you ask Israel officially, of course they are. They have been preparing for a war with Iran for decades now. There seems to be an understanding that whatever it is that Iran might be doing, Israel can contain it. That at least was the assumption that they were operating under when they went along with this presumed assassination of Haniyeh, which Israel still does not officially acknowledge it. It stood behind. But then at the same time, for Iran, many years Hezbollah was supposed to be the arm through which it executes any conflicts with Israel. And we might be seeing this happening any moment now.
Right. Shani Rosanes, DW Middle East analyst. Thank you.
You're welcome, Eddie.
Right.
I'm now joined by Behnam Ben Taleblu, who is a senior fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies in Washington, D.C. Thank you for joining us.
Pleasure. Thank you for having me.
So the UN's High Commissioner for Human Rights has condemned the Lebanon device blast as a violation of international law. What's your take?
Well, it's an interesting take by the UN High Commissioner because there's been relative silence from the United Nations, both personally and professionally, when you look at high-ranking UN personnel, as well as from different organs of the UN body since October 8th, which is when Lebanese Hezbollah became the first of the many Iran-backed Shia militias in the region to enter and make what we're facing in the Middle East a wider multi-front war against Israel. So with immense respect to the High Commissioner, I find that to be a somewhat politicized take, and I also see it as one that looks at the conflict through a series of snapshots rather than a story of or a video that is changing over time.
Well, it might be a politicized interpretation, but some analysts have been saying that Israel is playing Russian roulette and dramatically risk an escalation with Iran and its proxies. Do you agree?
Well, actually, I think there's been a change in Israeli national security doctrine, perhaps not officially, but philosophically since October 7, whereas when you looked at the way Israel dealt with many of these groups and even dealt with their patron, the Islamic Republic of Iran, it was more about managing the situation. Now, I think post-October 7, given issues Israel faces on many fronts now, I think it's quite keen to solve some of these problems. And militarily, Israel is indeed doubling down. It's added, for example, to its war aims by the war cabinet, the bringing back of the 60 to 80,000 internally displaced persons, which requires a measure of peace and calm and quiet on the northern border. And Israel appears united in the sense of achieving that means using the military option more frequently and with greater vigor and trying to gut as many mid to high level Hezbollah commanders as possible. So Israel is indeed engaging in some short-term escalatory steps with the hopes of restoring deterrence for a longer period of time.
Well, as you were saying there, Israel does appear to be focusing its military campaign on high-ranking Hezbollah figures, and Hezbollah has now confirmed that the death of one of their top commanders in this recent attack in Beirut. So after this week's events, how seriously would you say Hezbollah and its command structures have been weakened?
Well, not to the extent that Hamas in the south, in the Gaza Strip, has been weakened, where there's been a systematic gutting of the Hamas political and military infrastructure inside the Gaza Strip, as well as transnationally with some of the strikes that we saw in Lebanon, as well as in Iran over the past 11 months. Hezbollah is a little bit of a different story. They've had different elements of their command structure, such as one of their air defense leaders, for example, taken out. This individual, Mr. Ariel, that you mentioned, was tied to their elite ground forces, the Redouan forces. These are the people that would engage in a cross-border operation if the higher-ups ever green-lighted it. So they've gone after different elements of the command and control in Lebanese Hezbollah's infrastructure. To that extent, I don't believe politically they have crippled the organization yet.
But when it comes to both Iran and Hezbollah, they have promised some type of response to these latest attacks. What do you think are the options that they have available to them?
Very interesting, less so Iran than Hezbollah in this instance. And even as we get more perspective and distance from it, it's been about a month and a half now since the Islamic Republic promised a harsh revenge and indeed talked about, quote unquote, bloodlust in response to the killing of Hamas chief Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran by the Israelis in late July, yet no official overt kinetic operation has commenced from the Iranians, at least, like we saw on April 13 and April 14. And I think the reason is the closer that we get to the one-year anniversary of the October 7 terrorist attack, the Islamic Republic is unfortunately, it's sitting pretty. It's looking back at the regional chessboard. Things are going its way. Regional normalization between the Israelis and the Saudis is delayed or at least pushed back. There's greater tension between the Arab street and the Arab states. And indeed, there's greater political tension between Arab states in Israel overtly and Arab states and even the United States of America. So while Iran's proxy network is more dependent on it and Iran is getting more great power patronage, Israel is indeed being politically isolated from some of its Western counterparts, as well as losing some of the bridges that it had built or tried to build earlier. So that may explain why the Iranians are not responding. And therefore, I fear it's more a sense of success than fear that is explaining the short-term restraint. With Hezbollah, I think it's still very much the art of the possible. They know that if they try to phase too much, they could end up losing their head. So they're quite keen to continue the tit-for-tat and escalate it ever so slightly to stay below some of Israel's thresholds.
All right. That was Behnam Bentaloglu, Senior Fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies in Washington, D.C. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Let's bring in Hans Jakob Schindler, Senior Director at the Counter-Extremism Project. Hello and welcome, sir. Now, in a few days, there's been pages and walkie-talkie explosions, and now last night's airstrike. How weakened is Hezbollah now?
At the moment, Hezbollah is in a really weak situation. On the one hand, it cannot trust its communication devices. It had tried to switch to different means of communications via pager to make its communication system more secure. And now that has proved extremely unreliable, even deadly. And on the other hand, it just lost again within a space of a couple of weeks, the second in command after Nasrallah. So Aqil was promoted after his predecessor was killed by Israel. So Hezbollah is in a very, very weak state right now, but this is, of course, only temporarily. Communications systems can be replaced. Also, there will be, of course, a replacement for Aqil.
Right. And it's been tit for tat, between these two sides for a while now. How could Hezbollah respond to the latest attack?
Well, Hezbollah has very few options. It is very clear, even from the words of Nasrallah, who admitted that this was a heavy hit when the pagers and the walkie-talkie exploded, that Hezbollah, or neither Hezbollah nor Iran, really want to see this slide into a major regional military confrontation. That leaves Hezbollah with very few options. Clearly, the Israeli airstrikes prior to killing Aqil, which targeted rocket launchers, indicated that Israel is assuming a large rocket and drone barrage towards northern Israel, maybe even central Israel, for which Hezbollah absolutely has the capability by now. But that's pretty much the only option that Hezbollah could do. Any intrusion into Israeli territory, any larger scale terrorist attacks inside Israel always bears the risk that those within the Israeli government, and Defense Minister Gallant has been the most outspoken among those, who really think that this is now a time to deal with Hezbollah, would then finally get the go-ahead for a larger scale, possibly even land invasion into Lebanon.
While all that is going on that front, it's fair to ask where this leaves the latest escalation leaves the war in Gaza. Can Israel afford a two-front war?
Well, I mean, Israel has already transferred the 98th Division out of Gaza into the northern part of Israel. There was a decision by the war cabinet in Israel a couple of days ago that now the northern front is becoming more important. Gaza really militarily is done. Even the Israeli side had announced that it had destroyed more or less the military infrastructure of Hamas in Gaza. Now the question is, what is going to be a sustainable situation in Gaza? Who is going to administer the Gaza Strip? And how can the IDF, while moving troops out of the Gaza Strip, actually prevent Hamas from coming back? Any vacuum that the Israeli military and security forces leave behind in Gaza will, of course, mean Hamas is re-emerging. There is simply no other Palestinian faction in Gaza that can administer this territory unless the PNA is allowed to go in, or the UN, or some international troops.
Right. All sides claim that they want to prevent a wider regional war. But what's the risk of Israel getting into a wider escalation involving Iran and its proxies based on all that's going on?
This is a very tense situation right now. So this newest attempt now to really degrade Hezbollah, possibly force it to accept the UN resolution from 2006 and remove its troops behind the Litani River is, of course, an extremely high-risk endeavor. Clearly, 60,000 to 80,000 Israelis have not been able to go back to their homes since October last year in the north of Israel. This is an economic and political problem for the Israeli government. But this new escalation, any kind of move in this direction is uncontrollable at a certain point. So every side has to be very careful, not inadvertently, to actually move towards a war.
Right. Hans Jakob Schindler from the Counter-Extremism Project. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
we're going to take a look now at how the British government is participating in the genocide in Gaza and also repressing activists and journalists who are exposing the state's complicity in the slaughter. Quite ironic topic for today, given the ban that we are facing on YouTube. And we're joined today by the journalist Matt Kennard. Matt is the co-founder and head of investigations at Declassified UK, a news website which focuses on British national security issues. He's the author of several books, including Irregular Army, which exposed neo-Nazis and other gangs recruited into the US Army, and most recently Silent Coup with Claire Provost on how corporations have overthrown democracy. Matt was previously a journalist at the Financial Times before he effectively became a whistleblower on the global financial system and the networks of client journalism that sustain it, eventually writing the book The Racket, which looks at how the US empire rigs the global economy for the benefit of its elite. And in that book, Matt wrote about his time in the West Bank, an experience which, like for many of us, was a formative one. Since its launch in 2019, Declassified UK has published many articles focusing on Palestine, including reporting on Britain's Israel lobby and exposing the participation of British military and intelligence organizations in the genocide in Gaza. And we're going to talk more about that today. But first, let's welcome Matt to the Electronic Intifada live stream.
Thanks for
Hi,
having
Matt.
me.
It's great.
I'm
No,
You're
we
good.
can hear you now. And
Okay.
Matt, I've been following your work for a couple of years, so it's really nice to be able to speak to you now. And so let's get into it. Can you tell us more about the role that the UK has had and is currently playing in the genocide in Gaza, specifically in terms of intelligence and surveillance data for the Israeli army? And just before you get into that, you revealed at Declassified in May that the British Air Force, the Royal Air Force as it's called, had flown about 200 spy missions over Gaza since December. You wrote, quote, "All the British spy flights have taken off from RAF Akrotiri, the UK's sprawling airbase in Cyprus, and have been in the air for around 6 hours. Gaza sits around 30 minutes flight time from the base, so it is likely the RAF has gathered around 1,000 hours of surveillance footage over Gaza." How do you track these flights, and what do we know about their purpose?
Thanks, Ali. It's good to be here. I've been a big fan of Electronic Intifada for many years, so thanks for having me. So I'll start by the top line is Britain gets away, or people don't look at it so much because it's not a major contributor in terms of weapons. So it's dwarfed massively by the United States and Germany. But it's a key player in supporting the Israeli war machine through logistics and intelligence, as you mentioned. And this is all done mainly through this base on Cyprus, which is called RAF Akrotiri. Now, just a bit of background, Cyprus was made independent of Britain in 1960, or so the fable goes. But it actually wasn't made independent because what Britain did was retain 3% of the island and turned it into massive military and intelligence installations. And since the Gaza genocide has started, RAF Akrotiri, which is in the west of Cyprus, has become the major international hub for getting weapons, special forces and spies to Israel so they can participate in the genocide. And all this has been done in secret. So at Declassified, we're the only ones that have been reporting on this and revealing new information about it. And in fact, we've caused a big storm in Cyprus itself. There was a demonstration in Limassol, which is the second city in Cyprus, and it's right next to RAF Akrotiri. There was a massive demonstration there. There was a big demonstration actually at RAF Akrotiri, all based on the work we were doing. And none of it was covered in the mainstream media, and still hasn't. And this, I mean, as you guys will know through your work, that's not that surprising. But what surprised me about that was the president of Cyprus and the president of Northern Cyprus, because it became such an issue, had to make a comment, and it still didn't break into the mainstream media here. So what that means is they are complicit, because it shows that when journalism exposes the role that Britain is playing, and it's multifaceted, it's not just this, there is some pressure. If the mainstream media covered it in the same way that the Cypriot media covered our revelations, then there would be a pressure on the government to stop the access that they're providing to the US Air Force, to stop the spy flights, which are going up to 2 times a day. So Britain has got away with a lot, and a lot of the complicity is not known about because there's this focus on weapons, which is not the major part of Britain's role. And even recently, there was great fanfare about the Labour government suspending 30 weapons licenses, but that was only 8% of the total weapons licenses that we provide them. Number one. Number two, it didn't involve anything. We still supply the 50% of the parts for the F-35, which is one of the major planes which they're using to pummel Gaza. So it was all show. And in fact, even David Lammy in the Commons apologized profusely for doing it. He said, "I don't do this in anger.
He's the foreign minister.
He's the foreign minister, and he's very pro-Israel, and even though they did this suspension, his reaction was he was basically apologizing profusely to this genocidal government for doing it. And just a bit of context on that, how far the British political system has moved towards Israel is in 1982, there was a total arms embargo on Israel by Margaret Thatcher's government after the invasion of Lebanon. So no arms went. So this is tiny compared, and obviously Margaret Thatcher was not a politician that I think any of us would have supported or would have thought was more radical on human rights than a Labour government. But anyway, so all this is happening in the dark. The other side of it is also GCHQ and MI6, because RAF Akrotiri is one part of these what are called sovereign base areas on Cyprus. There's another sovereign base area in the east of the island called Dekelia, which is a huge intelligence station, which is basically a US National Security Agency station as well. And they have a very, very close relationship with Israel, as we know. And it's very, very likely that intelligence being gathered from Gaza, which sits a 40-hour flight time from these places, is being shared with the Israelis. We don't know anything about that because obviously these are completely secret agencies. And it's not secret to protect us, it's secret to protect themselves from us. And just to finish with the spy flights.
And Matt, just again to clarify for people who are watching all over the world, GCHQ, just tell us briefly what MI6 and GCHQ are, because not everyone will recognize those.
Yeah, so MI6 is the main external intelligence agency of Britain, and it's completely secret. GCHQ is the main surveillance intelligence agency, and actually GCHQ is much, much bigger than anything else in Britain. And they have huge amounts of power. They're involved. They're basically a support team for the UK military. They don't present themselves like that. They present themselves with nice cuddly crosswords in The Guardian at Christmas time and stuff like that. But they are a major part of the British war machine and obviously now the Israeli war machine. And it was revealed actually in the New York Times, which is this wasn't covered in one UK newspaper, but it was revealed in the New York Times recently, a couple of months ago, that Britain has had a spy squadron stationed inside Israel for the whole of the genocide, providing intelligence for them for what they claim is hostage rescue. But again, this is a very important point because everything I've described that has come out, they've always defended it by saying it's all to do with hostage rescue. It's nothing to do with any kind of combat role. But Britain, David Cameron said in January, David Cameron was then Foreign Secretary, he said we have 2 hostages there. And now it's down to 1 because it's likely that the Israelis killed the other one. So you're talking about 1,000-hour flight time, often 2 flights a day going from RAF Akrotiri over Gaza for 1 hostage. Plus, Israel has, as we know, has full control, surveillance of Gaza. It's unclear what Britain can provide. But what I think it is, these they're R1 Shadows, they're called, these aircraft, and they can provide all sorts of reconnaissance information. One is what's called target acquisition. And again, none of this footage is being released. My colleague did another story recently, which was that there was a plane in the sky, a British plane, just in the sky of Gaza just before the assassination of the 3 British aid workers, which became controversial, but only for a few days. It was kind of,
and that was part of. They were part of the World Central Kitchen team.
Exactly. Yeah, and my colleagues requested the footage that was gathered by these British spy flights, and they were refused. So as you say, 1,000 hours, that was a couple of months ago as well. It's going to be much more now. This is probably the best information for one of history's worst crimes. So we need to get hold of it, and the ICC need to be demanding that footage, because as I mentioned, like Britain's role is basically a spy and logistics role. it hasn't been the Americans flying these spy flights every day, although they have been sending drones, but we don't know too much about that. In terms of official surveillance, it's the British, and they're refusing to hand it over. There was questions asked in Parliament about, will you hand it to the ICC? And they kind of didn't answer. They just said, well, we're not collecting any information that's not to do with hostage rescue, so there'll be nothing to hand to the ICC. But basically, they are complicit, and we need full exposure of what they were doing with that information, full exposure of what this spy squad was doing inside Israel and has been, and how involved in operations it's been. Because my hunch is it's been very involved. And let me just finish with this, because this is a very important part as well, which is the special forces role. As I mentioned, RAF Akrotiri has been central to the international build-up of forces and equipment to get to Israel for its genocide. A major part of that has been special forces. Now, special forces are a completely secret part of the military. They're even more secret than the intelligence world. The SAS was reported by the Sun newspaper on October 27th as being deployed to Cyprus for Gaza operations. Again, for hostage rescue. I don't believe that. On October 28th, the British Ministry of Defence, through its what's called a D-Notice committee, sent out a D-Notice. I'll explain what that is in a minute, but let me just finish. They sent out a D-Notice to every editor of the media and newspapers in Britain, saying, do not publish any more information about British Special Forces and Gaza. And they've acceded to that. We've had no more information. But what were those SAS doing in Cyprus? Were they moved to Israel? And we should come on to this because there's been tons of cargo flights as well that have gone to Israel from RAF.
Sure.
But the SAS, so the SAS are likely in Israel. And I have done work on the SAS before. And what is likely is that they will have an advisory role with the Israeli military about their ground invasion. But it's possible that they could be on the ground in Gaza, or could have been at certain points. There's no reason that that's preposterous. And in fact, Jeremy Corbyn did ask a question in Parliament saying, are there any UK personnel on the ground in Gaza? And they refused to answer. So again, we would get to the bottom of this very, very quickly if the media in Britain did its job, but it doesn't. None of this gets into the mainstream media. So it's multifaceted and it's out of the headlines. But I think if there's going to be any justice for the people that have committed this genocide, the British ministers involved and personnel on the ground should be high up the list of people that are targeted for justice by the ICC and the ICJ and any other body that's looking into these crimes.
Matt, can you talk about those cargo shipments, what you know about that, and a little bit more about this Akrotiri base and what it's been used for in the past? And whether there's been any, precedent for the kinds of intelligence and surveillance and weapons and parts, apparatus coming from the British government in such a secretive way.
Yeah, well, RAF Akrotiri is a major launch pad for all British wars in the Middle East. They bombed Iraq from there. They bombed Yemen recently from there 3 times, I think, during the recent US-British attacks on Yemen. And I've actually been there. I was there in 2022 for a bunch of stories, one of which is up on the screen. Now, what's interesting about RAF Akrotiri, and it goes to this whole theme of like the empire is really exposed now because they've had to come out of the shadows for the Gaza genocide to really expose themselves. One thing about British bases is that they are basically American bases as well. And this is one of the major services that the British do for the Americans after the imperial handover, after the Second World War. They kept themselves relevant by basically retaining these sites around the world, which includes Falklands, Gibraltar, Cyprus, Bahrain, Nepal. That we have bases everywhere, and they're basically all American bases. And the irony is, you can get information, and I've tried and got information about UK activity on these bases, but you can't get any information about foreign military activities, which is primarily Israeli and US. They basically say a blanket statement of, we do not comment on foreign allies' activity on our bases. So we know the US has been moving weapons to Israel via RAF Akrotiri, but the UK government has stonewalled any questions in Parliament from MPs or journalists as well. So there's that. And then, so all the information I'm describing is basically being got by us, but through the Ministry of Defence has had to react. So you mentioned the cargo flights. Now, I noticed on the flight tracker website soon after October 7th that Britain was sending basically a cargo flight every day to Israel from RAF Akrotiri, and these were all C-17s and A-400s, which are huge military transport vehicles. They can carry huge amounts of weapons, including tanks and helicopters, and up to 150 personnel in terms of the C-17. And again, not covered at all by the media. So I asked the Ministry of Defense, I said, how many flights have you sent? I guess this was at the end of October, and they said, we're not going to tell you. But then I independently did it and did a story on it, and reactively, they then said, okay, well, we sent this many. And then it carried on and on and on, and we still don't know what had been on those flights. By June, there was a flurry of it up to about January, and then it kind of settled down a bit. But I did a story in May, and the total was 60, but about 48 of those were in the first 3 months. And they always said, the British said, when they had to defend it, which they haven't because the media's not asked them, when I've asked them, they've always said, well, it's about moving ministers to and from Israel, and it's about moving medical supplies. But you're sort of like, why would you need 48 massive C-17s and A-400s just to send medical supplies? So we don't know what were on those. And again, it's about complicity in genocide. They know, I think my hunch is that the British ministers, when they were doing it, they knew that what they were doing was illegal or could make them vulnerable to prosecution, because at one stage, an MP in Britain, who everyone should know, he's not an MP anymore, he lost his seat at the last election, but he's called Kenny McCaskill, and he was an MP for Alba, which was a sort of splinter off from the SNP, it's the Scottish Nationalist Party. But he led the way in Parliament in trying to prize information, and he asked a parliamentary question, which is a system here where you can any MP can ask government departments for information. He asked a question about RAF Akrotiri soon after we started publishing these stories, and they said, we're blocking it. So the British government actually blocked. They didn't even answer the question and say we can't answer because of national security reasons. They said we're not going to answer any questions about RAF Akrotiri. So there obviously there's a cover-up, and we need to get to the bottom. And can I just mention one more thing? I know I'm rattling on, but there's one more important part of this, which is also about Israeli planes in the UK. Because I found I asked how many Israeli planes had landed in the UK after October 7th, military planes. And the Ministry of Defense said we don't comment. And then I independently verified that 6 had landed at various locations and gone on to Nevatim base in Beersheba in Israel, and also into the US, Dover, which is a base where a lot of the weapons for Israel are coming from. Anyway, after that, they, again, same dynamic, they changed course because they realized, okay, we've been got here. So they announced in, I think, February that 9 Israeli military planes had landed. And then a couple of months later, Kenny McCaskill again asked how many Israeli planes have landed. This was after the ICJ investigation had started. And they said they reversed their previous position and said, we're not going to tell you how many Israeli military planes have landed now. So you see again and again, there's a cover-up, a massive cover-up, and it will come out eventually. But my belief is that the cover-up has been ordered by ministers who are scared that because they know they are complicit in a genocide, which is being investigated by the ICJ, and obviously as well, the ICC have requested arrest warrants for Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant.
Matt, there's so many questions I have for you. I mean, well, I'm just going to ask my questions before I forget them, and then you can take them in any order you want to. But one is, I want to ask you how you do this, because there are flight tracker websites and apps that I like to use. And I know I have the experience sometimes that there's a plane flying overhead. Literally, I can see it. But then I look at the flight tracker app and there's nothing there. It's not on the app. So my question is, how do you track? I mean, without giving away any secrets, how do you track these flights? Why are they making them visible? That's one question. I'm just going to ask the others because I know I'll forget them otherwise. The other is there any evidence of, now this base is, as you said, Akrotiri, about 30 minutes flight time from Israel. Is there any evidence of Israel operating out of the base or any indication? And the reason I ask that is because you may remember recently, a few weeks ago, the speech by the Hezbollah leader Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, who indicated in his speech that Hezbollah had indications or evidence that Israel was moving aircraft to Cyprus to protect them from potential strikes by Hezbollah or Iran or anyone else. So was he possibly referring to Akrotiri or other British and or American controlled bases on Cyprus? And my third question is, well, okay, so we have these British ministers who were afraid that potentially this is your thesis. Of course, you know, all of this is shrouded in mystery, but it's a reasonable hypothesis that they're covering up these activities because they're afraid of being held criminally accountable. But there's recently been a change of government in the UK. When the genocide started, you had a Conservative government. Now you have a Labour government. Can we expect, or is there any change with the change of government in the UK?
Yeah, I'll deal with them. I'll deal with the last one first and go backwards.
I'm sorry again for throwing all that at you at once.
That's all right. That's all right. I'll try and remember. You can nudge me.
Now I'll remember having said them. I'll remember them.
Labour government, no, I don't think there's any hope of. In fact, as you guys have done nearly all the important work on the power of the Israeli state over the Labour Party, it's complete, and in fact, in many ways, even more complete than the Conservative Party, I believe. I think that what was happening, again, it goes to the point about the vulnerable to criminal prosecution, because I think that the Labour ministers were told by people in the Foreign Office, look, we've got legal advice that what we're doing is illegal. If you don't do anything, you will be vulnerable to prosecution, because there's no way David Lammy and Keir Starmer wanted to do that. And it was a token gesture as well, as I mentioned. So they're not going to make any change, and they've done nothing to change the much bigger British role, which is the ones I've described. So it's window dressing, and but again, it's quite interesting because the Israel lobby and the Labour Party, they feel like they have such complete control over it. Even that symbolic gesture has put them on the wrong side of them. You know, there was a massive outpouring of attacks from all the usual suspects when they did that, even though it was a token gesture. So it is interesting. And the only reason they did it, as I said, because there was a resignation by a Foreign Office official, the first resignation of a British official, despite the deep complicity about a month ago. So no, I don't expect any change. And actually, if you look at the spy flights and other parts that I've described, they still happen. They're still going on, and there's the same secrecy. So, and then on your second question was about Israel itself using RAF Akrotiri. Now, that's a very good question. And yes, there is evidence. So about maybe 3 months ago, the Daily Express, which is one of the worst newspapers in the world, they had a briefing from an anonymous British official who said the British have rescinded access for Israeli F-35s to land at Akrotiri. So the imputation was they previously had access. And as I said, that we provide, the UK supplies 15% of the F-35, and they provide aftercare and maintenance for the vehicles. So my hunch is that they were landing at RAF Akrotiri for that aftercare and maintenance. And we don't know, we have no idea what, another question was put down in Parliament about that. And they said, we refuse to say if Israeli military planes have landed at RAF Akrotiri. For the reason I said before, because we don't comment on foreign militaries' activities on our bases. But again, we need to know that, because my hunch is the complicity is much, much deeper than we know, and involves direct Israeli planes. Because as I mentioned, we allowed them to land in Britain, 9 of them that we know about, and they've stopped divulging how many more. And it's very likely those planes were carrying weapons. So, and the UK, my colleague John McAvoy did a story recently that UK airspace has been used to transport, we know this for a fact, to transport huge amounts of weapons to Israel. So yes, I think that the Israelis have definitely been used in British bases, and very likely have been using RAF Akrotiri, according to this Daily Express article. But we don't know. And again, sorry to bang on about this, but it's one of my bugbears. If the mainstream media had done anything about it, it would have really put pressure on the government to stop that access, because after I revealed that about those Israeli military planes in Britain, the Scottish government rescinded access to for the Israeli military to Glasgow Prestwick Airport, which was where an Israeli military jet had landed in November. That was under the SNP government there. So imagine if, and that was done without any mainstream. That was done just from an article on Declassified. If there were articles in the Guardian and the Telegraph really were exposing this complicity, not only would it stop, but there would be pressure to prosecute the ministers responsible, which there should be. And then your first question was, It was related
It was
to that.
it was about how
do you get these? How do you get the information? Yes.
Yes.
So it's interesting. So the Israeli military planes in Britain one was hard because the flight tracker website I use, which is called Radarbox, they have the Israeli Air Force is on the blocked list. You can't get any information. But I remember just one day I was messing around, like looking at different ways I could get information about Israeli Air Force movements without actually going through that one portal. And I found a way of doing it. It was basically a heat map where it's, for some reason, they'd put where Israeli military planes were on a heat map and listed some bases. So I looked, and one of them was Glasgow Prestwick. There was another one called RAF Mildenhall, which is a US military base in Britain. And then, published. It was an incomplete article because I could only find 6. It was actually 9 that the government divulged after my article. But that was one way of doing it. I mean, the other stuff has been mainly just going down the list and counting how many flights are going because they do list them, which again, you asked the question of why do they put the information up there, and I do wonder that as well. But it is also incomplete. Even the stuff there, I know I'm not getting the right numbers because it might be way more. There was an article early on in the genocide in Haaretz which said RF Akrotiri is the international hub for the international support for Israel's attack on Gaza. And they quoted, this was about a month in, that 40 different US Air Force transport planes had landed there. And that was way more than I could find on Radarbox. And I couldn't work out what the discrepancy was. I don't know how they got that other information. But it's not complete. But it's, as I say, the dynamic is we publish an article which reveals an incomplete sort of picture, and then the government is exposed and they feel they have to release the real figures. But as I say, we don't know one, with the cargo flights, we don't know what was on them, and we need to know. Number 2, on the spy flights, we don't know how this information is being used. So we're kind of still scratching the surface, and this is going to be years and years of work, and hopefully will end with prosecution of the ministers involved, because all journalists should not down tools when this horror finishes. We need to it's our job to make sure everyone who had anything to do with it is held accountable.
Yeah.
Matt, very quickly, what about the people in Cyprus? Who you said there's 3% of the island that has been stolen by the British military for this base. What has been the reaction to all of this by people in Cyprus who are watching this happen, who are watching these transport planes carrying weapons or surveillance equipment or whatever it is inside that is aiding and abetting the genocide in Gaza? What have the people in Cyprus been saying?
Well, it's been huge. You know, I didn't know this before, but there's a huge pro-Palestine movement in Cyprus. And I've been contacted by countless people sending me videos of actions of protests that have been using our work. And they're all saying, thank you so much, because our media is not covering it. So, there's been some coverage in a paper called the Cyprus Mail. But actually, it's quite interesting. If you look into the major, the sort of papers of record in Cyprus, they're quite aligned with the British military. And in fact, one of them actually published a hit piece on Declassified, which was a real hatchet job. This is like the paper of record in Cyprus. It was sourced to some anonymous British military official, but it said something along the lines of Declassified UK is known to be aligned with the Labour Party in Britain, which I found very funny actually, because anyone who has spent any time on Declassified or on my Twitter account knows that's quite far from the truth. But there's been a huge outpouring of disgust. And I think it's really been a massive problem. The British ambassador, they had to release a statement. It's a high commissioner actually in Cyprus. They had to release a statement saying we had nothing to do with the genocide in Gaza. The representative in northern Cyprus had to give an interview to a newspaper where he defended what the British were doing. So we've really caused a lot of problems for the British there, which is right, because they should be held accountable for facilitating this genocide in such a direct way and also covering it up. And just to go to the question of how do they feel about the British military and intelligence bases. Now, it was quite interesting. In 1960, Archbishop Makarios, he was like the liberation leader of Cyprus. He was the first president of democratic independent Cyprus. And he was one of the founders of the non-aligned movement. So Cyprus wanted to be non-aligned from the east and the west. But one of the stories I actually did in 2022 when I went there was about, I found top secret declassified documents that showed that the British had secretly turned Cyprus through these areas into a NATO asset and actually housed nuclear-capable Vulcan bombers on these sites. So the British have been taking the piss with Cyprus ever since we supposedly left. But they're not super unpopular there because, number one, everyone hates the Turkish occupation much more because Turkey invaded in 1974 and has never left. And the occupation of northern Cyprus is not recognised by any one country in the world apart from Turkey, which has a reason to recognise it. So and also if you go to the border, like the Turkish have put massive Turkish flags all over the hills. So it's clear that there's an occupation. Whereas the really interesting thing about the British zones are, because this 3% is not just military bases. There's military bases on them, but you're talking about huge parts of Cyprus, but there's not a single British flag. It's quite interesting. And I was talking to people when I was there. I was like, why is it that I was interviewing people on the sovereign base areas and saying, do you know you're on sovereign British territory here? This is like locals and tourists. And they said, you must be joking. We're in Cyprus. I was like, no, you're on British territory. So the British try and keep it really, really low level, usually, because they don't want to attract the ire that there is for the occupation in the north. But that's being completely blown out of the water by Gaza, because as I say, there's this huge pro-Palestinian movement there, and there's huge disgust that their land is being used as the international hub for facilitating, supporting, and arming this genocide.
Matt, I want to come back to Yemen, because today, according to Yemeni media and non-Western media, British and American warplanes have been bombing Yemen for the third consecutive day. And I was looking for more information on this, and I could find literally no information in Western media, none. It all came from Yemeni media or media in the region. The only sort of Western confirmation, at least of the American role, was a tweet from CENTCOM, the American Central Command, which confirmed American attacks on Yemen. But I could find absolutely nothing related to the British role in these attacks on Yemen, which, according to Yemeni media, yesterday killed 2 people and injured 5 others at a girls' school near Taiz. So talk more about that. Why is there this media silence? Is that, you referred earlier to these D notices. Could that have something to do with it? Or is it just that nobody in the West cares about Yemen? And then talk more about the British role and the role of these bases in the war against Yemen, which until Gaza, as you know, it's a horrible statistic, but until this genocide in Gaza was the world's worst humanitarian catastrophe because of the US-led war on Yemen that started by Barack Obama in 2015. Talk more about that.
Yeah, I mean, to answer your first question, my sense is it's not the notices or anything, which makes it much, much worse. It's just that our media, and this has been exposed more than I think ever in that I've seen in my lifetime, but probably before by Gaza, is just our media operates 99% of the time as just an arm of the state. They report exactly what they're told, or they report exactly what what the government says. So when basically something that's not conducive to the state narrative just doesn't exist. If the British government comes out and advertises the fact it's bombed Yemen, then the media will report it. But if they haven't, I haven't looked into it because I've been away in the last couple of days. But that will be why. D-notices generally are about special forces and intelligence. In fact, we got sent one once, and they told us to censor one of our articles about Paul Biya, who's the oldest dictator in Africa. He's the dictator of Cameroon. And we did a whole investigation, my colleague Phil Miller, about British support for him. And they contacted us and told us to censor something, and we told them no. But Yemen, yeah. So Yemen is again a British crime. Not only the destruction and bombing that you've seen recently because of its solidarity with the Palestinians, but before that, in the in the war that started in 2015 that you mentioned, the British role was huge, and may even have been bigger than the United States. We armed I think 60% of our arms go to Saudi Arabia. The Saudi dictatorship particularly is a British thing. You know, we helped install them in the 1930s, and we have since the 60s had 12 troops embedded in what's called the White Army, which is like the personal protection force of the Saudi dictatorship. So and again, none of it was reported. In fact, before Gaza, nearly all the work we did, a large portion of the work we did at Declassified was about the British role in Yemen, and none of it was reported in the mainstream media. And in fact, there was a very brave UK soldier that protested outside the Ministry of Defence, I think probably like 4 years ago. And he had this thing where he rang a bell to every minute to signify how many Yemenis were dying because of the British war. And he was arrested by military police outside the Ministry of Defence in London, discharged. Firstly, his protest and his action was barely covered by the British media. Then we interviewed him at Declassified UK, and he said, actually, I learned about the British role in Yemen from Declassified UK. Now, it's absurd. At that point, it was three of us. It's absurd that we are complicit in, as you say, the worst at the time, which was the worst humanitarian crisis in the world. 2.3 million kids on the brink of starvation. Just the Saudi military bombing schools, hospitals, prisons, everything. It was completely barbaric, and yet no one was covering what was going on. It got to, and it was direct. You know, we had 5. I don't know if they're still there, but during the air campaign by Saudi Arabia, we had 5 UK military officials inside the Saudi Air Operations Center, who would have seen every single war crime that was committed by the Saudis. There's never been that's not even been mentioned in the media, let alone interviewing maybe some of the people who saw this stuff. So British complicity is deep, and it is quite interesting because, as you mentioned at the start, my books before Declassified UK were always focused on the United States because it's the most powerful country in the world. What it does has this huge impact. I'd always thought Britain was a bit of a bit player that doesn't have a big, but we're deeply involved in all the worst stuff that's happening around the world, and we get away with it because people think we're not a big player anymore. But our effect criteria is a sign that we are, and also we're willing to do things that other countries aren't because we want to prove ourselves that we still have the sort of imperial muscle. Why the United States doesn't need us to help them bomb Yemen, does it? It doesn't need us, but it's to show, okay, we're an alliance. The Israelis don't need us to fly R1 Shadows over Gaza. This is one of the most sophisticated militaries in history. Why do they need British to fly? It's just so we're used as a kind of cover to create the sense that there's coalitions for these terrorist regimes, and as shown by the Gaza genocide better than ever, the British establishment have absolutely no scruples about massacring thousands of people, thousands of kids, about their client, one of their closest allies, withdrawing all food, water, and electricity. So it's a really ugly story, the British, and it goes back to the empire. You know, there's this whole idea that the empire died after the Second World War. Firstly, it didn't; it just repackaged itself. And secondly, the mentality that gave the British establishment, which is fostered in all the private schools in Britain, like Eton and Harrow and others, that mentality is still deep within the British establishment. And what it is a deeply racist, deeply colonial mentality that actually doesn't see people like Palestinians as human beings. That is the bottom line of it all. And that runs deep in British society. And I actually think Britain's maybe one of the worst countries in the world for that, and that's shown by the fact we've had no whistleblowers. Still, 11 months in, there's so many different agencies that are involved in this genocide from the British side, and we've had no whistleblowers. In the United States, there's been quite a few, and there's been a steady stream of people resigning from, and I think that's because the deference to authority, the deference to this imperial program is much, much deeper in Britain and goes much, much further back historically.
Yeah, it's and meanwhile, the British government is also waging this incredible war of repression against activists, journalists like yourself and your colleagues. of course, we spoke a little bit last week. Asa brought up the story of Sarah Wilkinson, an activist who was arrested with a swarm of police. They, as part of her bail conditions, which were eventually reversed, she wasn't allowed to use a phone or any digital device. And this is just for posting on Twitter. And this is happening to multiple journalists and activists around the UK. Can you talk about the atmosphere of repression by the British government for of people who are trying to hold the government accountable and expose the kinds of war crimes that the government is involved in?
Yeah, well, I'll start by this. That this isn't new in Britain. We don't have a culture of adherence to free speech or free press that I think you kind of do in the States. Obviously, I'm not praising the mainstream media in the US, but there's a different culture. Denotice committee is one example, right? If I talk to American journalist friends, it's like even the establishment ones, they're like, what you have this relationship with the intelligence and military in a formal way where they tell you what you can and can't publish. Like, we do it, but it's behind closed doors. It's a bit embarrassing. But the UK, the Denotice committee is seen as fine, and that tells you what you need to know. And in terms of us, a year into founding Declassified UK, because of our work on Yemen, we were blacklisted by the Ministry of Defence. And it became a big problem for them because the Council of Europe issued a level 2 media alert, which meant that the military had to respond. And eventually they had to appoint an independent inquiry in Parliament, which resulted in a very, very shocking report about what was happening internally and why they blacklisted us. And then the Defence Secretary at the time, Ben Wallace, had to get up in Parliament and apologise to us. He said, "We apologise to Declassified UK." So that's the history. Our government has never believed in free press, or although they use it as a soft power, a way to project power around the world, they never believed it internally. Another example is Julian Assange, right? But this latest attack on Gaza journalists and activists involved in anti-genocide politics here. I mean, well, I'm not in England at the moment, but in England is shocking. Especially, it's not just Sarah Wilkinson. What they did to Sarah Wilkinson is absolutely outrageous. Now, she is like a very prominent journalist and activist, just posting regular updates on what's happening in Gaza and exposing the complicity of her government. And they've raided her house, 13 police officers, some in balaclavas, and like tipped over the urn with her mum's ashes on, which she had to like get off the wall, bundled her into a van, and then released her with these bail conditions where she couldn't use a phone or even touch a phone. And that came a week after Richard Medhurst, who's another independent journalist, was stopped at Heathrow and detained under Section 12 of the Terrorism Act, which is a hugely serious thing. It carries up to 14 years in prison if you're convicted. And he was held in solitary confinement for basically 20 hours, given a 1-hour interview. And they didn't need to do it like this, but what they wanted to do was to send the sign that it is not tolerated to speak out for Palestinians in Britain anymore, because they have lost control of the narrative in Britain. It's important to get this across. Zionism is dying in Britain because people have seen too much. They've had 11 months of watching this horror, and they do not believe all the lies. They're not playing the game that the Zionist lobby wants them to play anymore. And the establishment, which is in lockstep with the Israelis, is scared by that. And in fact, I think being guided in some senses by the Israel lobby, because the other thing is who were reporting these people to police? There was after Sarah Wilkinson was arrested, there was a tweet sent by this account called Nasher Jew, which is a account which just tries to smear anyone who is pro-Palestinian as an anti-Semite. And they tweeted something along the lines of, "At last, the police have taken up our repeated references to Sarah Wilkinson's extremism, blah, blah, blah." So that's a sign that there's Zionist groups, and this is a hunch, a reasonable speculation, are reporting people, are trawling the internet and reporting people who are saying things that they want to use to get them arrested. So and Starmer, it has happened. It's ramped up under Starmer, which is not surprising if you look at his history, because he was head of the CPS. He was senior public prosecutor in Britain from 2008 to 2013, and he has an awful record in that regard. During the 2011 riots in Britain, he put people away for like years for stealing a bottle of water in Tottenham and other places. So it's actually a scary environment. And I'm doing this interview on my phone because I didn't want to. I'm going to Germany for a story, and I didn't want to take my laptop because I don't know what's going to happen on the way back in. They want to send a message that you cannot do journalism, you cannot expose us on Gaza. And no one, I mean, everyone, it should make everyone double down and go harder, but and it's not going to work, but that is the message they want to send. And that was also the message they want to send by putting Julian Assange in Belmarsh. I'll just finish with this. I've never not taken my laptop on a reporting trip. And I've been to Myanmar, I've been to Palestine, I've been to plenty of other places. I've never even thought about it. This is the first time I've thought, I don't want the police to take my computer. And I didn't even bring a dictaphone. So it is scary. But then, not to sound corny, but when you compare it to what the people in Palestine are going through, it's nothing. So it's that there is a sense, I think it's probably all of us feel like that there's a bravery you get from watching their resilience and watching, like you were talking about, educational, the schools that are then buying a bag for their kids. Like these are amazing people that are resisting some of the darkest forces in history. And we have a degree of freedom. It's receding, but we do have a degree of freedom. So if we're not using that to expose our complicity in this horror, then we're not doing our job right, and we're not being moral individuals. So it's not a difficult choice to take, and it's not yet at a stage where people are being put away for years on end. Although, if I was Sarah Wilkinson or Richard Medhurst, I would be worried, because anyone should be worried if they're charged under an act that carries 14 years in prison. Because we saw with Julian Assange in Britain that they do not care about how they appear publicly. They do not care that that there's this example, there's this man sitting in Belmarsh maximum security prison for exposing war crimes. They did it, and most of the way they got away with it is because the media never covered it and they never problematized it. I'm serious. When he was in Belmarsh, I talked to people that don't know about politics or aren't that interested, and they'd be like, "What? He's still there?" Like, the media allowed it to happen, that we had a political prisoner and a journalist, and no one knew about it. And I'll finish with this. That's happened with Richard Medhurst and Sarah Wilkinson. They were arrested maybe a fortnight and 3 weeks ago. This is really, really serious, unprecedented. The Guardian has not published a single word about their arrests. The Guardian has not, obviously the rest of the
and of course, without going, deep into those details, the Guardian played a very nefarious role in the political imprisonment of Julian Assange, and also printed a lot of lies during his imprisonment and mocked him during his imprisonment. So it's not just that they're silent; they're sometimes actively egging it on, and it's extraordinary to me to hear that you felt you couldn't bring your laptop because of the risk that that Keir Starmer's police will detain you when you re-enter the UK and demand perhaps that you hand it over or give them whatever information. But the one thing I sort of smiled when you were talking, I said, well, at least you're allowed into Germany, because I actually got banned from Germany.
Yeah, well,
Nobody's perfect.
Yeah, I'm obviously doing something wrong that they let me in, but and as you say, the Guardian, they were a major part of the information war against Julian Assange. That is a whole different story, but it does relate to Gaza as well, because a lot of the stories I've been doing on Akrotiri have been referencing the WikiLeaks cables, because, as I say, these are hugely secretive installations, and the only way we got information. So, for example, one of the cables, US cables, included a British letter from an official saying the US is now flying routine spy flights from Akrotiri, and they were worried about, and that information is being passed to third-party governments, likely Israel. I did a whole story about it if anyone wants to look it up. But the attack on Assange is the same as the attack on the Gaza journalists, and it's the same on, and it all goes to Gaza as well, because they do not want they don't want the imperial system to be exposed, because Israel is a small country, it's 9 million people, about the same population as London. It's got a GDP smaller than Sweden. It couldn't survive for a week without the support of the Anglo-American Empire. particularly the Americans. And that's what they want to obscure. And that's how they always do these, like, oh, we don't know. Yeah, that was bad. It was nothing to do with us. They are complicit, deeply complicit, and actually participants, because they make it possible. And Julian Assange exposed all that. He exposed the system, but he also exposed the British establishment and the British justice system. But I'll have to come back on another time to talk about that.
Yeah. We absolutely will have to have you back. And just before we let you go, Matt, I want to say that yes, we can't compare. None of us who are sitting here can compare ourselves to the situation of anyone in Gaza, especially journalists who are targeted and murdered systematically. At the same time, our friends, our loved ones, our colleagues in Gaza tell us how important it is that we continue speaking out. And so no matter what repression we face, we have to continue doing it, and we certainly will. And the work you're doing is absolutely essential. And just from talking to you, I've learned so much. And so we would love to have you back again soon. And I'm just going to remind people before we let you go that you are the co-founder and head of investigations at Declassified UK, which is an absolutely essential independent publication. So I really recommend that people go to Declassified UK. They can follow you on social media, on Twitter. You are at Matt Kennard, is that it?
Kennard Matt.
Kennard Matt. But certainly they should look for Declassified UK. You're also the author of some really important books, including Irregular Army, Silent Coup, and The Racket. And we're very, very grateful for your time today. Good luck with your reporting mission in Germany, and we wish you a safe return to Keir Starmer's Britain.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'll say as well that I've been admiring Electronic Intifada's work for many years, but particularly since the genocide started. I think you guys you're the most important English language outlet in the world at the moment. So keep going, and you've got amazing contributors. Particularly someone I've started following recently that's brilliant is who you mentioned. His dad made that artwork for you, Abu Bakr. Incredible. Yes. Yeah, he's so inspirational. He tweeted the other day his quote that he said to you guys, I think, about, look, if I can smile, you can at least smile. I was like, yeah, okay, that's true. If he's teaching us that, then we should listen. But thanks a lot.
Thank you, Matt. So much, we'll see you again soon.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We're just 45 days away from the U.S. election. As the Biden administration continues to supply billions of dollars in military aid to Israel, demands for a U.S. arms embargo to Israel remain a key issue among anti-war voters who say they feel ignored by both major political parties. Now, the uncommitted national movement, which pressured the Democratic Party to shift its policy towards Israel and to end the war on Gaza, has announced it will not endorse Democratic presidential candidate Kamala Harris, saying her campaign failed to accept the movement's demands, which also include meeting with Palestinian-American families who've had many of their relatives killed in Israeli attacks on Gaza. With less than 2 months to go until the election, Harris has repeatedly defended the Biden administration's support of Israel amidst its relentless war on Gaza. During an interview on Tuesday with the National Association of Black Journalists in Philadelphia, Vice President Harris was questioned on the issues by reporter Tanya Mosley of WHYY Radio.
You've called for a ceasefire hostage deal and a two-state solution as an end to the war for many months now. And while you've expressed support for Israel to defend itself, a two-state solution and a ceasefire are at odds with what Benjamin Netanyahu has said is their right to defense. If it matters, as you say, how Israel defends itself, where do you see the line between aggression and defense? And our power as Israel's ally to do something?
Okay, a lot to unpack in what you just said. So let's start with this. I absolutely believe that this war has to end, and it has to end as soon as possible. And the way that will be achieved is by getting a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done. And we are working around the clock to achieve that end. Stepping back, October 7, 1,200 Israelis were slaughtered, and actually and some Americans, by the way, in that number, slaughtered. Young people who were attending a concert, women were horribly raped. And yes, so I have said, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would.
But Madam Vice President, I think my ask is the difference between aggression and defense.
No, but it's important to put it in context, which is what I'm doing, and I'll get to that. And so how it does so matters. And far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed, women and children. We have seen with horror the images coming out of Gaza, and we have to take that seriously.
That was Vice President Kamala Harris being questioned Tuesday by reporter Tanya Mosley as part of a panel of journalists at the National Association of Black Journalists event in Philadelphia. Meanwhile, Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump said Thursday Jewish voters will be to blame if he loses November's election. Trump stood in front of an Israeli flag as he spoke at the Israel-American Council National Summit. He also used the term Palestinian as a pejorative to describe Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and New York Democrat, and claimed if Kamala Harris wins in November, Israel would cease to exist.
The Jewish people would have a lot to do with the loss. If I'm at 40%, if I'm at 4%, think of it, that means 60% are voting for Kamala, who in particular is a bad Democrat. The Democrats are bad to Israel, very bad. I mean, Chuck Schumer is a Palestinian. But if we don't win this election, Israel, in my opinion, within a period of 2 to 3 years, will cease to exist. It's going to be wiped out. That's what's going to happen.
Trump previously referred to President Biden as a, quote, very bad Palestinian, unquote, in their only presidential debate in June. This all comes as the Teamsters Union said it's not endorsing a presidential candidate for the first time since 1996. The union, which endorsed Biden in 2020, says neither candidate had enough support from their 1.3 million strong membership. For more on the election and the uncommitted movement's announcement, it will not endorse Kamala Harris. We go to Detroit. We go to Michigan, where we're joined by Lexis Sedan, co-founder and co-chair of the Uncommitted National Movement. Welcome to Democracy Now! Can you explain the statement that you put out yesterday, Lexis?
Yeah, hi, Amy. Thank you so much for having me on the show. As many know, Uncommitted put out a statement yesterday where we announced we will not be endorsing Democratic presidential candidate Kamala Harris. And in that same statement, we had announced that we are vehemently opposing Donald Trump and that we do not recommend a third-party vote. And to put it into a little bit of context, we have been working for months where we started in Michigan, 1.5 million voter contacts, mobilized over 101,000 people to go to the polls and vote uncommitted as a protest vote against Biden and the administration and their ongoing support for Israel as it relates to the occupation and killing of Palestinians. And what we offered to VP Harris is that if Vice President Kamala Harris is able to do two things, either change policy as it relates to current U.S. policy that backs bombs, or simply does the thing of ensuring and upholding current international and human rights laws as it relates to the way that Israel is violating war crimes, that we would do we would repeat what we did in Michigan to mobilize our base to go to the polls and vote for her come November. It was an offer we put on the table that was declined by Vice President Kamala Harris and her campaign team. And so because we were not met in good faith, we had to make the decision to not be able to endorse her. And to be clear, an endorsement is an opportunity for us to do the same thing that we did in Michigan, to mobilize our voters. An endorsement means that we are offering something and doing something. And because we were not met in good faith with our policy demands, it is something that we cannot do.
So explain each position, not endorsing Kamala Harris, telling people not to support President Trump or a third-party candidate.
Yeah, great question. I think I'll lead with, we have to be very clear, is that there's two options come November at the top of the ticket. It's going to be Vice President Kamala Harris or former President Donald Trump. So keeping that context in mind, we had to make a decision of what that means to grow the power that we've already built within our anti-war organizing movement. And so for us, and like I said, an endorsement is meaning that we will mobilize voters to go to the polls and vote for VP Harris. That has to come with policy change, and no policy change came, so it's a decision we had to make to not endorse her. Donald Trump, we have to be very clear, is a direct threat to our society, our civil liberties here and Palestinians back home. As he has mentioned that he plans to annex the West Bank, as he has mentioned that he plans to criminalize organizations here in our own country who are fighting for Palestinian human rights. And then to the third point of not recommending a third-party vote, we know that unfortunately a third-party vote is not viable in this broken electoral system. And so inadvertently a third-party vote would support a Donald Trump victory. And so knowing all this context, we believe that our power lies within our movement, that our power lies within our people, that our power lies in continuing to grow the anti-war organizing movement that we have to truly pressure the Democratic coalition or the Democratic administration to change policy as it relates to its current U.S. policy of backing bombs.
Speaking of third parties, this month the Council on American Islamic Relations, CAIR, published a follow-up poll that shows Green Party presidential candidate Jill Stein ahead of Kamala Harris among Muslim voters in the key swing states of Michigan, Arizona, and Wisconsin. So can you talk about the significance of what this means of not endorsing Kamala Harris?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have to recognize that a lot of people, especially people within the Arab and Muslim community, you know, as VP Harris put it in her speech, we got to put things into context. And the context here is that these communities are communities that are suffering. They are communities that are grieving. And the idea of people going and asking them who you are voting for come November, we've said this repeatedly, is like asking them that question at a funeral. And so we have to keep in context how people are grieving, feeling emotionally. The very same people who came out in 2020 and mobilized very well for Biden, who feels very betrayed by this administration. And so we believe as a movement that it's our responsibility to do three things right in this very moment is one, educate voters across the country, including Arab and Muslim voters, provide them with voter education on the dangers of Donald Trump. Two, recognize that the genocide is still happening, that we cannot wait till January to shift policy, and that we have to continue to pressure the Biden-Harris administration to change policy immediately to save as many Palestinian lives as possible. And the third thing is to continue to grow our anti-war organizing power with Democratic coalitions across the country. We have to recognize that our power has impacted elected officials speaking up for Palestine as well, from school board members all the way up to congressional leaders that are talking openly about why we need to change our U.S. foreign policy as it relates to backing bombs. And so these people that are talking about voting Jill Stein in third party are people who are suffering, and we believe it is our job to continue to do the organizing work that we have to do ahead of November to educate our voters about what's at stake come November and how we have to grow our organizing power to see long-term policy change to lead to a liberated and a free Palestine.
Finally, your response to Senator Bernie Sanders preparing a joint resolution of disapproval against the planned $20 billion in U.S. arms sales to Israel. He spoke from the Senate floor Wednesday.
Netanyahu's policies have trampled on international law, made life unlivable in Gaza, and created one of the worst humanitarian disasters in modern history. The simple fact is that we must end our complicity in Israel's illegal and indiscriminate military campaign, which has caused mass civilian death and suffering.
We have 30 seconds, Lexis. Your response.
Yeah, I mean, he highlighted it perfectly, is that we are aiding and abetting and indiscriminately killing civilians. And it goes to the point of what we've been explaining in this movement and what we've been trying to get VP Harris and the administration to move on. A sentiment that actually resonates with the majority of Democrats, 77% of Democrats, 61% of Americans, that oppose weapons aids to Israel. When we look at our international law and our U.S. law as it relates to violation of war crimes, this is something we should not be funding. So what we're asking is not outrageous. We're making a very simple request to follow international law and do what's right and create an opportunity to de-escalate what's happening in the region and to really make sure that we're valuing Palestinian lives as much as any other lives.
Lexis Aidan, I want to thank you for being with us, co-founder and co-chair of the Uncommitted National Movement, speaking to us from Detroit, Michigan. Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you. Please give today at democracynow.org/give.
I'm very glad to be joined today on Bad Faith Podcast by Dr. Asel Rod. She is a historian of the modern Middle East and someone who's been a really vocal advocate. It seems almost diminishing to say it in this way, but online. I mean, I've been so heartened and informed and educated by your tweets and your messaging over the last almost a year now. And I just have really appreciated your voice, and I'm really excited to be able to talk to you face to face.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And thank you for having me. And I agree with you. It's one of these things where I appreciate the sentiment, but obviously given the gravity of what we're all trying to cover, it's just been very difficult to try and use these platforms to get these stories across as much as possible.
Yeah, I wonder about that. I mean, prior to October 7th, did you find yourself as engaged on Twitter, online, as you've become, as you've been trying to push back against the prevailing media narratives?
I was not originally like a big social media person. And even now, I get people who say, why don't you go on TikTok? Why don't you go on Instagram? And I sort of just stick to this particular platform. I think I didn't grow up with social media, and so that's part of the reason why. But I can see why it's vital, especially in this particular situation where you have the Israeli government preventing foreign journalists from coming in, where even when we have information coming in, the way it's filtered through Western media, it's so important, it's so crucial to get these videos on the ground from journalists, Palestinian journalists in Gaza, so many of whom have been killed by Israel in this period of time, and just citizen journalists who are just trying to get the videos out as much as possible for people to see. I actually spent a period of time not being very active online, and then this genocide that we've been watching unfold is really what got me back to engaging online. And I think it's been important in shifting, not me personally, but the way that the overall social media approach has been in people seeing what's going on and also shifting the narrative and the conversations that are happening in the West.
It is interesting to me because, I mean, you are a historian, you're an author. I have had conversations with some friends of mine who are in academia who sometimes even express some frustration that they'll have done all this research and they are genuine experts in their field. And outside of being a guest on a show or having generated their own social media platform, there is this weird asymmetry that I feel sometimes uncomfortable with, where those of us who have sometimes the platform to talk about X, Y, and Z aren't the most informed. And when I see someone like yourself who's really demonstrated facility in wielding the online platform, and you have a real knowledge base for your input, I think that combination is why you've been such a tour de force online, and why I'm glad to have you today. Let's get into it a little bit. Before we started recording, I was expressing to you that I have felt some ambivalence about the sort of level of coverage that I've been doing about Gaza over the course of the last year, and what has been a kind of diminishing specificity, as we've gone from a time where it felt like, every new horror that was reported down the transom represented some line crossing, some new evidence that Israel was transgressing in a way that the mainstream media wasn't entirely capturing, but might possibly break through, right? It might be the event that causes some shift in America's political attitude toward Israel, a break in its political bear hug of Israel. And as the months wore on and the events became more extreme, and we went from debating whether or not Israel ever could possibly bomb a hospital or a school to counting up the numbers of hospitals and schools and lives that have been taken, I have felt myself covering each individual instance left, but it's not clear to me that that is actually the right or moral or useful choice. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to maybe talk a little bit more specifically about more recent developments, and perhaps a good place to start could be the escalations that have been happening in the West Bank.
To your point, I think there's a couple of things that are important to unpack. On one hand, I agree with you, right? If you were new to this particular history or conflict, you've followed it peripherally, but not laser focused on it the way that many people have been, obviously, because we were seeing a genocide over the last 11 months, then you would think, oh, well, this event, right? A massacre of children, massacre of people trying to get food, bombing hospitals, bombing schools. The volume is there's so many instances that it's difficult to try and even recall them. That would be the red line, right? And this is because it's the language that was used by US officials, by the Biden administration. Rafah is a red line. Clearly it wasn't. Bombing hospitals is a red line. Clearly it's not. Starving people is a red line. Clearly it's not. But if you have been familiar with this entire history, it's not new. I want to say the level of destruction and killing that we have seen in Gaza is unprecedented, besides the Nakba itself in 1948. But at the same time, this whole situation, when you look at the history of Palestinian oppression, occupation, and a national movement for liberation, it's been painted by what we've seen over the last 11 months for 76 years. So this isn't new in that sense either. The peace process that the US has been engaged in supposedly for the last 3 decades, in many ways is a metaphor for the current situation that we're in, right? The ceasefire talks that are ongoing for months and months and months, when in reality, everybody knows that on the Israeli side, Netanyahu does not want a ceasefire. But as long as we're talking about a ceasefire, it's sounds like that's what we're working on. That's exactly what the peace process has been for decades. So I can understand why it's frustrating, really, right? Like, that's the word for it. It's just enraging and frustrating to try to cover these events to see, well, this has to be the one that changes US policy. But the reality of it is this has been US policy for decades. Endless occupation, endless humiliation, endless settlement expansions, and nothing has ever actually changed US policy. In fact, one could argue that US policy has become more extreme over these decades, right? There's examples of, for instance, Ronald Reagan in the 1980s. I mean, imagine where we are now, that a Republican administration of Ronald Reagan in the 1980s is to the left of where you see the Biden administration acting today vis-a-vis Israel, right? Reagan picks up a phone and stops the bombings in Lebanon by Israel. What is happening now? Nothing seems to stop it. I also think it's really important to highlight the details of what's going on, but contextualize them within this larger history, within this larger context. So I think one of the things that's lost in the Western narrative is that it's all connected. Like, Gaza is not isolated from the West Bank or East Jerusalem. They're all Palestinians. And that's why I hate it when I see language that says West Bank residents are Gazans, because that tries to erase Palestinian identity. And that exact national liberation movement that has been going on for decades. So I think, I mean, if you want to get started on kind of the West Bank as a starting point, obviously the reason why Gaza has been such a focus is because of the immense destruction that we have seen, the horrors that you talked about. I mean, just daily horrors. Every single day there is horrifying images coming out of Gaza. Today, another beheaded child. I have seen many beheaded children. I don't see any stories about them in the Western media. I see debunked stories about Israeli babies having been beheaded, but the actual Palestinian babies that are being beheaded, children that have been beheaded, that we've seen the images of, gets almost no play within the Western media. So that's why the focus has been on Gaza. But the expansion of this, you know, we're using the word war loosely, into the West Bank is also something that, to your point, I think requires attention.
Yeah, so one reason, and this goes back to your point of it all being interconnected, I remember months and months ago, and it's been repeated since then, but relatively early in the conflict, Netanyahu explicitly making the threat that if progress toward peace, what we would describe as some kind of a ceasefire, et cetera, were made, then it would be taken out on the West Bank. And it was an early example I remember leveraging as the bad faith on the behalf of the Israeli government. So there was this narrative that was really strong up front that I think, to the credit of pro-Palestine advocates over the course of the last year, has been neutered somewhat, but that any advocacy for the rights of Palestinians was diverted into, well, it's Hamas, be mad at Hamas, why aren't you yelling at Hamas, hostages in Hamas? And so talking about an instance in which a threat was made against a group of Palestinians who have not, quote unquote, voted for Hamas, whose kind of political leadership cannot be attributed to Hamas, was an easy opportunity to say, look, obviously, can't you admit in this instance that this is a bad faith attack? And now, since then, obviously, we've seen increased escalation. As you mentioned, this American citizen, Ezki, was recently killed. There have been, I've seen you make commentary on this, a truly dispiriting series of back and forths with Biden administration officials, dodging accountability, explaining away why Biden has not reached out to her family members, and putting the responsibility for any investigation squarely on Israel to investigate itself, rather than intercede as the country America on behalf of an American citizen, to make sure there's some actual accountability leverage there.
Frank, go ahead. Thank you, Matt. The White House has not contacted Aishnur Egi's family 10 days out from her killing. Eyewitnesses themselves tell us that they actually haven't been reached out to for any Israeli-led investigation. Our colleagues at the Washington Post, of course, as you might have seen, reported footage and testimony that seemed to reveal that the Israeli military misled the U.S. and the world in its initial findings of how and when Aishnur was shot. When is the president, vice president going to reach out to Aishnur's family, and how can the U.S. continue deferring to Israel to investigate itself for killing an American if it has already at best misled and at worst lied in its preliminary findings? And how, also, given it hasn't reached out to eyewitnesses?
So, as I said, first of all, with respect to her family, which we know are experiencing this horrific tragedy, the U.S. government has had a number of conversations with the family. Hold on, let me finish. It is not appropriate for me to get into those publicly. I never would in a situation like this, and I'm not going to here. But we have reached out to express our deepest condolences. I will say, when it comes to the investigation, I cannot speak for the investigation that's occurring now, other than to say we're going to expect it to be prompt, thorough, and transparent. And if it's not, and I don't think anyone should draw conclusions about an investigation while it's ongoing, but at the end of it, we will certainly be happy to look at how the investigation was conducted, what it produced, if there are any deficiencies, and if we don't find that it meets our standards, we'll have more to say at the time.
But is it not a red flag that the initial findings are already being discredited by testimony and footage?
So I think I already said, you heard me say earlier, even if you accept the initial findings, they don't present an acceptable outcome, right? You look at the initial findings, and they already tell you that something went tragically wrong, and you had the killing of an American citizen that never should have occurred. So when I hear people say that, sort of hold the initial findings up as if they somehow exonerated Israeli security forces, they very much do not. At least in our point of view, they very much do not exonerate them. They reveal the need for a number of changes, and we've made clear that's what needs to happen. But then when it comes to what ultimately happened and getting to the bottom of what ultimately happened, let's see how the investigation plays out. I do think we shouldn't draw any conclusions before it's final. And when we see the ultimate investigation, we'll have more to say based on our assessment of it.
And then finally, just on what you've said, that the U.S. is urging the Israeli forces to modify, change its rules of engagement after Aisha killing. Of course, there's also World Central Kitchen worker Jacob Flickinger, the teenagers Mohammed Kadour, Tawfiq Abdul-Jabbar, our journalist colleague Shireen Abu Akleh, peace activist Rachel Corrie, 40,000 Palestinians, which of course you've condemned as well, the killing of them. The logic would follow that the U.S. has unconditionally funded a military with evidently insufficient rules of engagement up to this point. So is there any U.S. reflection on that idea?
The U.S. reflection on it is that Israel needs to change its policies, and we have made that quite clear. When it comes to the World Central Kitchen strike, we made clear that they need to change their deconfliction measures and worked with the UN to get new deconfliction measures in place. Now, those aren't perfect. We continue to see strikes that result in the death of humanitarian workers. We continue to see strikes in Gaza that lead to the tragic deaths of civilians. As you know, it is a very difficult place in which to conduct a military campaign because you have a terrorist organization that embeds itself and hides itself behind civilians, which is why it's the United States that is at the forefront of pushing for a ceasefire.
Can you unpack a little bit of what you make of the situation and put it perhaps in the historical context of what's been going on with the expansion of settlements in the West Bank?
So the West Bank became occupied in 1967. It's been under Israeli military occupation ever since. The Oslo peace process that started in the early 1990s basically broke apart the West Bank into parts A, B, and C, where part A is about 18% of the land,
tie your dick in a knot.
and is supposed to be under
are you kidding
security
me?
and civil control of the Palestinian Authority, which was also established through the Oslo process, right? Not Hamas, the Palestinian Authority. And then you had part B, which is about 22% of the land, and that's supposed to have Israeli security control, the PA's civil control, and then you have the other 60%, which is part C, which is entirely controlled by Israel. And even this idea of A, B, and C, I mean, for instance, the economy is in many ways controlled by Israel, right? You saw a minister like Smotrich using the Palestinian taxes, right? Withholding funds to the Palestinian Authority as punishment for like international votes of statehood for Palestinians. So you pointed to this a little bit that was important, is like how the West Bank has also been used as punishment for anything. There was another announcement by the Israeli government that they were approving, this language is ridiculous, you cannot approve settlements because settlements are illegal. There's an intentional way of making it sound legal, right? Like the government approved these settlements. Like you can't approve something that's illegal under international law, but this is the language that's used in the Western narrative about it. Again, what is that punishment for? What was it? Something about like another statehood because the international
I think it was an ICJ. Yeah, I think it had something to do with
anything that they can use an excuse to punish Palestinians. By the way, the definition of collective punishment, right? By definition, collective punishment is happening not only in Gaza, but also by extension in the West Bank. And to your point, this sort of rhetorical talking point, Hamas, anything that happens, Hamas was there. Well, Hamas is not the quote ruling authority within the West Bank, and yet you see a continued occupation and continued settlement expansion, which have increased over these decades during the peace process. You also saw this year the announcement of the largest land seizure in the West Bank by the Israeli government in the last 30 years, right? So this is not, we're not seeing settlements abating, we're seeing them continuously expand. You have increased settler violence against, which is painted by the Biden administration, right? They'll say, well, we sanctioned these like 4 individuals that are committing settler violence. And again, in the discourse, they'll say things like, yes, settlements are inconsistent with international law. And yet there is no action taken to prevent those settlements from expanding. In fact, the US is funding and arming the very military that is making that occupation possible. And when asked about this, the question is, well, no, we're working on a 2-state solution, which we've been working on, again, for more than 3 decades to no avail. When you look at settlements expansion and settler violence, it's made possible because the Israeli forces that are there are actually protecting the settlers. There, I'll give you an example from today. There was a video, again, you can see this plainly, of Israeli settlers attacking a primary school. You can hear children screaming, you can see them beating teachers. Israeli forces were there, they arrested the principal of the school. So Palestinians are the ones who get punished when Israeli settlers engage in violence against them, forcibly expel them from their homes, burn their homes down, kill them, right? They're being killed in some instances by Israeli settlers. So it's not an isolated incident, though. This is part of the state's policy. And the problem is in separating that and pretending like this is some fringe extremist movement and that occupation is not state policy. Settlements are not state policy. Settlement expansion is not state policy. All of it is under the purview of the Israeli state, whether it's the government itself, government officials, or the military. So all of it is made possible by the state, and yet there's no consequences for that state. So that's the problem and the hypocrisy of where US policy comes in. Like, you can say all you want, it's illegal under international law. Yes, we agree, but you're not taking any actions that will change the status quo.
Yes, and of course, both of our primary corporate political candidates in this race have climbed over each other to aver how unwilling they are to change that policy to support any withholding of arms or any other kind of monetary, military, substantive aid to Israel, to uphold international law, and have even gone so far as to provide, obviously, cover at the United Nations for Israel when other nations in the world want to hold it accountable using those kind of international vehicles. I do wonder, though, if we can maybe take a step back, because as I'm listening to you describe the consequences of the Oslo Accords and categorizing parts of the West Bank as A, B, and C, I wondered if you could walk us through why that deal was struck to help us understand why it is that the settlement expansion is a policy project, an ongoing policy choice, and not just kind of an incidental quirk of a more equitable Oslo Accords.
Well, if you look at the figure of Benjamin Netanyahu himself, I think that will, if you look at what he's done over the last 30 years, that'll help sort of understand what I mean by it. Why does the process start? Because obviously the international community, just like we're seeing right now, right? There is international pressure to have a resolution. I mean, that's why we have international law. That's why we have the United Nations. That's why we have an international community, is to stop wars from happening, is to, protect human rights. And that's why we have international humanitarian law. All of these things are really great things to talk about. And so you have a peace process like Oslo because, in fact, that community is supposed to be acting on its word. Now, where does the US come into this? The US is supposed to be a mediator, but it's not an even-handed broker, right? It's clearly biased towards Israel, and it allows Israel to continue illegal activity under the guise of a peace process. So supposedly, this negotiation is going on. I'll give you an example of what the US does. The US says they support a 2-state solution, but then when the UN votes for statehood, for Palestinian statehood, the US votes against it. What's the argument that they make? That this is not the way we should go about it. We should let the parties negotiate. How is international law and international institutions not the way of going about implementing international law? No, let them negotiate. Because under those negotiations, the leadership in Israel, specifically Netanyahu, has recognized that really they can do whatever they want as long as they have this facade of, but we're engaging in this process. But you've seen Netanyahu come out and say he's proud that he prevented a Palestinian state from ever existing. You see Netanyahu before, by the way, October 7th, brandish maps where there is no West Bank. It's completely gone. He's done it recently multiple times as well.
Mm-hmm.
Private Minister from Sky News. I don't know whether we can see that wider map of Israel again, whether it's technically
Yeah, go
possible to
ahead.
get back up on the screen.
Go ahead, show it.
You said at the beginning, the slightly wide one. No, a bit wider. There we go. You said at the beginning of your speech that Hamas and others in the Middle East want to wipe Israel off the map. You have literally wiped the West Bank off that map. Is that official policy now, that the West Bank doesn't exist?
No, I didn't include the Dead Sea. It's not shown in the map. I didn't show the Jordan River. It's on this map. I didn't show the Sea of Galilee.
Those
It's
are
on that
geographical features. This is a population of
map.
2
Well, I
million
didn't
Palestinians who live there.
didn't get into that. I was talking about Gaza. There is a whole issue of what to do, how to achieve peace between us and the Palestinians in Judea and Samaria. I didn't get into that. That's another press conference. I'll be happy to do it. To wipe out some of the misconceptions and the slanders and lies that are directed at us. We don't intend to drive these people away. They want to drive us away.
So why is this the state policy? Because for an ethno-nationalist right-wing government, which is currently the Israeli government, that's the goal. The goal is to take all of the land. I mean, they won't even, a lot of times you'll see commentators, Netanyahu himself won't refer to it as the West Bank. He'll call it Judea and Samaria, as if to say, this belongs to Israel. I mean, they're not hiding their intentions. They're telling you these are the intentions. This is land that belongs to Israel. International law be damned. None of that actually matters. And their intention is to take that land. And under the guise of a peace process, they've actually been able to do it more rather than less. So, if your strategy on the Israeli side is how can we get away with taking more land without having international pressure, this is how you do it. Just like right now, you get away with continuously bombing Gaza and pretending like you're participating in some kind of ceasefire process.
Yeah, it might be worth asking you about that. I mean, I'd say for the month of August, the summer, it felt like we were engaging in a media campaign that was a pushback against the mainstream media campaign, which was pretending as though we were on the precipice always of a ceasefire agreement that was being continually foiled at the last minute by Hamas. And it does feel like since Biden dropped out of the race, even that sort of charade seems to have been dropped somewhat by the mainstream media. I mean, the question of how to, of whether there's even pressure on the Democratic candidate or the Democratic Party to be responsible for shepherding a ceasefire agreement to conclusion seems to have diminished somewhat, where they're not even pretending that that's an ultimate goal. It's like we've all become inured to the idea that it's just not going to happen. I mean, that's my subjective sort of experience of it through my own media lens. What do you make of where, one, the process is substantively, to the extent that there is any kind of genuine process, and two, any shifts that you may or may not have observed in how it's being covered?
I haven't seen any shifts, at least on the Western media side. What's very interesting is if you do a comparison between Israeli media and US media, or like Western media more broadly, you will not see the headlines that you see in Israeli media that are extremely critical. Now, what you won't see in Israeli media is anyone being critical of what's happening in Gaza. When you see protests in Israel, they're not protesting what is happening in Gaza. What they're protesting is their own hostages, right? And the fact that they want a deal to release them. That's what they're protesting, and that's what you're seeing in terms of the criticisms in these headlines. I mean, hostage families have been blaming the Israeli government for months. They have blamed Netanyahu for months. They say he's intentionally preventing a deal. You have reports in Israeli media that say Netanyahu basically told the families of the hostages that Israel's national interests are his bigger concern versus freeing their loved ones. This is very, very commonplace within that media. You cannot find those headlines in the US. You cannot find them in Western media. If you look at that narrative, it has continuously been, here is the ceasefire process. Anything basically the Biden administration says, our media just mimics. There's no question about it. Biden unveils what is supposedly Israel's proposal at the end of May. And here we are in September, and we don't have a ceasefire, even though Hamas has repeatedly said they agree to the terms. They even said the UN resolution that was adopted based on Biden's proposal, they accept. But Netanyahu keeps adding more demands, one of which, the sticking point that currently exists, is the Philadelphia corridor and Israel's continued occupation there. That's new. Not only is it new, but basically what Israel is arguing for is that they should be able to have a continued occupation, military occupation within Gaza, which according to the Biden administration is something that they're against. Yet they're not using any of their leverage, which is enormous in scale, to actually pressure Netanyahu. And even when you see these glimpses, right, like Biden was asked a few weeks ago, is Netanyahu doing enough for a ceasefire? And he said no, right? You have these glimpses that they're admitting what is happening. There was some phone call where Biden talks to Netanyahu and he says, stop bullshitting me. And yet here we are. So none of that language matters if there's no policy to back it up. And there's no policy to back it up. On the Israeli side, Netanyahu knows this. And so it makes no difference to him. They can, you can see an occasional headline in the Western press that says Biden and Netanyahu are at odds, but the weapons keep flowing, the money keeps flowing, all of the same protections and immunity continues. And so it doesn't really make any difference on the Israeli side.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I completely agree. I think the shift that I'm seeing is there was a time when I think the mainstream papers were trying to more actively sell Biden as authentically working for a ceasefire, and then peppering in these little sound bites about how upset he was with Netanyahu, how he was on a phone call with Netanyahu and gave him a piece of his mind, to sort of characterize any stagnation on progress as not the fault of Biden, as him doing his best. In lieu of actually using leverage, these kind of rhetorical flourishes to suggest that Biden was big mad on a telephone call somewhere were enough. And it almost feels as though now that rehabilitating Biden's image as a negotiator is less of a priority post him dropping out of the race, that the effort to do even that has kind of fallen by the wayside. And instead you have the left constantly trying to expose the enormous amount of leverage the United States has, pointing out historical examples like the one that you raised with Reagan picking up the phone to stop Israel bombing Lebanon in the 80s, but also contemporary reporting from Israel, where you have Israeli sources saying, yes, without the support of U.S. aid, our Air Force would not be able to continue its bombing campaigns for more than a few days. And yet you still have a lot of kind of, I think, liberals outside of the media, just voters and, kind of online people and pundits and the like, still insisting that leftists who are demanding more of the Biden-Harris administration and are demanding more commitments out of Harris as a potential president are wish casting and pretending like there is more power, that the United States has more power than they actually do, which is, of course, deeply frustrating when you see at the same time. And I wanted to get your read on this. You had in the last week, Linda Thomas Greenfield, the U.S.'s UN ambassador, seemed to actually retrench from the U.S. position of a two-state solution and start to talk about how Palestine isn't ready for its own state.
One more question on Israel, and then I want to ask about Kenya and open it up to the audience. What is the U.S. going to do as more and more countries, as they are starting to recognize the Palestinian state, and the Palestinians are becoming eligible for membership in some of these organizations?
A state has certain responsibilities for its people. And I do not believe the Palestinians, as they exist right now, have all of the elements to give it statehood. And so, yes, there are a large number of states that are recognizing Palestinian statehood. They have now been given an alphabetized place in the General Assembly, but we have to deal with the issues of peace and security, and all of that is going to have to be negotiated between the two parties on the ground for this to work in an effective way.
I wondered if you caught that statement and what you make of it.
Well, first of all, I agree with your reading of the shift in terms of being specifically focused on Biden. Since he's decided to leave the race and now Kamala Harris is the official candidate for the Democratic Party, that pressure on him in many ways has sort of dissipated, and the way that it's covered in the media has changed as well, because there just isn't, it's as if the actions of the US in Gaza are only associated with Joe Biden and not with his VP, as if it's not the Biden-Harris administration, right? There's this attempt, and of course it's because the election is coming up and there's a very real consequence in terms of especially key swing states that are impacted by these policies. I mean, if you go back to the 2020 election, and two of the main things that are happening in 2020 that are affecting Trump's ability to get reelected is obviously the COVID pandemic. And then on top of that, we have nationwide protests for months, starting in May with the killing of George Floyd, right? This continues for months. When you have that kind of national coverage and the sort of mobilization of people against the current administration for whatever reason, in that case, it was, institutional racism, police brutality against Black communities, the killing of George Floyd specifically, and what it means. And now you're seeing you saw, at least with Biden, a similar parallel, right? Because we've seen continuous protests in the United States based on what is happening in Gaza and US support for genocide. We've seen self-immolations of Americans in the US protesting what is happening. We've seen just campuses across the country break down because of student protests. This has brought negative attention onto this administration. And as soon as he drops out, they've tried to make it seem like, well, this is his problem. This isn't her problem. But it is. And that's why when they were asked in the last debate, when Trump and Harris were asked, they were just, they didn't sound different, right? They sounded like they were competing for who loves Israel more and wants to kill Palestinians more. That was really...
That's right.
It was a competition to say, I will be more zealous in my support. But there was no difference in terms of support for Israel being completely blind and unconditional for those two candidates. And so Harris has not stepped up to make any kind of distinction. Very early on, she tried to sort of play the hand of, I will not be silent about Palestinian suffering. But then that immediately became translated into, but I will always protect Israel's security. And so under this blanket of Israel's right to self-defense, Israel's security, genocide becomes justified. Everything becomes, you can just mass slaughter thousands of children because apparently that's self-defense, according to the Biden-Harris administration. And Harris is part of that. So I think your reading of that is absolutely true. And the way that they've been able to get away with it is, well, it's not Biden anymore. Really, this was his policy. In terms of, what was it? I'm sorry.
The Linda Thomas Greenfield, whether or not we're seeing,
yes.
Because here's the problem. Like, there is a part of me that is sort of heartened by the way that so many people who weren't really paying very much attention to the plight of Palestinians are suddenly engaged and more historically informed and talking about this, obviously. But there is this concern that, much like the BLM example that you just raised, the priority of defeating Trump ends up causing the movement to take a big step back, and you see a retrenchment where every year since 2020, more people have been killed by the police than the year before. It is no longer a cause celeb. And I do wonder if we're starting to see some evidence of a kind of retrenchment politically when you see our UN ambassador now not just talking with the same kind of two-state pablum that we've seen historically, but taking a step back, seemingly, maybe, and saying, I don't think Palestine is ready for a state at all at this time. It doesn't meet the conditions of statehood.
Well, I think that, so if you look at the context of a comment like that, well, she voted against Palestinian statehood this year when the resolution overwhelmingly passed, right? So how do they make an argument? Again, how does the US make an argument for, well, then if you're for a two-state solution, if you're saying that Palestinians have the right to a state, have a right to self-determination, then how do you reconcile that with this voting record? Then why would you vote against Palestinian statehood? And that's the kind of argument that she has to make in order to justify it, to say, well, we believe in it, but we're not there yet, right? Like, they don't fulfill whatever obligation, whatever criteria apparently the US thinks they're in charge of. I mean, that's really the most important part of that statement, in my opinion, right? The most important part of that statement is that the US has internalized this concept that they are international law. International law is not what the entirety of the international community says. It starts and stops with what the US says. If the US says that Palestinians do not reach some criteria, it doesn't matter that the UN overwhelmingly voted for it. It only matters that the US is saying otherwise. And that really is indicative of how the US has used the international, these international institutions really forever, like from the beginning of their existence. And when that happens, those are not tools for accountability. They're tools for empire. But I think for the broader American audience, sometimes that's lost because we're so accustomed to it. We're so accustomed to our officials talking this way. And if you really think about it, it's insane that they talk this way. It is insane that a US official thinks, well, we say this, and so that's now international law, right? We say Russia has committed war crimes, therefore they have committed war crimes. We are still assessing whether or not Israel has committed war crimes. So no one is allowed to say whether or not this has happened. It's not an international system. It's a US system of imperialism and empire, and it's a continuation of that. And that's how it's being used. And so to me, that's where that comment fits in, right? That comment fits in with exactly what they've always said.
Yeah. I think you're so right, and you're making me reflect on, I mean, in last week's episode, I talked a little with Shama Sawant about the nature of the questions that were offered up by the prisoners of the debate, by the moderators of the debate, and how the absence of any, I won't even call it left, frankly, but mainstream pushback on the kinds of answers that Kamala Harris was giving as the more left candidate on the stage helped to obscure the reality that they're both saying they want a bear hug Bibi strategy at a time when international legal system, international courts have said, no, Benjamin Netanyahu, the person you said has your unqualified support, is guilty of war crimes. When the United States is saying, our UN ambassador is saying, we would not arrest Netanyahu and fulfill the obligations of these ICC warrants because we don't have to, and because we don't, on some level, respect international law in the first instance. In your words, we are international law.
Ambassador, I wanted to ask about the International Court of Justice decision ruling that Israel's occupation is illegal and must end, and ordering member states, including the United States, to end support for Israel that assists their settlements, as well as the impending arrest warrant against Netanyahu and the Israeli foreign minister. Are you going to abide by the International Court of Justice orders? Are you going to arrest Netanyahu and the foreign minister if he turns up in the United States? And, what is your feeling on these international court rulings?
Let me start with the last part of that. We have a problem with the court's ruling, and we've been clear that we have a problem with the court's ruling. And I think you know the answer to the question about whether we will arrest President Netanyahu. He was here in the United States a few weeks ago, and he was not arrested. The warrant was out before that. Okay, well, let me be clear. We will not arrest him. And because we have a question about the jurisdiction of the ICC on Israel, and we've made that very, very clear.
But that doesn't get exposed because there's no one in our media ecosystem who's particularly interested in those kinds of questions or who disagrees with the underlying premise. That being said, you alluded a little bit ago to the politics of this, and I'm curious what you make of the reality of the potential political implications of so many Democratic voters saying overwhelmingly they do wish Kamala Harris supported a ceasefire and an arms embargo, particularly in these swing states where Jill Stein in particular, as the third party candidate that has been on who is on most ballots and who has really sort of foregrounded the issue of the genocide in Gaza and attracted the support of a lot of Arab and Muslim American voters. She recently got the endorsement of the Muslim American Public Affairs Council. And polls are showing that she has, for instance, 7.6% of the vote in Michigan, 6.5% of the vote in Wisconsin, margins that are enough to spoil the results for Kamala Harris in these important must-win swing states.
I wish she wouldn't have said spoil.
I wonder what you make of, given that being the case, what's motivating Harris as a candidate to take that sort of a risk rather than appease overwhelming majorities of her voter base, who might very well be more inclined to vote for her and help her win and quote unquote defeat Trump if that is the priority. Why is she still choosing to stand with Israel, even if it thwarts her own electoral chances?
I think the whole of your question really points to the sort of questionable nature of democracy in the US, right? And how far that's gone. If you look at the last 3 elections, in 2016, 2020, and now 2024. This is the third election in which the Democratic platform is just anti-Trump, right? It's not policy-based. It's just, we're
not Trump.
Because, listen, right? Like, that's really the platform that they've used now for 3 election cycles. In one case, it didn't work. And in the second case, it did work. And that was, again, because of the context that I just said, if you think of pandemic and nationwide protests that have went on for months. But now, and right now it's a very sort of tight race that we're seeing. But I wish this was the only topic where they didn't listen to voters, but it isn't, right? So this is just another example of that. It's not an exception to some kind of rule where, in fact, what voters believe and think is taken into account, because that's not the reality on the ground. I'll give you an example back from 2020. One of the foreign policy sort of like crowning achievements of the Obama administration was the Iran nuclear deal, right? Having a diplomatic breakthrough with Iran, who's this adversarial state to the United States for all this time, and preventing it from getting a nuclear weapon through diplomatic means. Trump administration comes in, exits the deal. One of the questions in foreign policy at that time was, well, for the Democrats, will you return to the Iran nuclear deal? Basically, every Democrat on the stage, including Biden, says yes, because it's a simple, easy lift. When Biden is elected, polls say that a bipartisan majority want the nuclear issue with Iran to be resolved through diplomacy. And if I'm remembering the poll correctly, it was something like 80% or 84% of Biden voters agreed on this. He never returned to the deal.
Right.
Here we are. Right. So it's like, and these are foreign policy issues. You can translate that to domestic policy issues. Just think about things like universal healthcare.
Whoa.
Right? I mean, there's a huge discrepancy between what the American populace wants, a bipartisan majority is the most important part of that, and what elected officials
Landon Lazy
do. And I
Lizard
think that's
Lounge
become
raided
even
your
worse
channel
for
with 2
Democrats
viewers.
specifically. Because whereas I do not agree with the policies of the Republicans or of Donald Trump, one could argue that he is responding to his base and doing the things, appalling as they are, that he promises to do, whereas on the Democratic side, they are not doing that. They're promising things, but they're not delivering on those promises. They're using a lot of great language, but they're not actually backing that language up with policies.
Did you fall asleep while streaming? Because I did.
And because they've been given the space to do this because of the existence of Donald Trump, because they think the only thing that they have to do is point to how bad he is. So now we've had 3 elections where our entire choice is the lesser of 2 evils. This is how it's framed for 3 elections straight. And so, to your question, I think this is just another symptom of a much larger problem that I think it has its own, you could unpack that on its own for a very long time.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean,
May have been a nap involved in today's stream. Thank you for your patience.
That goes something like, Brianna, you don't care about any other issues. Why are you a single issue voter? That issue being Palestine. Why won't you withhold your vote for Black issues? Sometimes people come at it from that angle. And I have to smile to myself because anybody who's known me knows that, long before October 7th, I've been advocating a vote withholding strategy. I personally believe in growing party alternatives to break from the corporate duopoly. But even if you don't agree with me on that, I think there is an argument that if you are unwilling to leverage your vote, then you're unwilling to have the power to push these kind of right-wing Democratic candidates that leftists say, oh, we're going to push them left after we get them in office. Well, why would they ever listen to you if you
just vote for them anyway?
The only real leverage that you have and getting them at least to commit on some level to your agenda before you vote them into office. And so I have been thinking a lot about, and this is a little cynical and I'm a little uncomfortable even saying it this way, but there is a way that because of the horror of what's happening in Palestine, it's clarifying for people that they do have a red line, some people at least, that a red line does exist, which makes the project of helping people to try to figure out where that line should be, even short of a genocide, outside of the context of this genocide, could help them to reevaluate their kind of political consciousness and their political strategies without something this dire happening. And so there's a part of me that thinks, yes, this is a great way to do exactly what you've just done, to say this is exactly the same thing that's happening with Medicare for All and a million other issue areas where there is this disconnect between what our government is willing to do and what the people want them to do. I do, however, find myself less clear, less certain about why it is that the government is making these foreign policy decisions as compared to my understanding of why they're making decisions around, let's say, healthcare. You can open secrets and see exactly how much money Joe Biden or Jim Clyburn or any of these types of people are getting from the health insurance industry and the pharmaceutical industry and connect the dots. With respect to something like the Iran nuclear deal, or with respect to something like the choice to endlessly and without any equivocation providing arms to Israel as they are humiliating America on the international stage and, of course, engaging in deeply immoral genocidal behavior, what is it geopolitically do you think that's driving this choice? Or is it as simple as me doing what I tend to do and opening open secrets and discovering that Kamala Harris is getting more money from the defense industry than Donald Trump by a significant margin?
I think there's so much that you brought up so many good points, and there's so much to unpack about that. First of all, I think the idea, because I hear these comments too, right? It's like people will say things like, this is one policy, but like we face an existential threat. And I think it's sort of naive to think that a state that is willing to commit genocide cares about anything, right? Like, well, they care about us. They care about Americans, at least. Well, Israel just killed another American. They don't care about that either. So no, they don't, right? Like, these are not, and that's why I said, I'm like, this is connected to domestic policy. Domestic policy and foreign policy are interconnected, because it is a way that a state functions within the world is the way it's going to function at home, right? You have this idea of like imperial boomerang. If they are willing to do these things to human beings somewhere else, they're willing to do whatever it is to suppress their own citizens as well. So there's that aspect of it. In terms of, the one policy thing, I just find it a ridiculous point when that policy is genocide. I don't know what, if that's not a red line for people, I just don't know, then one does not exist. But more to sort of your point about why is the motivation in this geopolitical situation? There's layers to it. And I think different actors have different motivations. That's something to take into account too, right? Like, we can't just paint it with one brush. Like, people will make an argument like, well, AIPAC, the pro-Israel lobby is very strong. Yes, that's true. And for some, I think, individuals, that is a motivation because there's a very practical, pragmatic, well, I want to get elected. And if I go against this, they're going to put, $14 million into defeating my individual seat as a representative in one district in one state. So I don't want to do that. You have someone like Jamal Bowman as an example of that, right? So that's one motivation. I think there is other aspects of just the war machine of the United States, right? Not just in the case of Israel, but the way that the US treats war everywhere, like endless war. Why do we engage in endless wars? Because it's a profitable industry. It's an extremely profitable industry. When you allow your representatives, government officials, to own stocks in companies that profit from selling weapons, then you need wars to do that, right? Like, in any other situation, if I described that system to you, but I was describing China or Iran or Russia or Cuba or Venezuela, it would plainly be called corruption. Nobody would try to argue that's capitalism. They would say, well, that's a horribly corrupt state that would allow that process to occur. That's exactly what's happening here. So I think there are those larger war machine kind of motivations. There's also ideological motivations, right? You mentioned Iran and Israel. Those two policies are interrelated. They're not actually separate. So, for instance, in the nuclear deal, even though it had support in the US, a bipartisan majority support, why then do you undermine that deal? What state is against it? I mean, it was internationally enshrined by the United Nations. So who's against it? Israel, right? So those things are actually connected to one another. And there's an ideological component that I think people fail to recognize because we never look at our own fanaticism. We're not fanatics. America isn't a fanatic. We're pragmatic and we're secular and we have all these wonderful things about us in the Western societies and Western world, except you have these threads of absolute fanaticism. Just the sentence, just the phrase, unconditional support, which is tossed around for Israel constantly, is fanatic on its face. Right? That phrase makes no sense. Nothing should be unconditional. How can you make giving weapons to a foreign country unconditional? I mean, in fact, US law dictates that it's not unconditional. There are conditions. If states commit gross human rights violations, according to US law, we are not supposed to provide them with weapons. So none of that is ever part of the narrative, though. We never talk about the fact that Biden is so, excited about calling himself a Zionist. We don't talk about the anti-Muslim, anti-Arab attitudes in the US, the sort of racism that informs some of our policies as well, right? So there's so many layers to it. There's so many different motivations, but the only one we ever hear is that, well, Israel has a right to defend itself and democracies help democracies. This is how Israel is painted in the West. It's the only democracy in the Middle East. You cannot be an apartheid state and be called a democracy. You are not a democracy. You control the lives of millions of people who do not have the same rights, who do not even have the right to vote or representation, but you control their lives. That is not a democracy. And so that kind of rhetoric is used to justify it. But like I said, there's a whole bunch of different motivating factors. And I think for different actors within the American political system, those different motivations play into it.
But what about just for, the shift from Obama supporting the Iran nuclear deal to Trump withdrawing from it to Biden choosing to maintain Trump's status quo? I mean, I just wondered if you have any insight onto that? Is it, do you believe it's ideological that Joe Biden, absent being part of the Obama administration, never would have supported it because he is just more of a zealot with respect to his self-described Zionism than Barack Obama was? Do you think, do you think that in that instance it is an ideological difference? And if so, what do you think is likely that we'll likely see from a potential Harris administration?
I think that if you look at that particular deal and you look at how Biden handled it, it wasn't that he theoretically didn't want to go back to the deal, right? And he, in fact, lambasted Trump for the decision to withdraw from that deal, repeatedly talked about how what a poor decision that was, because again, it was an achievement of an administration that he served as vice president. Yeah. But I don't think he had the political will to do it, because look, it requires political capital in the US to pursue a policy that will be, especially will be attacked on the right and in the center as pro-Iran and anti-Israel. And that's how the Iran deal becomes framed, even though the deal is a non-proliferation deal that, nuclear experts everywhere in the world lauded as a monumental achievement. That's not how the political discourse plays out, right? The political discourse doesn't talk about the fact that it prevents a country from getting a nuclear weapon, and that can be a model that's used to allow states, like right now you have a state like Saudi Arabia also wants a nuclear program. Well, if you had that deal in place, you would have a model for what a civilian nuclear program can look like for another country as well, where you have the monitoring, the international monitoring to make sure that they're not procuring a nuclear weapon. But we destroyed that because it's hard to do that in the US. Why? Because there's a whole history behind anti-Iran, especially anti-Iran attitudes. That stems from a history of the hostage crisis in 1979 and continues to this day. And there's a history of a pro-Israel sort of rhetoric. And this is in media discourse, this is in political discourse, this is in American popular culture. So we're inundated with these images and these ideas to a point where it's just really easy to say, yeah, we're not going to do anything with Iran. And you'll get, you won't get the kind of pushback you would in another situation if people actually understood the details of that. And so I think Biden just wasn't willing to put the political capital into making that happen. He should have on day one, because it was an easy lift. It was just like, oh, I'm going to reverse these things that Trump did, and I'm going to include this on it. But it was trickier to do because he wanted to appeal first to, a country like Israel, which is a strong ally, I don't think any president in US history has supported Israel the way that Joe Biden has in this situation. I wonder if you had a different person as president, if you would see this kind of unconditional support. And with Harris, I think one of the sort of downfalls is the fact that because she served that administration, in many ways, I don't think she can criticize it, right? Because she'd be criticizing, especially not before an election. She can't go into an election criticizing her own administration, because that's not going to be really good, PR for getting herself elected necessarily. That could be the logic that drives her. I don't agree personally. I think it's great when if you have a president that has not been necessarily popular, then distinguishing yourself, I think, is a really smart political move.
And she did, and she has said at the debate, apparently one of the best, the lines that people responded to most positively was when she said, "I'm not Donald Trump and I'm not Joe Biden." And if you want to listen to Pod Save America for some insight into what the Democratic punditry is thinking about people who are very close to the Biden administration,
Nabil, what's up?
The Obama-Biden administration, their feeling was that it was incumbent on her to distinguish herself in the debate, and they were happy that she did so. And I take your point. Obviously, she can't come out saying, I think Biden is a senile piece of crap who never should have been president. But there are ways that she has started to distinguish herself, but not in that particular arena. So the kind of follow-up to that I would want to ask you then is, what do you make of the rationale behind some figures on the left who, despite, and I thought it was a really strong point you made, despite the reality that our own domestic laws preclude us from giving money to countries that are obstructing humanitarian aid, the Leahy Law, all of these things that are pre-existing, despite having that sort of critical edifice in which to embed your criticisms of your own party, you're still seeing, obviously, notably over the weekend, a whole melee where AOC and Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison, a prominent Muslim American, come out to not just boost Kamala and say why people should vote for her, but specifically go after Jill Stein, the third-party candidate, who has really been one of the few voices, at least in the kind of electoral context right now, really foregrounding the plight of Palestinians. What is that choice? Why is there not an effort to basically leverage the existence of Jill Stein and the fact that she is pulling these votes in these key states to say, okay, I'm Keith Ellison, I'm AOC. Let me turn back to my party and say, if you want to win, you've got to move a little closer to where, or a lot closer to where Jill Stein is with her position. And instead, they're saying, Jill Stein, you're wrong to want to be raising these kinds of issues.
I mean, I think it just goes back to sort of establishment politics and the way that they operate, right? Because in that scenario, what you're expecting is for them to heed the calls of the people or care about international law or care about domestic US law, which seems like a very basic concept. And I understand as I utter this sentence, how ridiculous it sounds, that I'm saying our expectation is that our government and our officials would care about international law, would care about US law, would care about what the voters wanted, would care about basic humanity, right? Put all of that aside. Do they have humanity? Do they care that children are being slaughtered on a daily basis? Apparently they have none of that. So it's very frustrating because that's just how establishment politics works. They're not going to shift their position. And because they're not going to shift their position, they have to undermine the platform under which a third party candidate is running, right? Because they're not going to adopt that platform. So now they have to undermine it and the candidate themselves. Jill Stein is an example of someone who's a third party candidate. What they're obviously worried about is splitting the vote. It's like a very practical concern that exists within the Democratic Party. But you saw a similar kind of panic over Bernie Sanders, and he was not running third party. He was running as a Democrat. He had a significant, some would argue that he should have been the candidate. And yet you see that same kind of panic because they also they represent ideas that they don't want, right? So you're expecting them to change ideas when they don't want to.
But so I completely agree with you with respect to, I think, most Democrats. What's so mind-boggling to me is that, look, I've been accused sometimes of having bad faith with respect to someone like AOC or what have you. I don't think that's fair. I think I've given her, frankly, more benefit of the doubt than is warranted. And I think the behavior in this moment really confirms that people who made judgments of her earlier were well within their rights to have done so. But even if you have the good faith reading where someone like, AOC and the squad members, someone like Keith Ellison, who is himself Muslim, who I do think genuinely wants there to be a ceasefire and does not agree with Israel, someone who was railroaded from his attempt to lead the DNC, in part because of his left politics and because of his politics toward the region, right? Even if I believe in their hearts that they kind of want the same outcome as I do, and even understanding the political limitations that they feel exist as people who are working within the Democratic Party, it seems to me that there is this room to say, hey, I'm rooting for the Democrats, but I think you should win by moving more in the more moral and less genocidal direction. Hey, I think as a Democrat, it's my obligation to point out that there is American law that you're violating if you don't stop weapons transfers to Israel. Do you see what I'm saying? Like there is space for them, I think, within our own legal structures for them to sort of hide behind the idea, no, I'm not third party. No, I'm not abandoning the Democratic Party. I'm not being antagonistic to the Democratic Party. I'm asking it to hold itself to its own standards. And even with that space there that seems to exist, they're not staying silent and they're not doing what I would call the right thing. They are going in the completely opposite direction and using whatever political capital they think they still have with the left to punch left repeatedly. And not without blowback. Excuse me.
I think in a lot of ways, this is a micro example of the policies of the U.S. state more largely. What I mean by that is why do we do certain things is because we just can and we get away with it, right? It's like this is how the establishment works. This is how the status quo works, and we can get away with doing it, and we protect our own position. And I think that is the logic for a lot of individuals that dictates why they do something. To your point, I think that's something that should have been done a year ago, right? Months and months and months. I mean, it shouldn't have taken Biden this long. He should never have been running again. Like, let's start there. He should not have been running for a second term to begin with. What the Democrats should have done, if we're playing like within this fantasy of if only they did the things we wish, is they should have had an actual primary where you vetted candidates and American people from the Democratic Party had the chance to vote and pick a candidate. And they'll say that they did primary Biden. Of course, that's ludicrous. It wasn't a real primary because you had the incumbent president on the ticket. And so I think as we get closer to the election, I think you did see more criticism actually from some of the figures that you're talking about months ago. But the closer we get to the election, the more they bear down on this sort of, you cannot criticize this administration or this person who is running against Donald Trump anymore, right? It's a sort of, I don't want to call it a mob mentality, but it's a what they will see as a pragmatic political choice to say, these are our options now, right? We exhausted our options by getting him out and getting her on the ticket. And that already actually boosted the chances of the Democratic ticket winning, right?
Hi, Anarchist Tech Support. Welcome in.
Slim to none. And they'll argue he stepped aside because he's some heroic figure who cares so much about the American people. He stepped aside because there was no way they were going to
we
win.
were,
And
discussing
now this is a sort of PR
in this earlier, like that's literally all they've ran on for the last 3 elections is, but Republicans scary, Republicans bad, Trump scary. Us, not them, instead of running on any actual policy. But I mean, as we see, like the Democrats are just chasing the Republicans further right by, copying right-wing policies and first forcing the hand of the Republicans to actually go even further with policy and rhetoric. Thanks.
attempt to fix it. And now that, the finish line is not so far away, I don't think they see themselves as having another choice. Now, that being said, in terms of their perspective, again, I agree with you in the sense that I think the whole way that the Democratic Party has approached the existence of Trumpism, and its implications has been flawed from the beginning. If you look at how the Clinton administration dealt with it and through till now, because it's treated as if Trump is an anomaly and people who support him are just all, you're talking about like 80 million people, they're all the same. Like that is ludicrous in the way that people are thinking. If
oh my
these
gosh,
politicians,
AC, that's so scary. Like even if your head is okay, that's still scary. Falls are never fun. I fell in the shower and landed on my ribs, and it really sucked. And I was in pain for about a month. But yeah, I was gonna go to the hospital. Like I knew I didn't like I didn't think I broke anything, but I was like maybe a fracture, but like I was gonna go to the hospital anyway, but my nephew was there and I didn't want him to be scared, and I was just like, I have a doctor's appointment like the next day. I was like, I'll have them look at it and give me some pain meds, because it's when they're ribs, I'm like, there's nothing they can do, But yeah, I went in, I had a doctor's appointment, so then they gave me an x-ray. Yeah, I hope you are safe. I hope you are okay. Glad you're getting checked out. Democrats are just Republicans who care about optics. Yes. Yeah, be safe. Be safe out there, everyone. And don't forget your masks.
If these officials cared, they would care, even if they disagreed with them, they would still care to try to understand what is it that's appealing about this figure to this many Americans. If they actually cared, they would recognize the fact that Trump is not some anomaly. He's the logical conclusion of a system in which people are dissatisfied, in which wealth inequality has become so enormous, it's grotesque. And then within that process, the existential threats that we face as human beings, whether it's nuclear proliferation, climate, we do nothing about, while instead we're just murdering people across the world with billions and billions and billions of dollars. So when you look at this whole picture, you realize you have a population of people who are completely dissatisfied with the system, and then you have symptoms of that pop up, and that's someone like Donald Trump. He didn't create it. He is just a symptom and a consequence of it. And that's the thing they refuse to address. And I think that's the frustration for people who have come to the conclusion that, well, the Democratic Party doesn't seem to care either, right? They're not answering the call that is needed. And it's not this, even if you looked at the debate, between Harris and Trump, where was the policy? There was barely any policy discussion. You know, the Democrats criticized Trump for the fact that he uses personal attacks and the way that he talks and his lack of decorum. And yet when you look at it, they play into it, right? They try to insult his ego, which works, but it's a horrible political debate. There's no policy being debated. It's just a jab from one person and a jab from the other person. And so in many ways, I think they've played into the hand of someone like Trump because they've shown that the problem is not Trump, the problem is the system, and they are part of that system.
Yeah, and look, I see already sort of liberals doing a victory lap. Apparently there looks to be a little bit of a post-debate bump for Harris in terms of nationwide polls, but the odds of her winning based on the Electoral College are still abysmal. And that is why I think we've seen kind of guns out for the Green Party, because it is going to come down not to the popular vote, but whether or not she can pull it out in these states that happen to be some of the states with the largest Muslim and Arab American populations who are understandably very frustrated. We've gone over time. I just did want to just ask if you had caught that sort of colloquy that happened at the National Muslim American Conference that just happened, where Jill Stein was just got the endorsement between the woman, the representative from Georgia, I believe, who was the one that was denied a speaking position at the DNC, and a woman in the audience who was making more of the abandoned Biden case as opposed to the uncommitted case that the Georgia representative was making from stage. Did you catch any of that?
I didn't actually.
My name is Rania Al-Masri from the swing state of North Carolina. Ruwa, you were asked a very specific question, and you marvelously evaded the answer by talking about state and not the president.
No, I didn't.
You said that you are still waiting for a response from Kamala Harris. I think her statements in the debate and the platform were very clear that she will continue to support the genocide.
Yep.
And she will continue to propagate Zionist lies. But it's not only that you are continuing to defend a genocider, you are doing worse on Twitter. Because here you have said that we are being pushed to a binary choice. You are pushing us to a binary choice because on social media, you have been attacking the choice that we have, which is presidential candidate Jill Stein. You have called our presidential candidate vile by rejecting genocide. You have called her not strategic because she dares to campaign in swing states. My question to you is, when our people in Palestine are refusing to raise the white flag of surrender, when our people in Palestine are refusing to accept crumbs, why are you? And if you want to hold on to the genocider, please at least do not attack those of us who refuse to bow down to the Democratic presidential candidate and rather want to be a dignified choice.
So, first and foremost, as I just stated in my comments, there was an endorsement that was offered, but it was not given, right? There was a negotiation that was happening. And if you go look on anything I've written, particularly after the DNC, it has been very clear. And as Representative Abdel Nasser said, what we have are specific metrics. If they provide these metrics, we will give our endorsement. It's really not a difficult conversation. For me personally, literally the first thing I did when I went to Georgia is I said, this is unacceptable. All of these plans and commitments that we had are no longer on the table because you did not hold your end of the bargain. Again, a commitment to ending the genocide. Now, as it relates to Jill Stein specifically, my biggest concern is that when you call, for example, a representative who has identified what's happening as a genocide, a pro-genocide candidate. So hold on. So right. But my point is, what happens is, right. But she is a presidential candidate. I want to be clear. Like, this presidential candidate also had come after me before, and I hadn't said anything up until that point. I have tried really hard to walk this fine line. But my concern is that I really do care about making sure that if anybody wants to talk about this issue and say they are on our side, because again, if you say you're on our side, to your point, you're 100% correct. There should be a much higher standard and a much higher bar. That is my belief. If you say you're on our side, your bar has to be higher. And if you tell somebody, for example, oh, this person who is not pro-genocide is pro-genocide, what it does is it actually reduces our coalition. and it reduces the number of people on our side. I know it's not fair, but I want to be very honest. So to be clear, we've had multiple members of Congress who signed the resolution, including those who allied with us, also endorse her. I'm not here to litigate like one member or another. My big focus has been mis and disinformation and how it plays into moments like this. I don't want our community to feel like everybody is an enemy and everyone sucks and everyone is the same. Because what worries me about that is then if you think everyone sucks and everybody is the same, then you're like, there's no point in engaging. And I've heard this at the doors. When we went canvassing, people said, everybody is terrible, what's the point of doing this? And I think we have a responsibility, to be clear, I want to be clear, only because I don't want us to fall into nihilism. I don't want us to give up the power that we have because because this is a disinformation campaign
So
aimed
then
at us.
why
It is saying
are you
nobody is standing.
So then why are you attacking the primary third party option? Why are you attacking any third party option? Why are you not rallying for third parties in your every waking fucking breath?
Standing with us. And the problem is when you have candidates like us down ballot and we go knock on someone's door and they say, everyone's the same, everybody sucks, nothing matters. That's what it plays into. And that's my only concern.
Okay, well then let me ask it to you this way. Maybe we'll insert a clip regardless, but basically the gist was, the pushback was against uncommitted, basically being anti-third party, pledging their vote to Harris, regardless of the disrespect that happened at the DNC, and of course, more substantively, the unwillingness to change her policy position with respect to Israel. And so there are some questions now about the utility of the uncommitted movement as opposed to the abandoned Biden, now abandoned Harris movement. And I wondered if you had any thoughts on those kind of two diverging political ideologies or strategies.
Yeah, good point. Anarchist tech support.
I don't have a specific thought on that, but what I will say to sort of address your question is I actually believe in democracy. And when you believe in democracy, that's not the protection of people who agree with you. That's the protection of the people who don't agree with you. That's a much more important group to protect, right? If I say I want to make sure that the people who agree with everything I say have the right to speak, that is not a democratic system. That's actually an authoritarian system. It's when you allow space, and not just allow space, but protect the space for the people who disagree with you to be able to speak. And so I try my best to understand all these different motivations that people have for having the political views that they have, rather than attacking one another and trying to find the commonality. Because what I think you find is that even though the tactics might be different or the conclusions we draw might be different, there's a lot of areas in which there's overlap when you look at these different groups. Like they learn.
Lady Badass, you are close, but what would be better than even that is if we had a land back movement. Dissolve the union and give the land back to its original owners in the First Nations of Turtle Island.
Largely agree that, let me put it this way, they largely agree the system is completely screwed. They largely agree people are getting screwed, and they largely agree that a significant portion of what our country's policies are wrong. They largely agree on these things. We just don't know how to fix it, right? The disagreement is, how do we fix this? Do we fix it by holding our elected officials accountable? Do we fix it by boycotting elections? Do we fix it by voting third party? What the commonality is there's something wrong with the system, and everyone is trying to figure out, how do you fix it? And I think one of the problems with the liberal position has been dismissing the people who are saying that and pretending, and this is where the gaslighting comes from, right? Pretending that it's not happening. And Gaza is the perfect example of that. They're just pretending like these things aren't happening. Like it's not, they deny that it's a genocide. Everything that happens, they blame Hamas. Israel has zero responsibility. They deny they have the power to change anything. It's constant denial. They deny that Netanyahu is the one preventing a ceasefire. So it's just constant denial, constant gaslighting, because they do not want to accept what the majority have accepted. There's something wrong with the system. And the differences that you're talking about, I think, are more tactical than they are anything else. And so I don't know if I necessarily want to comment on the tactical differences.
Look, I hear what you're saying. I do feel like what is dispiriting is when I think there are people who do recognize that there's a problem with the system, but who maintain, no matter how much the actors in that system reject them, sideline them, disrespect them, that and that they can appeal to their better angels and get a different result without using leverage to get a different result. And I think that's more frustrating than people who think there's no problem and keep it trucking, right? Like how I would describe like an Angela Rye, who was in the news recently for being pretty bad faith in her recent interview with Jill Stein on The Breakfast Club.
I've worked on Capitol Hill. It's very difficult to get what you're trying to achieve. So just for example,
Jill can talk about what you can do just from the executive
Dr.
office.
Ware,
yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Just for an example, I'd love to know how many voting members in the United States House of Representatives?
So we have been blocked. The Democrats throw us off the ballot. They interfere. They put spies and infiltrators on our campaign.
How many voting members?
Compare us.
No. Answer the question. How many voting members in the United States House of Representatives, Republican, Democrat, and Independent? How many total?
How many total
Yes.
are there? What is it? 600 some?
No, it's 435.
Plus 100 in the Senate, right?
100. Yes, I said House of Representatives.
Okay.
100 in the Senate. Of those 435 in the House, of the 100 in the Senate, how many? Just one moment. I'm not trying to put you on the defense. I'm just saying this because the Hill is my passion. That's where I grew up as a professional, right? How many of them are Green Party members?
Okay, I know where you're going with
I'm
this.
not going
You are
anywhere.
attempting to show that the Greens are powerless. I want to make the point.
I was not
that
trying to
one
show
out of
you're
every,
powerless.
Well, this is usually part of that argument.
What was
to
the
say
point
we
you were
don't
trying to
have,
make, Angela? What was the point?
I'm going to
before you rebuttal, Dr. Stein, what was the point?
I want to know how many voting members of the Green Party in the House or the Senate currently exist.
Currently, there are none. However, if you look at the American people, how many are voting against the genocide? Hardly any.
Dr.
How many are
Stein.
voting for health care as a human right, which would actually save us $500 billion a year? We, the people, are not represented. So not being there is not a strike against the Green Party.
Okay, and that's fine. How many of them right now, based on, and I called it a wish list, it wasn't to be offensive, is I have a wish list too. I got one in the ideal man I want to.
It's dismissive to refer to a party platform as a wish list.
What I'm saying, what I'm
is
saying
dismissive
is,
language.
it's not dismissive. Hear my heart, right?
But
I
I can
heard
ask
your
you the
heart
same.
on the
Okay.
mispronouncing of Kamala. Hear my
Cool.
heart.
All right.
Because there are none that currently exist, that means you got to have allies. Who
Oh,
are your
absolutely.
allies in the House and Senate
Excellent
to help
question.
to see
Excellent
if y'all would have
question.
just slowed down a minute? Y'all had guns blazing.
I think that people like in the uncommitted movement obviously feel very deeply about what's going on in Palestine. I would never suggest otherwise. The question is, even after being kept off the DNC stage, even after seeing absolutely no movement and policy from Biden or Harris with the movement, despite having demonstrated, I think, very powerfully how many voters in these states across the country are willing to withhold their vote in a primary in order to get some movement on policy, that they aren't willing to suggest that power could actually be leveraged in the general, where it is in fact real leverage and not just kind of the symbolic demonstration that we had in the primary. So we'll see what happens with that. I really appreciate you spending the time with us here today, Dr. Rod. Could you tell the people in the audience where they can find more of you online and beyond?
Follow me on Twitter at ASSALRAD, which is the only social media I currently use reluctantly, by the way. But I'm happy that if I have any platform to use it, limited as it is, to get people to think about these things, to think about the narratives, to think about the politics, and hopefully to use their voices to bring an end to just the daily horror that we're seeing.
It might be reluctant, but it's very powerful. And I really appreciate your presence on Twitter. Thank you so much for being with us here today. And thanks to you, the listeners, for supporting this podcast. And you can get an additional episode of Bad Faith every Monday at patreon.com/.
Thank you, Brianna Joy Gray, who I have not always agreed with, but I have been appreciative of a lot of her work. So let's go. That was a ride.
Biden didn't fail to get a ceasefire. He never tried. Notes from the edge of the narrative matrix. The Wall Street Journal reports that senior U.S. officials don't think the Biden administration will secure a ceasefire in Gaza before Biden's term is up. Anyone who told you that Biden or Harris were seriously working on a ceasefire lied to you. I've seen some people calling this a failure on the part of the Biden administration, and that needs to stop. It's not a failure. You can only fail at something you tried to do. Biden and Harris didn't fail at anything. They succeeded at their goal of helping Israel destroy Gaza. Biden could have ended this at any time by withholding weapons, or even by simply threatening to. He could have ended it with a phone call. The killing continued because he and his handlers wanted it to. Israel apologists have been amazingly defensive about its latest acts of terrorism in Lebanon. It's extremely important to them that everyone believe it is awesome and good to turn electronic devices into thousands of bombs placed throughout unsuspecting civilian populations. Hezbollah are vastly morally superior to the IDF. The one and only reason you see the former called terrorists and the latter framed as legitimate defense forces is because one works against the strategic interests of the Pentagon, while the other aligns with those interests. Podium goons like State Department spokesman Matthew Miller are still refusing to acknowledge that Israel was behind the terror attacks in Lebanon when asked about them by the press, which is absolutely insane. Literally everyone knows it was Israel. Mainstream media outlets are publishing reports citing U.S. officials saying they know it was Israel. This is the same as lying. They're looking us right in the eye and lying, knowing full well that we all know they're lying. The claim that Israel's terror attack in Lebanon was super-duper targeted against enemy combatants is the dumbest thing we've been asked to believe about Israel in weeks.
Yeah, it's 420 somewhere.
A group of 27 Israeli ministers and Knesset members have sent a letter to Benjamin Netanyahu urging him to order an evacuation of northern Gaza in order to quote-unquote cleanse the area via siege warfare. They're just coming right out and saying it now. Whenever a liberal denounces the Western-backed genocide in Gaza and then says but, everything they say after but can be mentally replaced with I don't see Palestinians as fully human. I have seen the insides of too many dead kids to take seriously the idea that extending the Biden-Harris administration would be any kind of harm reduction. Pay less attention to the two candidates the Democrats and Republicans have offered you to choose from, and pay more attention to the choices they haven't offered you. They haven't offered you a candidate who will stop funding the genocide in Gaza. They haven't offered you a candidate who will end U.S. warmongering, militarism, or imperialism. They haven't offered you a candidate who will fight against the destruction of our ecosystem. They haven't offered you a candidate who will end homelessness and care for the needful. They haven't offered you a candidate who will ensure that everyone working 40 hours a week can afford a decent place to live. They haven't offered you a candidate who will get money out of politics. They haven't offered you a candidate who will break up monopolistic megacorporations. They haven't offered you a candidate who will fight the exploitative imbalance of power the capitalist class has over workers. They haven't offered you a candidate who will roll back the authoritarianism, surveillance, and police militarization you've been seeing in your country. They haven't offered you a candidate who will end the war on drugs. They haven't even offered you a candidate who will give your country a normal functioning healthcare system. You can learn a lot more from looking at what isn't on the ballot than you can by looking at what is. Peace, justice, and equality are not on the ballot. Ending ecocide, ending poverty, or ending corruption are not on the ballot. The only viable candidates do not offer these things. The candidates who do offer any of these things will be prevented from coming anywhere close to victory. This fact has orders of magnitude more direct impact on you and those around you than the relatively superficial differences between Harris and Trump ever will. If you look at the entire global behavior of the U.S. empire as a whole, the difference between what it would look like if Trump were president and what it would look like under Harris is probably something like 1/10 of 1%, and even that's being generous. Whereas if either party ran candidates who stood for peace, justice, equality, and a healthy environment, the world would be so drastically changed as to become almost unrecognizable. Which is why neither party ever runs such a candidate. Both parties exist to maintain the corrupt, abusive, warmongering, imperialist, ecocidal
I think the
capitalist
argument
status
there,
quo.
Ash, is that both parties are fascist. Which I know this writer believes and has written about. And that there is really only superficial differences between the two of them, like performative inclusivity.
Oligarchs and empire managers who really run the US government will do whatever they need to do to ensure that only candidates who will preserve that status quo ever get anywhere near the Oval Office. Elections are a phony performance put on every few years to let Americans believe they have some meaningful control over the most important
I'd
decisions.
rather
that
have
will
two
be made by their
right-wing
government.
potatoes than two right-wing
Looking
parties.
at what isn't on the ballot, instead of looking at what is, makes this immediately obvious.
On day one, I will call Netanyahu and tell him that the genocide is over, the occupation is over, the ethnic cleansing is over, and that there will be a weapons boycott starting now. This room is not the greatest. The lighting is...
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Is this
Okay,
word
look.
for you? Okay.
Okay, cool. Okay, we're about to get going. Hi, and welcome to another episode of Unapologetic. Today, joining me is Dr. Jill Stein, who's running to be the US president. Dr. Jill Stein, good to have you with us.
Really great to be with you. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. I mean, I know it's very busy at the moment, campaigning and doing multiple back-to-back interviews, but thanks for making time for us. This is going to be a different interview. It's not going to be very much about your policies, but more about you, the person, but also how your journey kind of tells us the states of the USA and the states of US politics. I'm going to start a bit differently. Usually I would start these interviews by asking about how a person grew up and the home they're from. But the question I'm going to ask you is actually, I'm asking this question because I think it kind of is a microcosm of building a progressive movement, which I think is in a big way what you've dedicated yourself to in terms of politics and being the leader of the Green Party for the last 2 decades. And so going to that, it's actually about AOC. Because I think for many people, she has been seen as the new face of progressive politics. Now, recently, she hasn't said very kind things about you and your candidacy. She's called it predatory. What do you make of this entire debacle in terms of what it says about US politics, but also about the electorate trying to have faith in a new progressive form of the Democratic Party?
I think this is really, it's a rude awakening for many who thought that the Democratic Party could be reformed. I myself have been over that for quite some time when the Democrats repealed campaign finance reform, when we succeeded in my home state in Massachusetts of getting money out of politics, but through creating a public financing alternative to corporate money, which can be seen as sort of the mother of all the corruption of our political system that enables policy to be bought out basically by the highest bidder, whether it's AIPAC or the war contractors or Wall Street. Policies are bought and paid for in our current political system, including the Democratic and Republican parties. We passed an alternative to that in my home state, and the Democrats repealed it. We passed it through a referendum by a huge 2-to-1 majority, and the Democratic, supposedly progressive Democratic Party repealed it. So that was back in the year 1998, actually, just even before the 2000s. And
Wow, I was like, I didn't know about this.
That the Democratic Party in its most progressive state, or arguably one of its most progressive states, was really beyond redemption. And I, at that point, basically got tricked into running for office for the first time. And that's a story unto itself. But that was my wake-up call about the Democratic Party. And unfortunately, that understanding has continued to play out. And the Democrats remain beyond redemption, remain ever more deeply in debt to their deep-pocketed donors. So while the squad has,
stood up on some policies, but not very many. You know, they voted for the Iron Dome. They voted, you know, appropriations for that. They couldn't stand up for the $15 minimum
No,
wage.
Ash,
refused to
I
bring that to a
completely
vote. We're not
disagree. I completely disagree because, like, then that's the AOC line of attack, and it doesn't really fly with me. Because the one, like, she wasn't even going to be the nominee this year, and she wasn't the nominee last year. The Green Party has existed for decades and does have a functional ground game, does have local candidates, does not have anything on the national stage yet, but the Green Party does have a structure in place, unlike, you know, it's not just online people doing thought experiments. Right. And you're entitled to your opinion, but I'm entitled to challenge it. Know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that Jill Stein centers herself in this at all. I've only heard her talk about policy. You know? I don't see this being like I'm with her the same way Hillary was. Yeah, like, I don't know her backstory. If she was focused on making this a narcissistic project, wouldn't she be, you know, pushing her? I mean, even like Marianne Williamson was much more of a selfish candidate than Jill Stein. Was literally, I mean, we had fucking presidential candidates run for book tours. Jill Stein is at least like very genuine in her beliefs and in the policies she's pushing. And the fact that she chose someone like Dr. Butch Ware as her running mate shows that she is actually listening to the constituents.
Stand up for Medicare for all, wouldn't bring that to a vote. You know, on just issue after issue, they have been vulnerable to their funders and the power of the hierarchy within the Democratic Party, which essentially enforces the agenda of their big donors and puts a lot of internal money and pressure and appointments and all that behind it as well. So to see AOC kind of leading the attack in a way that did not do her much credit, you know, in a way that really made her exposed her as a lapdog for the Democrats, as their attack dog, in fact, seeking to silence their political opposition using very deceptive and misinforming talking points, which I'd be happy to rebut and which we've posted rebuttals to. You know, but there she was trying to silence political opposition. She had run.
Yeah, I think Mars is in Pisces today, so.
On our Green New Deal, has run on many of the issues that in fact were launched by Greens, from healthcare as a human right through a Medicare for all system, which was launched by Ralph Nader in the 2000 presidential campaign, launched as a national political issue, to bailing out students from debt, offering free public higher education, which were injected into the national dialogue by my campaign.
Well, that's the equinox energy. There's big energy for the equinox.
In the year 2012 for the first time. You know, all of these progressive issues have been adopted by the progressive Democrats, who basically give them lip service but water them down and, you know, do not effectively advocate for them. And at the end of the day, continue to take their marching orders from Wall Street and the war machine, whether it's denying the right to strike for the railroad workers, you know, failing to stand up on the promise of a $15 an hour minimum wage, to stand up on the promise not to continue the sales of public land in the Inflation Reduction Act. 60 million acres need to be auctioned off offshore every year before any major renewable project can be built. You know, on issue after issue, the Democrats have broken their promises on student debt bailout and so on. They've broken their promises and continued throwing everyday people under the bus. So the squad, I'm afraid to say, has not been effective whatsoever. And AOC has really disgraced herself as a former progressive. The nickname for her now is AOC Pelosi. She's basically the enforcer of the corporate agenda and the effort to
I
silence.
think AOCIA is better. Like, just saying.
True people-powered opposition and people-powered politics. It's unfortunate, but for those of us who've been watching this closely for some time, this is no surprise at all.
Okay, you say it's no surprise. I mean, don't you think there was ever a moment, maybe in the last 8 years, as we've seen AOC and the other members of the squad, their sort of political rise? And to a large extent, I think in the last year, and we'll get to that maybe, you've also seen their fracturing based on Gaza. You can see Ilhan Omar, for example, and Rashida Tlaib going in one direction. And
That's
AOC
good.
in another.
AC, I'm glad
Many
they're getting
skeptics looking
you
at this will say,
processed and everything.
Yes, but, it's either the Republicans or the Democrats. There's no real viable opposition who could... you could maybe be a spoiler for either party, but there's no real viable opposition simply because of what you've said. There's not enough money for independent parties, all of these things. And so don't you think there's just some sort of silver lining for maybe some voters who are progressive, but kind of still want to see a potential reformation within a viable
Thank you
party?
for saying that, Lady Badash. I appreciate the clarification.
And want to sort of hang on to potential people like AOC, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib within these parties. And maybe think when they see AOC, they're like, this is not the principled behavior we expect, but it's politicking. She needs to politic further so she can stay within the party, so that at some point in the future, she can actually have influence over the party. What would be your response to that?
That has been the argument all along. And it's not
It's been
advancing us,
Agatha
in the face of the
all
genocide
along.
now.
Sorry.
It's asking us to hold our noses and vote for genocide. The Democratic National Committee, which would not give even 2 minutes of airtime to a Palestinian, a true supporter of Kamala Harris and the Democrats, an elected officer, in fact, I think a state representative, refused to give her 2 minutes to talk about the plight of the Palestinians, while they profess to be concerned, but swear allegiance to Israel, invite Netanyahu, a war criminal, to come and address Congress, give him a standing ovation every 60 seconds, refuse to even consider a weapons embargo, which would end the genocide immediately and bring Israel into compliance with international law and into compliance with the American...
YBE! Hello, the Emperor. How you doing?
people and what the American people desperately want in overwhelming numbers, not to mention the world community. So, I think it's entirely inexcusable and reprehensible that we are being goaded into...
You don't like my music says if the quote left is gonna let Trump get elected again because of Israel, they are incredibly myopic. Comment over on YouTube side. Interesting comment. Not really on the left to be it's not really on the voters. Like, we don't do voter shaming. It's not really on the voters for the Democrats to be better. Like, I'm sorry that genocide is not a red line for you. That's really sad. Like, that's really sad that you are like, even if you don't support genocide, you decided that it wasn't a big enough deal. Like, and a lot of us have decided that, no, I'm sorry, there is a line, there is a deal breaker, and it happens to be genocide. No one here supports Trump. The point is, it's not a binary choice. This is a fake duopoly. And the only way we have the power to break it is by actually breaking it. Yeah, simultaneously ineffective and yet also holding the election in our hands. You know, somebody in Twitch pointed this out earlier. Democrats and Republicans are actually third parties. Like, politics has always evolved and third parties have always existed. And eventually third parties become mainstream parties. So this whole idea that, well, the Greens can't win, and if you vote Green, all you're doing is helping Trump get elected is kind of bullshit. Hi, Annie. Yeah, by saying like that they take away from Dems and therefore help Trump win or are going to let Trump get elected, as though it's just this unavoidable esoteric plague. The left just let it happen. It's, unstoppable, inevitable, unless the left comes together and votes for fucking Harris, right? What's up, Annie? Welcome in.
Supporting genocide to affirming it. Every vote that's cast for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump is essentially a vote to empower genocide. Every vote that's cast for our campaign is a shot across the bow of the empire to say that we will not abide by genocide. We are standing up and we are resisting and we are growing and our numbers are growing. And in fact, they are because of the power of the stranglehold of corporations and billionaires and Wall Street and the war machine on our political system. It's not an easy fight to set this right. We are fighting a very uphill battle, but it's a fight that absolutely must be fought. And it's a fight on which we are making incredible progress. Prior to the Green Party, there was a time when we had more options, and that you have to go back to the early 1900s for that, when the socialist and progressive parties held office at all levels of government, including governors and members of Congress. And, the ballot access laws were changed in order to basically sweep them off the ballot. And there has not been a people-powered opposition ever since. And when parties are founded on true, public interest principles, they are wiped out within 1 or 2 election cycles at most. It's very hard to compete when the Democrats are pulling out all the stops, when both parties have conspired to change the laws, to keep challengers off the ballot, to keep us silenced, to keep us out of the debate and the dialogue. The Democrats proudly announced, in March of this year that they had hired an army of lawyers in order to throw third-party competitors off the ballot, which they have proceeded to do. They publicly advertised for managers of infiltrators and spies in order to report back and essentially to disrupt their competition, a sort of COINTELPRO type program. And they've publicly advertised. We have the screenshots.
Look, my voting advice is the same as Marcus's. If you live in a state that is deep red, deep blue, vote third party. I don't care which third party, but vote third party. If you don't live in a state that's deep red, deep blue, vote your fucking conscience.
Of those ads, they hijacked our public funding, which we qualified for in order to assist with our ballot drives. So they're absolutely pulling out all the stops. And part of that is basically a PSYOP, a psychological operation.
Vermin Supreme. Let's get it.
to convince the public that we are powerless and that resistance is futile. It's not futile. It's only futile if we buy into that. And that entails, I think, taking a good hard look at where we are. You know, as a principled opposition, we are building. We actually have elected over 1,500 local electeds at the level of city council and planning boards and school committees, et cetera. We've had 1 or 2 electeds at the level of the legislature, but the resistance from the Democrats in particular gets all the more intense the higher up we rise. But still, we're the only people-powered opposition that retains ballot access across the country that can truly challenge empire, genocide, and oligarchy. We are the only such option. We are the one such campaign. There are other progressives running on similar principles, but they do not have the reach. They do not have the ballot access across the country, which you have to have if you're going to actually challenge empire. You need to be on the ballot for pretty much everyone, which we are. We're on the ballot for about
Peacefire
95%
now.
of voters, and we've been able to maintain that ballot access, and we have defied all the odds and all the history in being able to do that. And we're in a very fluid context right now. Greens have been ahead of the curve on, you know, on demilitarization, on reparations, on climate change, on opposing, you know, a militarized foreign policy and arguing for foreign policy based on international law and human rights and diplomacy.
Laney,
We've been ahead of
Laney, all the
curve on
cuties
of that.
rolling in.
The curve is catching up to us, and it's a big wake-up call now for more.
Y'all just waking up. And YBE, I think Lady Badass meant that because you only missed voting for Ralph Nader by a few years, that you're not so young. I think that was the implication. If I'm discerning chatters correctly. Yeah, it would be great if we had a parliamentary system. "31 is not old. You're not old. You're still young." I'm slightly older than you, and I'm not old yet. Yeah, Annie, just trying to wake up. Lainey, lazy kittens. Nice. Liz, I don't know that it's worth it to not be able to do all the content that I want to do, but you know, it's a struggle. It's a balancing act, and then you have multiple audiences. So it's interesting. Oh, I meant to chat. Yeah. Come on over.
And more people. So we expect to advance substantially. And I wouldn't rule out a truly, black swan event in this 24 election that is full of curveballs and 180s. I wouldn't rule out a really oddball event where we even could win the White House. But even short of that, we are winning the day, and we are forming a political coalition that's here for the long haul. So every vote that is cast against genocide is a shot across the bow of the empire to say we are not going away. We are here to end genocide and to end the imperial foreign policies, including occupation. In the words of Ronald Reagan, Secretary of Defense, Israel is the unsinkable battleship for the U.S. in the Middle East. This is part of an imperial foreign policy that controls, economic markets and resources, in particular the oil of the Middle East. We cannot have an imperial foreign policy in a world where the U.S. is no longer the dominant economic power. We're in a very shifting global political situation, and we need to change our foreign policy to come into terms with that and to support instead of dismantle international law, human rights, and diplomacy. So I see us as moving forward, and I see this as the propaganda that's intended to make people feel powerless and hopeless so that they will continue to comply with an abusive system that's advancing the interests of the 1%, of Wall Street, the war machine, APAC, et cetera, but which is throwing everyday Americans under the bus. And just one point to that effect, which is we have a military budget that consumes half of our congressional dollars, arguably more than that when you include things like the costs of caring for wounded soldiers in the VA healthcare system and nuclear weapons and all that. It starts to come to much more, and the intelligence agencies that enforce our foreign policy, and conduct regime change operations. It becomes much more than 50%. It's more like 2/3. So it's robbing us blind, and it's endangering us by, embroiling us in conflicts that are actually headed towards potential nuclear confrontation on 3 fronts. The average American household has paid $12,000 this past year for the endless war machine, which is not serving our interests and, puts us all at incredible risk. So it's very important
Nobody
that this
likes you when
conversation
you're
be had, that the American public
23.
understand what the risks and the costs of this outrageous foreign policy are,
What's my
what
age
the cost
again?
of empire
What's
are
my
to
age
us, what the
again?
cost of surrendering
I heard that song when I was at the dispensary.
to basically the parties of war and Wall Street that are not serving our interests. This is absolutely untenable, and it is something that we can fight and can resist, and the resistance is growing. And I encourage people, to go check us out at jillstein2024.com because the resistance is growing. We can demand an America and a world that works for all of us. In fact, no other world is going to work at the end of the day for any of us.
In 2012, I want to speak about your growth because you alluded to it. In 2012, the Green Party
Hi,
got
Gothics Bunny.
470,000
That sounds
votes. In
nice.
2016, you got 1.45 million votes. Realistically, what does victory look like for you in this election? How many votes do you think would be the number where you think now there's a substantial movement growing? That's the one question. And then the other thing is you mentioned these
Going
sabotage
really
tactics,
well.
by the Democrats to get you guys off ballots. Could you give me some more sort of substantial anecdotes?
Switched from Streamlabs to OBS, and it's going pretty well. We're multi-streaming again today. And yeah, it's much easier on my computer. Like the CPU usage is like 0.4 instead of like 4 versus. And on my old computer, I was like, you can have an OBS program only take up that much of your computer? I don't understand. Yeah. I mean, I've used it before, but like I was at a point where I was like, I can afford Streamlabs Ultimate, and I really wanted some of the like scenes, like the overlays and shit. But then I like ended up like just making my own anyway. So I was like, I might as well just take all of these elements and rebuild them in OBS because it's less taxing on the hard drive and uses less memory, and yeah, so it doesn't look quite the same. We're missing a couple things on the screen, but yeah, we're functional, we're streaming, we're here, we're queer, and you're gonna get used to it. Okay. Oh, thank you for that, Carpe Packs. I need to, like, I'm probably going to end up closing that card anyway because I'm going to open a new bank account. So thank you for that. That's very helpful. Damn, after only 4 years? Annie says that she's streaming next Friday, nervous AF. Oh my goodness. Well, you can hit me up on Discord if you need help or have questions, and I will do my best to get back to you. I'm sure you'll do great. It is a little awkward, and like, I never know what the fuck to say. Like, I'm like, but that's just my brain. My brain is kind of a quiet storm. Very foggy. My psych is like, well, it's probably all the marijuana and the gabapentin. And I'm like, yeah, but I need those for my pain relief. I'm like, yeah. Entertain us. I'm sure your photos look great, Gothix Bunny. You take really good photos, and you're a beautiful person. So, like, that's the important part, you know? I mean, you're gorgeous. So, like, I don't think the photos will be bad. And plus, like, you're taking the time to edit them and shit. When in doubt, tell a gross story. But, like, I don't know what will get me banned. Because I'm like, the first one that came to mind, it's like, I don't know. It's not very, it's kind of gross. It's definitely TMI, but it's extremely sexual. So I'm like, I don't know that I can tell that story. But good advice. We in the chat. We in the chat. Got some cuties in the chat. Got some cuties in the chat. Be a good time for a hype train. I could use a break. You know. Saying. Those fucking awkward ass emotes. Yeah. And like the YouTubers, no offense YouTubers, but you guys love your weird emotes.
Give me your fucking money!
Yo 100 chat, the time is now.
Random
Lazy Lizards Lounge, cheer 100 bits. The underscore nitrider 100, cheer 100 bits. Stop.
It's not funny.
I'm gonna say it real slow for you.
Frogs. Won't you fight for the frogs?
Frogs, friggin' frogs! I don't like a frog! Friggin' frogs! Frogs! Friggin' frog crap! Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny! I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Place point.
We don't control our horny levels here, people.
Because we have so many cuties.
These nuts. Spit that fire shit, baby. There's some
Drugs in the chat. There's some cuties 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 in the chat.
Shooting bats from the rooftop.
Hey, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck.
Got boys and girls always at my door.
Shooting bats from the rooftop. Pew, pew.
Shoot a bash from the rooftop, 6 clicks to the west of my new spot. Hit a guy like Snipe Gang, eye for a night. I might try that and shoot off. Dark in the park, dark as the night. Dark in the park in the park.
Night Rider, thank you for 100 biddies.
The underscore nitrider 100, cheered 100 bits.
Awesome, Annie, yeah.
Shit,
2 minutes on the hype train, chat.
Gun to the heart and the side of the chest. They can shut down, they can bite in a dress. Don't give a fuck if you cry about a dress. Lie about a dress, we'll end up a lot of extra stress like.
Certified free. 7 days a week.
Yeah, if only, we had some good gift targets like K Variable and Louis774 showing those cheeks. In case people are feeling generous, wanna gift some subbies. Oh yeah, carpet packs too.
I'ma go on a low flow though, I'm a low flow go, I'm a low go home, never wanna go home, cause I'm like 6 flicks, with the West End
YBE, you matter!
I'ma shoot, hey, dash down from these rooftops, hey.
YouTube is cuties.
I'ma just chill in the back, see where it's at while I'm blowing this pack with Barry and Spilly and that. Dark to the game, shout out to the main, we teach.
Yes, and thank you, I do use they them pronouns. I normally have it posted somewhere, but since we're still rebuilding, it's not up here.
I got depression, dipping my balls in the dressing. That's a confession. Shit.
Dark game is not weak. Dark game is not weak. Dark game is so strong. Dark game like last week. In the ass is like darking. Gotta let it go. Can't let your liver go. Let a river flow where it needs to go. I don't fucking know. Shoot a dart from the dark.
No worries, YB. Thank you.
Whoa, Spilly. Damn, Spilly. Say that on Twitch. Spilly, whoa.
Whoa. Chat, we got 20 seconds.
Shoot a dart at your ass right now. Fucking.
Yeah, isn't that video great? It's got so many homies. Mormon this train. Oh my god. I mean, yeah. What you said. That's so funny. Yes, great video, great track, great hype train. Thank you guys for kicking it off, making the magic happen. Cuties in the chat. Cuties in the chat. All right, get back into it. Back to the serious times.
Just so that the audience and us can kind of relate to what these
Roshan!
tactics are exactly.
Let me say, in terms of our goals, our general goal, my general goal as an activist is to do the best you can with the hand that you're dealt. Because, in my view, we don't have a choice. We do not have a choice except to stand up and to fight for true system change, for a system that's actually going to serve us instead of serving big money, which is essentially what our politics is about. The best democracy money can buy is no democracy at all. At the DNC convention, if you looked up and you saw the ring of corporate suites, well, they were going for $500,000 at minimum and $5 million at a maximum. That is the power behind the agenda of the Democratic Party. And the important thing is that we stand up and we fight for a political party that serves people, that's of, by, and for the people, and not for corporate donors, Wall Street, and the war machine. So, to my mind, the principle is really critical. As Frederick Douglass said, power concedes nothing without a demand. It never has and it never will. Building that demand and actually giving it a vehicle which will endure. Bernie Sanders could launch an election, run a great election, had the rug pulled out from under him in a way that was really illegitimate. And then it's gone. It's over and done with. There is nothing to build from. That's why building outside in an independent, people-powered party, which is committed to certain principles. We don't take corporate money. We do not take money from corporate PACs. We do not work with super PACs. We do not work with victory funds, which enable a single donor to write a check for $1 million. We don't do any of that. We follow the strict rules of campaign finance, which limit donations to $3,300 in an election. For the primary or for the general. We follow the rules as they were written, not these, these loopholes for legalized corruption, which is what they are. So it's very important that we continue to build that. And I think standing up and fighting and continuing our progress, whatever it is, a lot of our progress doesn't depend on us. It depends on the dirty tricks that the Democrats are playing. It depends on how many ballots we're going to be thrown off of and the decisions that judges are making and so on. So we cannot control this, but what we can control is our principles and our behavior based on those principles. To my mind, as an activist that has chosen not to be in the comfort of a medical office, but really fighting out here in the trenches, addressing the mother of all illnesses, the overarching conditions that have really screwed our health, that have really condemned us to this rising tide of chronic disease, cancers that are working their way into ever younger populations, and just, the desperate conditions that are being fought here. We cannot fix them, whether it's our health, whether it's poverty, which is, a major driver of mortality in and of itself, whether it is pollution, whether it is war and nuclear weapons. These are the big drivers. And I learned, as a medical doctor, that if we're going to fix what ails us, we have to heal our very ailing, corrupt, sick political system. So to my mind, the success here is in fighting an informed and principled battle in the spirit of Frederick Douglass, that power concedes nothing without a demand. We have to be that demand in order to move the system. Now, specifically, if we get to 5%, which would be basically, it would mean like quadrupling our prior vote, something on that order. In the previous election, we tripled the vote from the time before. And I've never seen anything like this race. I mean, this is my third run and the conditions have never been like this. The American people are really hurting. Genocide is extremely galvanizing. There are major constituencies which are standing up now and understand that all of our lives are in the target hairs around this. We cannot be normalizing the torture and murder of children on an industrial scale. And a lot of people are ready to say, no, this is a red line for me. I'm not going to hold my nose and vote for genocide. So there are institutional forms of support. The African-American community, I must say, is also in a breakaway mode. Many of them are breaking away to vote for Trump because they are so frustrated. Indeed, the entire migrant community is also very much up in the air right now as Democrats continue to push the envelope and adopt the policies of Republicans and then seek to outmaneuver the Republicans on migrant bashing. So there are major constituencies. 1 out of every 3 voters did not vote for president in 2020, and the non-voters are disproportionately of color, low income, and young. These are exactly the people to whom our agenda speaks, and we can go into that more later. But, healthcare is a human right, addressing the housing crisis, where 50% of Americans now are facing rents that consume 30 to 50% of our monthly income. This is absolutely untenable. People are 1 to 2 paychecks away from eviction. And as a whole, the American public are living paycheck to paycheck. It's about 63%. So there are huge constituents that are ready to be mobilized, and in fact, who are mobilizing right now, and who, in the absence
Welcome
of
in.
a
Thanks for the
principled
follow.
alternative, either they're not going to vote at all, or they're going to vote for Donald Trump because they're tired of being thrown under the bus. By the way, the most spoiled election ever for Democrats was the midterms of 2020. I'm sorry,
Let's see. Yeah, Jill Stein, there's one comment that has been, one quote that has been really blown out of proportion, and I think you could interpret it a number of ways. Marcus on Struggle 4 was saying that it's a critique of the pharmaceutical industrial complex, the pharmaceutical industry, the medical industry. It's a critique of that and its relationship to capitalism, but not a critique of vaccinations. And that's the only thing that's been said about it, is that one comment. So yeah, I would not consider that to be anti-vax. Personally. RFK, anti-vax. And Jill Stein, skeptical of pharmaceutical companies. Big difference. Thank you, Lainey. That's very big of you. Just Stein in the membrane. Already, people already be mobilized, but you got to put the work in. Well, if you speak to, she has done more campaigning, she has done more groundwork, she helps smaller local Green Party elected officials get elected. Like, she does do work, so she does a lot more work than most candidates. But, like, she's not wrong that we can't control the forces that are operating against us. Yeah, Annie, I don't know if I have, for some reason, I don't think I have it set to where subs can send links on YouTube. Need more eyeballs on something. If you're able to put it in Twitch chat, Twitch to Twitch, cool, thank you. And then we'll be able to post it in both chats. Yeah, I don't know where that setting is. I've looked to allow people to post links. I know mods can, so, but I don't know if that's just a YouTube thing. Might be for safety, but you can definitely post links on Twitch. I'm glad Mr. Mouse is in the forest where he belongs. Yeah, well, there's not, again, like, you can't control the mainstream media either, and we have a corporate bought media. Literally 5 corporations own every media station in the country. Like so when you have a mainstream press that is actively against you, and then you also have a lot of red tubers, a lot of left tubers, a lot of people online who are not pro third party or nearly as pro third party as they should be, it doesn't help either. When people don't promote you, people don't talk about you, like when people actively talk against you for clicks, like, it doesn't help, and those are things that the active organizing left has to fight against. Oh, thank you, young black economist. I appreciate that. And cool. Boeing, the sounds of tire bouncing off a plane. Yeah. Boeing. What a great name for a airline. The pursuit of bread, not pursuit of being base. No, Lady Badass, I don't mean to discourage your opinions, and I want you to feel free to chat. I know it's a little lonelier on the YouTube side. And I don't mean to single you out, but you know, if you're the only one it's not about you. It's just if there's going to be a challenging comment or something that I think is challenging the content, and like if I agree with it, I'm going to probably, you know, say what I think. And like, you know, it's just it's a different it's a bit of a these are some of the cross-platform growing pains where the vibe is just so different on Twitch, where it's like things feel more personal on YouTube than they probably are, because Twitch is more interpersonal, if that makes sense. So I'm still getting used to streaming to two audiences at the same time, and it's, you know, it's been like a week. So I think I've done this for like a week now. But I've been streaming for a year and a month and a couple of days. So let's go. Woohoo. Yeah, Monka and Kappa. Mo said he would start a channel on YouTube and stream from there. That's actually a good idea. Thank you for saying that, Lady Badass. I really, really appreciate the support and the encouragement and the kind words. That means a lot. Less parasocial opportunities. I don't know why it's so different, but it is. Like, it's just a very different vibe. You'd think it would be like just the same shit. Anyway.
Lost 64 seats in Congress and 13 seats in the Senate and the same number of governorships. There was no third party to blame it on. It was because the Democrats had thrown working people under the bus in the bailouts of 2008, where Wall Street crooks were bailed out to the tune of trillions of dollars, while homeowners were basically thrown out on the street and lost their homes to the tune of millions. And that followed after NAFTA and Bill Clinton. So, you know, working people have been shifting to the right here, not because they love the Republicans, but because they're furious at the Democrats. The Democrats make promises that they don't keep, while the Republicans don't make promises at all. So we have a really desperate voting system in which, you know, the system is very much in flux right now. And the number of voters who are clamoring for another option is off the charts. According to Gallup poll, it's like 63% of Americans who say that the two major parties have done such a bad job. They want another major option. So this is what the American people want. The question is whether the word will get out in sufficient time to mobilize voters, to ensure that non-registered eligible voters get registered, and to ensure that people know that there is a choice. And the Democrats are pulling out all the stops, conducting fear campaigns and smear campaigns and voter shaming and third-party shaming in order to silence their opposition, because they are quaking in their boots that people should discover that there really is a principled opposition. Let me speak to your second question about, so how are they throwing us off the ballot? Right now, we are in the process of taking a case to the Supreme Court, we hope. This is Nevada, which was, I think, the first place where the Democrats began to sue us. We had actually gathered 3 times the required number.
Can you explain or give a resource on the bureaucratic benefits of voting a third party, like ballot access or matching funds or whatever? I'm actually not that educated on it. So like I think like to like explain all the details about it. So like I don't want to misinform, and you know I'm you know, being honest. Like I actually don't have a good resource or a great thorough explanation on the bureaucratic benefits. I do know that the I think if they achieve a 5% of the electoral vote, that they receive federal funding. Yeah, and to be honest, yeah, like the point of advocating and voting for third parties isn't necessarily like just to get them the more ballot access and more funding, but to disrupt the duopoly. Thank you for helping me, chat. Hey PB, welcome in. That's debatable. Music. Like we lived under a Trump administration and there wasn't a genocide. Not saying that there wouldn't be a worse genocide under Trump, but just saying we did live through a Trump administration. There was no genocide. We're under a Democratic Biden-Harris administration now. There is a genocide. How can you reward that same administration with your vote? Especially when they're unwilling to change policy. No, I'm sorry. If you think that United States is not absolutely complicit and responsible for this genocide, you're wrong. We have provided political cover. We have provided the literal bombs that are killing the children. And Biden specifically has said he would give unconditional and unwavering support to Israel. Biden is very, very much to blame for this genocide. We all know Trump would be worse. No one is saying Trump wouldn't be worse. I don't understand why advocating for a third party means you constantly have to say this. Like, I don't support Trump. I know Trump would be worse. Yeah, Biden literally said he would build Israel too. If we did not have an Israel, we would need to invent an Israel. Biden is a political and ideological Zionist. He is 100% complicit in the genocide of thousands, probably 100,000 safely, 100,000 Palestinians. Yeah, Lady Badass makes a good point that you can't even say American citizens aren't doing the killing either, because how many IOF members are dual American citizens? I mean, we've had American citizens who will volunteer to go serve in the IOF because they want to do this. It's disgusting. So this is absolutely an American genocide. That's great. I support a one-state solution and a free Palestine from the river to the sea. Israel can fuck off. Israel does not have the right to exist. It is an illegal state. It is a Zionist project that is built on genocide, colonialism, and settler violence. Sorry, City of Doors, I'm also on YouTube, so I'm talking to YouTube chat too. And I have no chat on screen, so you guys have no way of knowing unless like you read the pinned comment. I think, is it still pinned? I had a pinned comment with the comment. But yeah, so we're talking to YouTube chat, which, you know, it's YouTube. Yeah, so there's two chats going on. Sorry, I should be a bit more clear with who I'm responding to or what I'm responding to and where they're chatting from. I have the chat box, but it's not working for some reason, so. Or like it was only polling, was it? Hold on. We're doing it live. I don't really know where I'm gonna put this thing, but sure. We have a chat. Da, 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 da. I tried turning it off and turning it on. Yeah. Pretty much. Here, we'll just move this. Sorry. Thank you guys for being chill. How's it going, by the way? Hope you're having a fantastic Saturday. There we go. Cool. So yeah, we've got YouTube and Twitchers. No one gives a fuck what solution I want. International law stands. Like, you can kick rocks. Like, you don't have any right to be disrespectful to me. The fuck? Arnold. Arnold is coming over. You guys really did it now. Ooh. You're in trouble. Definitely, lady. That was definitely the vibe. Oh my gosh.
Of signatures.
All right,
10,000
let's
were
get back
required.
into
We
this.
gathered 30,000 signatures, which were approved by the Department of Elections in Nevada. We were given a ballot line, and then the Democrats jumped in through the Democratic Party, I believe of Nevada, but it might have been the national. I don't remember which was the sponsor here, probably working in collaboration. And they took us to court first on one issue having to do with the distribution of the signatures. When they found out that they couldn't win on that, then they invoked another issue, which was that the wrong form was used. What was the problem with the form? It was a footnote in the form that that basically had the petition carrier affirming that the signer actually lived in the district that they were signing. Now, that's routinely done as a matter of course when these petitions are being passed. And what the court said in Nevada, the district court, they said that that would be presumed to be the case, and that the burden of proof was on the Democrats to show that that didn't happen, because this is kind of a no-brainer. This is how petition drives are conducted. And so they threw it out. Well, then the Democrats took it to the Supreme Court of Nevada that reversed the decision. A Supreme Court, by the way, which appears to be largely Democratic appointments, and it decided 5-2. And the point made by the dissenting group of justices was that the form that the Greens used was actually the correct one. And then it was the Secretary of State that said, oh, no, you can't use that form. That form is obsolete. Use this form. So it was by following the instructions of the Secretary of State that this form was used, that then the Democrats challenged. And, so this is just so wrong on so many levels, that this was the doing of the Democratic Secretary of State. The Greens were right in the form that they used. The difference between the forms is trivial, not substantive, and that there are 30,000 voters who had actually signed in order to have another choice, which is what the American people are clamoring for across the board, across the country. So on all those counts, there should be another choice on the ballot, which would happen to be the only anti-genocide, pro-worker, climate emergency choice on the ballot in Nevada that has a pathway to the White House, in being actually on the ballot across the country. So there's one example for you on the incredibly, anti-democratic strategy being deployed here by the Democratic Party in order to throw its principled opposition off the ballot.
In this election, I mean, we've already seen 4 years of Trump from 2016 to 2020, and yes, I think most people looking at this, seeing the U.S. foreign policy, especially with regards to what's happening in Palestine and many other issues, would feel that it's abysmal. It's war criminal. It's all of these. These will be the words that are turned out. Trump, on the other hand, is saying things like he'll deport protesters. He will, he wouldn't allow immigration, like to a much more extreme level. It's almost sounding extremely draconian in his rallies. Just listening to you, it sounds like the primary opposition in your mind is the Democrats. I'm not saying it is. I'm saying just from what you're saying, that's what it seems like. Again, the question is, in a year where there is a genocide occurring by many people's counts, where it seems like both choices are really problematic, but Trump could very, very well be a much more dangerous choice. Do you still see your primary opposition as the Democrats? I mean, it seems like you are in a much more sort of fierce battle with them than the Republicans.
So, this is our way of educating people on issues where people are deeply confused. So most people really understand that we stand in opposition to to Donald Trump and the Republicans, but many people have do not understand the principal differences between us and the Democrats. And many people think that the Democrats are the lesser evil. In our view, they are not. We have two greater evils right now: one who is conducting a genocide, one, and the same party which is full bore expanding our wars right now on three fronts, which has been leading the charge to, dismantle nuclear weapons treaties, and grow the military budget. At least among Republicans, there's some dissension on that front. There's substantial arguments. That's not to say that the Republicans are the solution by any means. They're every bit as dangerous, but they're certainly not less dangerous, put it that way. And in our view, yes, Donald Trump interferes with democracy after the election. The Democrats do it before the election in ways that are not quite as overt, but they're doing it. In the words of Malcolm X, one is a fox and one is a wolf. The wolf has a scowl, the fox has a smile, but he's smiling because you're going to be his lunch. The fox is no more trustworthy than the wolf. And we have two, basically, in our view, we have two greater evil parties here. And our job is to stand up and fight for the greater good. Dick Cheney just endorsed Kamala Harris and the Democrats. And if you can look at Dick Cheney and George Bush, what was going on there, an absolute all-out assault on our civil liberties. And
this fox slander will not stand. This notion that you can't trust foxes is ridiculous, and I will not have it in my stream. Jill Stein is canceled. Rescinding my support.
massive expansion of wars, the assault on immigrants, the war on the Muslim American community. It was absolutely horrible. And, it was very much in league with Donald Trump. It's not as though Donald Trump is some new kind of fascist. Donald Trump is running on the same, this Project 2025, which has been around for a very long time and was basically a mobilization to shut down the growing progressive movement. And we have to fight back against that, which the Democrats do not do, and they don't do effectively. On women's rights, they failed to codify Roe v. Wade, which they had the power to do. They promised that would be the first thing that Obama would do, promised that would be the first thing that Joe Biden would do. They never did any of it. They just trotted out the issue as a great fundraiser, every time elections come around, but they did not seize the moment and actually solve that problem. On so many issues, they are not standing up. Cop cities are being built and advanced under Democratic city councils like Atlanta and elsewhere around the country. And we've got 80 of these cop cities. We have the draft, which has been brought back, which now has automatic registration. And we and our children are being automatically registered for the draft and can be called up if an emergency is declared. Anytime that, the White House wants to declare an emergency, the draft is coming after you. We are in that fascist state right now where people are being fired, they're losing their jobs, students are being, evicted from their campuses and from their colleges for simply standing up on what the American people are standing up, which is for an end to this genocide. Simply by calling it genocide, you're labeled an anti-Semite, and then you're.
Yeah, Lady Badass. I wish that leftists would use inclusive language when they talk about reproductive care and abortion rights. And just say abortion access. The word, abortion is not a bad word. It's a medical procedure. All right, YBE, have a good one.
Your college can lose its funding because anti-genocide dialogue is allowed on your campus. You can be, well, this hasn't been passed.
No, Lainey, I have not seen that.
Passed quite yet, at least at the national level, but this has been passed by the House, this anti-Semitic.
But it's not women's rights because gender non-conforming and trans and non-binary people can also get pregnant and also need access to care. So it's not only women who need abortion access. So if you want to be inclusive, you would just say reproductive rights. I am non-binary and I can get pregnant. I don't identify as a woman. The term women's rights doesn't include me. but I also need access to that care. Breaking: Israel has hit Lebanon with a massive bomb. Holy shit. That is not normal. Yeah, I specifically don't have the sound on because I feel like that might be too much for folks. I mean, okay, it's not that bad.
مثل ما هي لايف.
That is wild. Hey, Komratsky.
مثل ما هي لايف.
Keep me. Yeah, wider war is here. Wider war is here. Israel has to be stopped. Music, why do you have a problem with inclusive language? If you want to talk about women's rights, that's a different issue. Feminism is a different issue. Women's rights is a separate issue from reproductive care. You're just factually wrong. Civil rights is inclusive language. They didn't advocate for black rights. There is an argument or a struggle for black liberation, which is separate from civil rights. These things are separate struggles. Women's struggles are separate from reproductive rights. That's not all that women's struggles is. Yeah, no, it's YouTube. It mainly is? No, it's not. You're just wrong. Hey, spilled bag of ice. I took a nap too. Taking us forever to get through this interview. From pagers to walkie-talkies, now shooting bunker busters. Yeah, do we have any news about this yet? This is all from Oh, this is in Gaza. Israel strike on a school kills at least 22 people. So, and they're using the Lebanon front as a distraction to ramp up what's happening in Gaza. You know, PB, it's okay to not know the correct terminology. Like, that's fine. Like, I don't have a problem with people who are learning, but when you're being told by a non-binary person who has the capacity to get pregnant that saying reproductive rights is better and more inclusive than women's rights, when you're referring to abortion care and reproductive care, like, listen. Like, you are listening to somebody who has this experience. And then choosing to argue with me. This stream is not about you. Guess what? If you want to stream and promote your narrow-minded views, go ahead and do it. Until then, why don't you take a seat? Thank you, Knight Rider. I think a timeout is appropriate. Emperor mode. Yes, Twitch chat is raising their eyebrows and adjusting their monocles at such behavior. What uncouth, untempered hooligans we have over at YouTube. Peacefire, now I'm streaming to YouTube as well as Twitch, so I've got YouTube chatters. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Israeli news sources will probably have it out in about an hour. Yes. If you zoom in this chat, has both. But the YouTube emotes don't show up on there, so it's kind of funny. Okay. Let's take a minute. Is it 420? Ceasefire now. I think it would be great if you simul-streamed your show to YouTube. I think YouTube could use your voice in more leftists. You know. So yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's like, is it worth it? There are some growing pains, but like, we gotta radicalize YouTube.
Freedom, yes, we'll get it. Revolutionary message, genocide, don't let it pass you by. Children continue to die, yeah, ask me why. People in land colonized, live in a prison state. Daily they discriminate, rather kill than integrate. Watching us disintegrate, but you cannot imitate our style in your face. Revolution illustrate, truth will disseminate. Land back from Peru to Palestine, killing people for some oil, land, and some gasoline. I'm talking revolution, this is not an average dream. Fight against the system built on white supremacy. I don't want to write a song, I want to reflect the times. Flood the industry with revolutionary minds. Colonize the forces, start the business enterprise. 35,000 killed, Palestinian genocide.
No more division, unite the fight for what's just. We are the people and it's time you hear us. Fuck your systems of suppression and negation. There's no justification for genocidal occupation. Mindset of a warrior mother needs to deepen the struggle. Looking out for one another. Fuck your ivory tower, fuck your abuse of power. Time to stand and deliver from the sea to the river. Atomic rocket phonics, what the fuck you gonna do? World leaders, it's all eyes on you. Show me the peace, show me the justice. Show me a leader who's here to protect us. Voodoo is Anubis, stand back, we're ready to go. Time to reap what you sow. You can act like you don't know. Realize which lies are true though.
Resilience and my resistance, sheer brilliance. But when the people lacking pigment ask what is this, I tell them mind the mother earth hating business. They see a risk in children that are indigenous, and to their loss across the land they show indifference. So it don't come as no surprise to me when they letting the babies bleed for the oil and the greed. Funded by the land of the free, we march and we plead. Defund our vest, detract is the people's decree. So we taking it to the streets from the river to sea. You can block TikTok, but we still gon' speak. Press roll out on pause, it's a priority for all my people from Sudan, Congo to Haiti, Ethiopia, Myanmar, Tibetan, all my students too. South Africa making moves like how the Houthis. Yeah, screaming free, free, free Palestine. Yeah, yeah, free, free, free Palestine. Screaming free, free Palestine.
Oh shit. I forgot what playlist this was. Sorry, can't keep playing tunes as much as I would love to. I do have it set up now to where like I can just like turn off YouTube for like so if we get like a good hype train, maybe we'll do that and just be like, sorry YouTube, come back in 5 to rock out. Yeah, but I would only do that for like some serious hype. So okay, we're like halfway through this. Shit, my internet died? That sucks. Oh no. What happened?
In Palestine, or
Okay,
that
it's
tolerate
It's fine. Everything's fine.
Jewish Voice for Peace, and that tolerate an anti-genocide dialogue and want to label that as anti-Semitism. So we are in trouble. We're in deep trouble. And let's remember how we got here. Donald Trump, remember, was lifted up and promoted by the Democratic Party. We know that from the leaks of the Podesta emails that showed this was part of a strategy called Pied Piper strategy, which was lifting up the most extremist Republican in the hopes that they would be easier to beat in the general. And it did not work that way because the Democrats candidate basically could not run an effective campaign. But the Democrats didn't stop there. They still do that. And in 2020, they actually spent over $50 million supporting the most extremist Republican, enabling them to win their primaries. And while they didn't win the general, you launched the political careers of these extremists. So you have both parties, which are bought and paid for, which are messing with each other. And I have to add, it's the neoliberal agenda of Democrats of austerity, of the dismantling of public resources, privatization, endless war, large tax giveaways to the wealthy. This has been, extremely harmful, has increased the disparities in wealth, made the billionaires super rich, and made working people really struggle. This downward mobility really drives the shift to the right. And so the Democrats are as much a part of driving the rightward surge as the Republicans are, unfortunately. And we don't fix this by just giving the Democrats free rein. We have to stand up and challenge them. One last point here. Under Richard Nixon, a very conservative president, we achieved all kinds of things because we had a powerful movement. We had a powerful peace movement, which was out in the streets, which brought the troops home from Vietnam. We got the EPA, the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act. We got Roe v. Wade from a very conservative Supreme Court. We were active. Under Republican White Houses, we tend to see a very active populist progressive movement. Under a Democratic White House, which is often serving the same interests, the whole resistance shuts down in order to not help, quote, not help the Republicans. So the way that the two parties are played off against each other is driving us, into the arms of endless war, the war machine, and Wall Street excesses, which is absolutely devastating, which we're not going to survive. We are running out of time, whether you're looking at climate, whether you're looking at growing economic disparities, whether you are looking at endless war and genocide. The genocide in Gaza is not an isolated phenomenon. It just happens to be one that we are out front paying for and arming and equipping. But we've had slow genocides rolling forward with U.S. wars, particularly in the Middle East, where millions of lives have been lost. The Cost of War project at Brown University puts it at about 4 million lives have been lost, innocent civilians lost in the course of these wars, which were downstream of the Cheneys, and their weapons of mass destruction, which did not exist. The Cheneys, who are now supporting the Democrats, who are basically the new neocons. And there's been a merger of the neocons and the neolibs into this agenda for endless war.
I agree
we
with
don't
this
get out of here
take.
alive, and we're running out of time. We have to stand up and fight. In the words of Frederick Douglass, power concedes nothing without a demand. We have to be that demand if we want to have a fighting chance forward. And this is the perfect storm for turning this political system on its head.
Dr. Joe, we're gonna return to all of this now, but let's now go way back.
The Democrats take more from the defense industry.
I had the benefit of an at-home mother who put a lot of time and energy into her kids' education. She
What do you mean?
herself
What
was
the fuck?
first generation migrant, or actually, she was the child of first generation Jewish
It's not
immigrants who
when
had
people
fled
criticize
in
when
Russia.
people criticize the Democrats, they are not in turn praising Republicans. Like, you can criticize the Democrats from the left because you want a left party to actually exist. That does not, in turn, praise Republicans.
So, I grew up in a Jewish family, in a Jewish community, attending a Reformed Jewish synagogue, which, I was in the children's choir for the synagogue. I thought I was quite enchanted by the rituals and, candle lighting and music and all that. So I grew up in a home where, the Holocaust was a very big deal. And I was growing up right after the Holocaust, and coming to terms with that really mattered in my community and in my family. And I personally made peace with the Holocaust on the terms that we would not allow this to happen again, not to anybody. And along those lines, we held accountable, not just people who perpetrated, not just the Nazis, but we also held the bystanders accountable for allowing genocide to happen. And that was really like just imbued in my DNA. That's part of like how I saw the world, that when you see something terrible going on, you stand up and you fight back, and you do that because all of us have to do that in order to, just preserve our humanity. We have to do that. So that's kind of the environment I grew up in. I went to a public school, a really great public school in this community outside of Chicago. And yeah, I mean, I had the benefits again, of a great school system, a second generation immigrant family that happened to be Jewish, happened to have skin that's my color. And, the world was ours for earning. There weren't huge barriers that we had to overcome. So, I really regard myself as the recipient of the best of, what society had to offer to its kids. And I went on to an Ivy League school and got a great education there. And, I was very determined to kind of fulfill my responsibility to make the world a better place and ensure that terrible things not be allowed to happen, whether it's genocide or something less than genocide. That was my role to do my part. There are a lot of Jews of my generation that grew up with that mindset and a real sense of social responsibility, and not just Jews, but Muslims and African Americans, and indigenous people, First Nations, who have grown up, having seen up close and personal what genocide and colonialism and white supremacy mean, and have really dedicated our lives to fighting that.
When you think about it, what can you recall was your first political act or your first act of activism that you can recall growing up, or even if it's just a moment or an event that sort of sparked your activistic and political enthusiasm?
Let me say, like way back when I was sitting on my mother's lap, I remember, being told that we can't allow terrible things to happen. We have to stand up. This is our responsibility. So that's like my deepest way back memory. And I was born on Mother's Day, so I had this really close relationship with my mother, and hearing that from her was like a very big deal for me. And, that wasn't exactly a political act, but it really laid the groundwork. The first politics that I actually participated in, so, I was growing up during the women's movement and the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement. And, so I participated in the tutoring programs when I was in, I think it was junior high school. I was being bussed into some of the projects in Chicago to tutor kids. And, can you say that's a political act? Well, maybe, or an act of social activism. But the first overtly political thing was protesting against the war in Vietnam. And this was in, I think it was 1967 when I was still in high school. And a group of us stood on the corner of our public library downtown. And, I don't remember if we held signs or gave flyers or whether we were just chanting or what, but we were arguing to bring the troops home and end the draft and the war in Vietnam. So that was kind of my wake up call. It was the war against Vietnam together with the civil rights movement at that time. That was really the framework in which I kind of developed my political consciousness, and I came to see that both the Democratic and Republican parties were at fault here, particularly on the war, and it made me quite disinterested in ever being a part of those political parties.
When you look at your resistance then to the war, was it sort of internal? Why are our American soldiers sort of going, or was it about global power and the fact that the US should not be acting as an imperial power? Or was there a process that occurred after that where you started sort of opening up your mind and start realizing the sort of pitfalls of trying to manage the world as an empire and the way the US was going about it? Like, sort of just walk me through that journey and sort of your political ideas in terms of America's empire status, not its domestic politics, from 1967 onwards.
I did not understand the larger global dynamics at all. And, what was foremost in my mind was that these innocent people were being killed. The kinds of images that were coming back, the footage of, the slaughter of the Vietnamese people that was happening, was so horrifying. And, I think that was my first impulse. And then my second impulse was, yeah, and we've got the draft, and we're at risk for the draft. And the men at that time, were all just living in incredible fear about what their number was going to be and was their number going to be drawn. So the fear of the draft as really the flip side of this very abusive, murderous war. I really saw it as the war in Vietnam, and I didn't see it in bigger terms because I, didn't understand beyond that. This was really my point of awakening, and it really wasn't until, college and beyond that I began to understand that this was an issue of empire. But even the issue of empire, I have to say, I did not really understand. I understood that it was a talking point of the, of the peace movement, but I really didn't understand the whole history of this, the fact of 80 regime change operations since the Second World War, the actual nitty gritty of how the US was, overthrowing democratically elected governments all around the world. And that, this really started right after the Second World War. And it wasn't until I began to really understand the history, really studying the history. I was a science geek, and, I was going to, do my part in healthcare. And that's how I was going to serve the world. So that was kind of like what my range of interests was. I wasn't reading history. I wasn't reading about war. This was just sort of stuff picked up on the fly, and my intuitions about, all these innocent lives being lost. So I did not really make this a course of study, I have to say, until I really became a political activist. My activism politically had much more to do with health, being, kind of health oriented, and then understanding how our health and children's health in particular. It was once I had kids that I really became an activist, because I began to see how children's health was so harmed by our policies. And in particular, it was the epidemics of asthma and childhood cancers and then developmental disabilities that really riled me up as a healthcare provider and got me into the world of actual activism and advocating for communities that were fighting to clean up their air, shut down coal plants and polluting incinerators, and so on. I became very involved in these struggles, basically as a healthcare pro bono advocate, consultant, helping to interpret the data about how communities were being harmed so that we could fight for regulatory protection. And
James Fox, what are you talking about?
That's where I really became involved, and that was around environmental health. Was really where I engaged. And it was from there that I then became involved in other aspects of fighting for health, like for Medicare for All, a so-called single payer healthcare system that would provide healthcare coverage to everyone at a far lower cost, basically taking the profiteering out of healthcare. $1 out of every $3 is spent on the red tape and the bureaucracy. So I became involved in that movement. I became involved in one movement after another, saw most of them get beaten back, except when we all joined together for campaign finance reform, and we won that battle. in my home state. We won the fight for campaign finance reform, and then the Democrats overturned it on a voice vote. But that's where I really became engaged around local issues and fighting for things that impacted our health. And then it went from health to the environment, because that was determining our health. And then it went from that to campaign finance reform, because we couldn't fix the endangerment, the threats to our health, because of the biases within the political system. So let's take the money out. We pulled together a big coalition and fought for that, achieved it. And then the Democratic Party took that away, which to me was the next lesson, which is that you can't actually win on the election, on the issues, unless you're also fighting the political fight, because your achievements, if you actually win them, they're going to be reversed. That it's going to take a very big change here. We need to fundamentally democratize the system in order for it to start serving us, even on basic things like healthcare, getting money out of politics, cleaning up our air quality, and addressing the crisis of our children's health. Which is not just our children's health; it's all of our health right now. But children's health in particular has really gone down the tubes. So that was kind of like the motivator for me. And it was only when I got pulled into national politics within the Green Party that I began to study these larger issues. I had sort of an intuitive feel for empire, but I didn't really begin to study empire until I'd say around 2010. So this was like well into my political activism. I was mostly active at the local and state level, really did not want to get pulled into national politics whatsoever. But, I sort of got pushed there. And once I got sort of recruited to that, I sat down to sort of methodically understand better what was going on with this empire thing. And once I came to understand empire and the realities of how the U.S., in the words of Martin Luther King, who was saying it way back in the 60s, and I wasn't hearing it, that my country is the greatest purveyor of violence in the world today. We are, we were then and we are now. And I really began to understand why this was way more than Vietnam. Vietnam was just an instance of it, but this is the rule and not the exception for your U.S. foreign policy. It is devastating. It's devastating around the world, and it reaps long-term devastation. So, for example, one of our first regime change operations was in Iran. What a great mess we made of Iran. We took out the democratically elected government because we did not want BP and the oil supply to be used we didn't want it to be nationalized. We did not want the resources of Iran going to the benefit of the Iranian people, so the US and the UK intervened, overthrew him, and installed a murderous dictator, the Shah of Iran, who was there, for generations, really. And, until you had the radical overthrow of his regime. But, there are long-term knock-on effects here. These aren't simple crises to then untangle. Same thing in Guatemala, which was another one of the very early interventions of the CIA, which overthrew the democratically elected government. I forget the name offhand, but a democratic socialist who was going to redistribute land democratically. They were going to redistribute land so that it wouldn't just be the oligarchs versus the peasants, so that you could actually have a viable economy and not have so many people, the majority of the population, living in abject poverty. So they were, shall we say, redistributing land from it having been, hoarded by oligarchs for centuries. And so he was overthrown, and that then, just brought on decades of civil war. You can't just intervene in countries and think that you're going to install a dictator and things are going to be fine. It doesn't work that way. You can look at Haiti and just generations of intervention in Haiti, including 2 overthrows of Aristide, the socialist, democratically elected president of Haiti. So we have a very long and bloody history around that. So it was only after I began reading kind of a critical mass and understanding the history of it that I began to understand the role of empire and the fact that we are not the monopolar power in the world anymore, but our leadership and our 2 political parties seem to think that we are. So we continue to be the bully in the schoolyard, whereas we need to, become an adult in the room and join the adult community of nations here in a multipolar world, abiding by international law, human rights, and diplomacy.
A big issue, obviously, in this last year has been what's unfolding in Gaza. And that obviously, brings to us our next, what we're going to talk about next, which is Israel, right? As someone who was brought up in a Jewish home, what were your thoughts of Israel as you were growing up? And then again, when did that sort of have a moment of change, if ever?
Israel was everywhere. My grandfather's name was Israel. He was named obviously before the country, but, there was strong identification with Israel. And, we we were part of, Trees for Israel. Every member of my family went to Israel. I don't know if that was on the birthright program or what, but I did not go. And the reason I didn't go had more to do with the Vietnam War and just being, what shall we say, just skeptical of stuff that was being spoon-fed to us. So I did not want to just go to this thing that I didn't really understand. I didn't have anything against Israel at the time, but I just didn't want to be railroaded into a certain kind of identification. And the teaching, to me in my community was this was a land without people and people without a land. And wasn't this great? The Jews had come to Israel and brought, turned the desert green. So that's what we were being taught, and I did not really understand the larger issues until I had become politically active within the Green Party. This was an issue in the Green Party, and the Green Party was looking at ethnic cleansing and the apartheid state in Israel for quite some time. One member of the party in particular had grown up on a kibbutz and was very mindful of, the realities of apartheid. And so there had been a very vigorous debate and discussion inside the Green Party. And starting in 2006, the party had officially adopted a pro-BDS anti-apartheid position. So I began to learn about this basically through the Green Party. And in the first race where I was run for president in 2012, this was a part of our platform to basically end the apartheid state and to support BDS in order to achieve that.
When you go back in your mind to just October 7th, and you saw the reactions from world leaders, but also, specifically Biden, embracing Netanyahu, being very forthright about Israel's right to defend itself, also projecting the same misinformation and lies about beheading babies, etc. For you, was this just naivety and bad policy, or do you feel there was something more about that kind of behavior, which was overtly giving Netanyahu a green light to sort of unleash whatever he wanted to?
It was very frightening to me. And I don't know that I instantly thought, oh, this is going to be a genocide, but I was really aware that the hammer that was already coming down on Palestine and Gaza was just going to explode. And it was at that time that I had to decide whether I was going to step in to the spot that had been vacated because Cornel West was going to be our candidate. And I had helped to recruit him and was really glad not to be running for office and had other plans. And he decided to continue his run solo for reasons that are totally understandable, and I would not fault him for it. It's hard to work with a small independent political party when you haven't already been a part of the party. Greens don't have a campaign in the box like Democrats do. It really depends on knowing networks and who can do what and all that. It took me several races before I knew how to run with the party, running at lower levels of office. So I really understood. I understood why Dr. West wanted to run solo. But that meant that our ballot lines were going to go to waste and that there would not be a challenge, an actual challenge to empire in this race. You can have great voices, but if you're not on the ballot, mostly across the country, then you're a token voice. You are not a real challenge to empire. And knowing what was in store, and knowing that either we had to use our ballot lines with a high-powered campaign, or there would be no voice of opposition to genocide, basically, in this election. That is what, persuaded me that I had to respond because I was being arm twisted to step up to the plate and fill that vacancy. It was mainly Ajamu Baraka and myself who were being intensively lobbied to fill that gap. And we duked it out with each other for quite a while. And I wanted him to run and he wanted me to run. And eventually he prevailed. So, one of the reasons I did that was seeing that this was going to be really the only vehicle for fighting against genocide and empire in this election. So it was kind of seeing the writing on the wall that this was going to unleash, the most vicious retribution imaginable from Israel and the Netanyahu government, feeling that, we need to do everything in our power to prevent another genocide from rolling out here. It was just really clear that something terrible was beginning to happen. And we needed to have ballot status to to push back and to fight for a debate, because otherwise the issue will not be debated. There will be two genocidal, and with RFK, there will be three pro-genocide, pro-war campaigns that will be consuming the airwaves with the other, shall we say, mostly trivial and irrelevant issues that they would like to stay focused on, not on the real crisis of empire, genocide, and oligarchy here at home, as well as, the consequences abroad. That this framing was not going to happen. You could have great voices like Dr. West, like Claudia de la Cruz. You could have great voices, but if they're not on the ballot to truly challenge empire across the country, they're marginalized. They're just voices in the wilderness. They will not be heard, and there will not be a debate.
Given everything that you learned and you've learned throughout your life, when you look back at just how retributive the response has been from Israel, and you look back at how, to a large extent, the USA, but other world leaders and other world bodies as well, have kind of allowed Netanyahu to go out and do what he's done.
Yeah.
How much has it shocked you? And just what has that emotional and mental process been like, just trying to make sense of everything that's been going on?
I have to say, when you see, beheaded babies and children, that are being routinely beheaded, and worse, who are actually being just crushed and blown up to smithereens, so that their bodies are being, sort of randomly collected into plastic bags and returned to their families. When you see the mourning going on of families, when you see families who are being, told you have to leave your homes, your home is about to be bombed, go run over there, and then they're bombed over there. And, from the moment that Israel announced that there would be a massive boycott of food and water and energy and electricity and medical supplies. I mean, to me, that was just shocking, just absolutely jaw-dropping. I have to say, in my own mind, I ask myself, is this worse than the Nazi death camps? I'm not sure it is. When people are forced to live in their own sewage, and I don't want to stake that out. I'm not really well informed enough, actually, about the actual conditions in the death camps, but that's what that brings to my mind. This is like a gigantic death camp here, where people don't even have access to sewage, and where I've heard from people in Gaza that they don't eat and they don't drink because there's nowhere for sanitation. There's nowhere to use a toilet. They're basically living in their own waste product. I mean, this is absolutely inconceivable for healthcare providers to be targeted, for children to be shot in the head by assassins, for healthcare workers to be dragged off to torture camps and tortured and killed because they're healthcare providers, for the press to be targeted and assassinated in huge numbers because Israel does not want the light of day shining on what they're doing. To me, this is it's horrifying beyond belief. And I'm numb, and it makes me angry. It makes me angry, and it makes me want to call out these murderous thugs and the absolutely unbelievable, worst in our time, the worst in our time, put it that way, genocide that we see unrolling on our computer screens. It's just mind-boggling what's going on here, and it's being couched under this, anti-Semitism has been weaponized. Resistance to genocide has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. This is resisting Zionism. Zionism is not Judaism. To oppose Zionism and apartheid domination and ethnic cleansing is not anti-Semitic. To my mind, that is the most anti-Semitic thing you can say, that it is anti-Semitic to oppose genocide. When you're saying that, to my mind, that is the most anti-Semitic statement of all. And it makes me just unbelievably angry and makes me determined to fight back, because in the absence of a fight back, I mean, this is it's too much to stomach. It's too much to sit and tolerate. For me, the answer here has to be joining together, in a powerful and unstoppable coalition that's connecting the dots between the devastation in Gaza and the devastation of our own communities here at home that do not have healthcare and housing and, can't get out of debt. It's a different kind of devastation, but these dots are very directly connected. And so it makes me focus very much. It makes me double down on the fight to bring this to a halt and to really sound the alarm for people. And not only the alarm, but really the opportunity. We have an opportunity to shut this down. In the blink of an eye. That can be done. It's been done before by Reagan, by Eisenhower, with a simple phone call. And every vote is an assertion of power. And the more votes we have, the more power that we have. We don't even have to get to the election. The more we build in the polls, the greater the pressure to stop the genocide right now, which could be stopped in the blink of an eye. So it just makes me more determined. The more horrific this is, the more beyond the pale this murderous genocide is, the more it makes me double down to want to organize to stop it.
You mentioned that this could be stopped with a call. You cited the examples of Reagan and Eisenhower. Do you think if Biden wasn't in the White House, do you think another Democrat, maybe Kamala Harris or Barack Obama, was in the White House? Do you think that call would have happened by now?
No, I think there's absolutely no sign that it would have happened. Kamala Harris is taking the same money. In fact, she's been collecting money from more billionaires than any ever on record before. You don't get more moral and principled governments as the money of oligarchs piles up. Oligarchs are richer than ever. Disparities are more extreme than ever. And the direct corruption, it's legalized corruption for the most part, but it is corruption that's just pouring into the Democratic and Republican parties. That grows. And I don't see another way out. There's actually not a hint of another way out. We do not see people who take principled positions that are allowed to rise to power within the Democratic Party, and certainly not in the Republican. Although there's dissent in the Republican Party, they at least have a fight about it. But both parties are committed to this genocide.
You mentioned earlier in the interview that you probably should. I mean, a kind of victory for you would be if you could quadruple your accounts. That would take you to about 6 million people voting for you. So obviously, to get to that number, the Muslim vote's extremely important within the U.S. Just a question. In a way, to sort of, I think it's important to clarify for potential Muslims in the USA who are looking to vote for you. Can you clarify for me and for us just what your thoughts are on Bashar al-Assad? I think you may have said a few things about a decade ago they were anti-interventionist, but it may have just confused viewers. Can you clarify that for us?
We have been attempting to clarify this. We have never taken a position in support of Bashar al-Assad. We are against intervention because intervention has all sorts of unintended consequences, which are very long-lasting and tend to make things worse, not better, tend to intensify civil wars. We should not intervene. But on the other hand, we have never stood up in support of Bashar al-Assad, who is by any measure a dictator with a long record of human rights abuses. And we very strongly support the sovereignty, the autonomy, and the human rights of the Syrian people and their right to determine their future. So we very much support, the Syrian people in determining their future. We are not and have never taken a position on the side of Bashar al-Assad. There was one sentence that was very confusing that had not been approved by our campaign, which was posted on our website. And when that was called to our attention, we took it down and clarified our position in support, basically, of against intervention, but in support of the Syrian people. And we have held that position for a long time.
So if you were in the White House in 2013, 2014, how would you have dealt with Syria and Bashar al-Assad?
So if I were in the White House, I would be studying intensively Syria, because I was not in the White House. This was not, our key and leading issue. So we did take a stand to argue against Russia's intervention in Syria, and did specifically speak to the need for a peace offensive in Syria, which we were arguing for shortly after Russia began its bombing campaign. We wanted to see a peace offensive and an end to all of the violent interventions from other countries. So, that's the one position that we did take, but we did not look specifically at Syria. And I would have to have looked, in much greater detail than we had the resources to do at that time. So, we have not taken a specific, position beyond non-intervention and supporting a peace offensive for the region, a nuclear weapons ban for the region. We've only, supported the most generic kinds of interventions, but generally in support of human rights and diplomacy, as opposed to, bombing people.
Jill Stein, last question. What does a Jill Stein presidency look like? If a black swan event occurred and somehow you were in the White House, what would the world and the USA expect for the next 4 years?
On day one, in fact, before day one, long before day one, on November 6th, I would say, we pick up the phone and I will call Netanyahu and tell him that the genocide is over, the occupation is over, the ethnic cleansing is over, and that there will be a weapons boycott starting now until such time as the rulings of the International Court of Justice are complied with. So, for one thing, the genocide stops immediately. Also, on day one, we actually begin an antitrust lawsuit against the corporate consolidated media, and we can do this because the president can instruct the Department of Justice to take the corporatized media to court in an antitrust lawsuit, so that we begin to break up the consolidated corporate media, which is in the business of, lapdog to power. We need watchdogs to power. That's what a free press is for. We need more Middle East eyes out there. We need eyes out, from all areas who are investigating and holding power to account. This is why Julian Assange was, locked up for 12, 13 years, because we did not want U.S. and other power holders to be held to account. So we initiate that lawsuit. We also declare a climate emergency because there is a climate emergency. And by declaring a climate emergency, we unleash over $500 billion in funding to begin creating the Green New Deal, so that it's not a choice between jobs and the environment. It's both together, and it's healthier and far more dignified and respectful jobs, because we're not subjecting workers to horrible working conditions that are giving them cancer and, putting them at risk for all kinds of things, including explosions and other aspects of, working in the fossil fuel industry. So we begin to create millions of jobs in clean renewable energy, in public renewably powered transportation, in clean and renewably built housing to address our housing crisis, which we also have. And we also begin to reform our agriculture system so that it's a sustainable system of agriculture, which makes us healthy instead of making us sick, which is what the current corporatized agriculture system does. So we then have funding, which is at the control of the president. We don't yet have to convince Congress to be on our side. There's one really critical issue that we'll also begin work on day one, and that is to provide health care for everyone as a human right. As I mentioned earlier, that system, a Medicare for all system, has a very small overhead. It's about a 3% overhead, as opposed to the 30% overhead under our current privatized system of health. So we're saving basically $1 out of every $3 is saved by moving to Medicare for all. At the same time that we're covering everyone comprehensively, we're actually going to save $500 billion. I will also begin fighting to cut the military budget so that it's an effective military budget.
James, we could also just stop sending the bombs. Yeah, Liz, we covered this. We covered this like an hour ago. I have not seen any news reporting about it, though. No worries.
Instead of this overblown military budget, which is policing the world and getting us into trouble all over the place. By cutting the military budget, we also have another $500 billion to put into critical needs here at home. And one more thing I'll mention, which can also be done at the president's discretion, which is to bring back town hall meetings. By virtue of the bully pulpit, constituents used to meet with their representatives. Now their representatives are too busy meeting with their big donors. So they're getting their marching orders from their donors. They need to get their marching orders from their voters. So we're going to bring back town hall meetings and shame people who are not stepping up to the plate on that. And we're also going to bring back congressional hearings, meaningful congressional hearings, because now they're mostly, political theater, kind of kabuki.
A lot of what's happening would be stopped with a phone call.
Theater. So, we need to have an educated constituency. We need to know what our options are, what they cost us, what it costs us not to have those options right now. And that's when you begin to really build public support, and when you begin to build real support in our halls of Congress as well. So we think we can re-engage the wheels of democracy. People are hungry for this. 1 out of every 3 voters didn't vote in 2020. Of every eligible voters, 1 of 3 did not vote in 2020. That's our base right there. We're working to get the word out also to the Muslim American and the Arab American communities and the African American communities who are organized, especially the Arab American and Muslim American communities are incredibly well organized. And word spreads quickly. People are looking for a better way forward. And that is within our reach. That's what our government begins to look like even before we have elected a majority in Congress. There is a game plan here that can be jump-started by virtue of the power of the presidency. We can begin to establish an America that works for all of us and a world that works for all of us. This is within our reach if we stand up and make it so. And I encourage people to go to jillstein2024.com and join the team. Find out more about us. But there's a huge perfect storm right now that gets more perfect by the moment as people discover that Kamala Harris is actually not different from Joe Biden and is being protected in the same way that Joe Biden had, the wagons were circled around him to protect him from exposure. Why is the party protecting their candidate, from exposure, from having a press conference, from, having more than one single interview? This really speaks volumes about, a candidate that is just absolutely not ready to serve as a public servant. So we think that people are really ready for deep change here. Its time has come. And I encourage people to not get talked into holding your nose and voting for genocide. This is the time of change if we stand up and demand it.
Dr. Jill Stein, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Great talking with you.
Will the West Bank rise in a rebellion, in a new uprising or intifada against Israel?
Fuck, this got violent.
We now know that there's video footage of Israeli soldiers gang a Palestinian detainee in one of the many mass detention centers in, I believe this is in the south of Israel, holding mostly civilians. This man is not proven to be a militant. In our bonus episodes, we have talked about who has been swept up. They're cooks, they're ambulance drivers. They have been tortured. They have been absolutely traumatized, mutilated. We know about this case because this man was so injured and abused that he had to go to a civilian hospital and not a military hospital. And the doctors then told media, specifically Israeli media, what they saw. Now, there have been a lot of people defending what happened, including Israeli settlers who rioted on this detention center and demanding that the soldiers who were trying to be held accountable, who were basically arrested for their crimes, demanded that they be let go. Fucking insane. 10 were arrested. 5 have been let go. 5 are still being held for questioning. But I talked about this on TYT a little bit if you want to check those videos out. But here is today.
No thanks.
On a news channel in Israel, they decided to platform one of the soldiers who is accused of doing said gang rape. And he is defending himself on channel 14, and there's a live audience here, people. And he's in front of like 2 commentators, one of whom absolutely was like, this is horrific. How could they do this? And the other one was like, I don't care. Do whatever they want. So here he is. He has a mask on. to sort of give you a sense of like, gee, I wonder which one is the good guy. Like, that's a bad song, but we'll figure out. We'll workshop what the good guy song is. You might be the baddie if you go on television with a mask on, looking like a literal terrorist, but they're an army. They're the most moral army, and defend your actions. Let's take a look.
גיא פלג, על מה עשית את זה? למה הכפשת את שמנו בעולם?
So now he's mad. To give you context, he's mad at the pundit for saying, why did you slander our name, for condemning their actions?
למה ערכת את הסרטונים? אתה ערכת אותם.
He says, you edited the videos. Why did you edit the video? Edit the videos? He did. First of all, that person didn't edit the videos. I know it was released by channel 12, which is, this is channel 14. Edit the videos? Guys, for those of you who haven't seen the video, you can't see very much. I'm like, is there more? Because I'm pretty sure it was probably edited for censorship's sake, not edited to not show what you were doing. These soldiers grab a Palestinian prisoner from where he is laying, like in a line with other tortured Palestinian prisoners, hostages. They look like they're lying in a grave. Picks him up, takes him to a corner of the detention camp, covering him with shields, and you can tell they're doing something to him. Mind you, this guy came in and they basically had to sew his rectum. That's what happened. Wait, I mean, this is not the first time. The New York Times did an entire expose on this. Says that's why I'm sitting here, to defend us, to defend the Force 100. Like,
this is so gross. The audience
America,
clapping.
We're not quite here yet. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, we're not quite at the Proud Boy sits in Fox News station, studio audience and gets applause line for brutalizing a police officer on January 6th. We're not quite, Charlottesville Unite the Right rally Nazi gets platformed and applauded. We're close. We might be close, but we're
real close.
This is what Israeli politics, and I would argue maybe Israeli society, which obligates everyone to serve in their military, that has Force 100 squadrons like this. There is a culture of militarism. There is a culture of supremacy. There is a culture that is necessitated by maintaining a demographic majority over an Arab or Palestinian population, that is necessitated by occupation, that is necessitated when you believe for religious purposes you are entitled to someone else's land, and that project never ends until every single one of them leaves, is killed, or is subsumed into your society to live in mostly ghettos, second-class neighborhoods, but even then, very few. There's a culture that is necessitated. I am not saying every Israeli is like this, but I am saying the culture of occupation, the culture of apartheid for any liberal Zionist within the sound of my voice is corrupting. It is morally corrupting. It is, I am sorry, the same way that the actions of the SS and the Nazi regime to dehumanize a population, to say once we are rid of the Jews, we will be safe, we will be good, corrupted the entire society, allowed them to turn their backs on the crimes. American society has been corrupted. Of course it has. We are a settler colonial project. This is playing out in 2024, people. You often get asked, by liberal Zionists, well, what about the United States? I mean, they're like a colonial project too. Oh my God. It's just like, okay, so you're saying you want your own Trail of Tears, that Israel's entitled to its own mass genocide? Let me just remind people, I'm not saying that everyone in this country fights for native rights the way they should, the way we should. But the last time I remember a pipeline in North Dakota going right through native land, you had celebrities descending on Standing Rock to defend it. Now, we have corporate control. We have other, other factors that meant that movement had to be crushed and was crushed. But people were on the side of Standing Rock natives. People were on the side. The moral center was on the side of the indigenous population. And don't fucking, argue with me about who's indigenous to Palestine, y'all. Yes, Jews are indigenous there. Yes, Christians are indigenous there. Yes, Palestinians are indigenous and Muslims are indigenous there. The state of Israel, not indigenous there. I need y'all to understand though, they require this. You have to require the dehumanization, the allowing of rape, the turning of a blind eye in order to continue this project. And they're the first ones to admit it. So they hate liberal Zionists too. They hate anyone in Israel who's has a problem with it because they're like, what do you mean? This is what we need to do to get rid of the terrorists, supposedly, and to continue our project. We're working for you. And you hear that in this psycho's demeanor. And he's being applauded. This is illegitimate as far as I'm concerned. I won't go into politics or media. We have our own media. We understand who's pulling the strings, but I won't go into it. So who's pulling the strings that you won't go into? This is just I don't know. I'm not as versed on Israeli politics as everybody.
Thank you for doing all that.
But this sounds like some. I don't actually have an answer for who's pulling the strings, but someone's pulling the strings. Sounds also a little anti-Semitic.
המעצר שלכם באמת היה איזה נקודת שבר. מעניין אותי, המעצר שלכם באמת היה איזה נקודת שבר, שעורר טעם, אתה יודע, ראית
Your arrest was a breaking point that awakened people.
טעם שלא ראיתי, אנשים הגיעו לשדה תימן.
There was rage I never seen before.
הדבר הזה אנשים כל כך קפצו לשמור עליכם, להגן עליכם.
קודם כל שמחתי מאוד שהימין יודע להתעורר בארץ
I'm very happy. I was happy to learn that the right wing knows how to wake up in Israel. I don't want to go into the left wing, but the end, this is how it is, because the right wing is the one that stood up. The people of Israel know when it's needed. Just don't break into any army camps. Okay, so even he has a line. No, that's good. Don't break into any army camps because we're in there. We're in there. We should put a sign on the door. Busy abusing detainees. Don't do it. Don't do it. It just hurts us and our good name. You can protest, keep the law. We kept the law in the pens, sure, during the hardest time. I killed people and lost people. I went through battles, and the first time I went into the pen, I was shaken by it. It's not easy to be in front of rapists and murderers. Oh yeah, you mean like your fellow soldiers? It's so difficult to be in front of rapists and murderers that you have to also rape and murder. No matter which way you slice whatever the fuck he's saying, I understand why he wears a mask, because I wouldn't be able to look at myself either. But also, what are you afraid of? Why do you wear masks? Not on some this is what, the right accuses Palestine protesters of doing when they're trying to be safe from COVID, or BLM protesters from doing when they're trying to be safe from COVID. This motherfucker is literally wearing a mask. He might as well be blurred out. Usually the person who needs to be blurred isn't the good guy. Once again, back to who is good, who is bad guy. You might be the baddie if.
רוצחים, זה רצח 7, זה אנס 8, זה ככה, זה ככה, וזה ככה, וכולם יודעים בדיוק מה המחשבות שעובר לך בראש. אבל החוק עומד לנו מול העיניים כל הזמן.
But the law stands in front of our eyes the whole time. He says, you don't know, this person 7, that person 8. Oh, you don't actually know. Oh, because a lot of those stories actually have been debunked. And the whole mass rape as a weapon of war that, hey, the New York Times ran with has actually been not proven. This is not to say that hostages have not been raped, but not proven. So you are making shit up.
ואנחנו נשמור עליו, והוא חשוב לנו.
תגיד, מה התחושה שלך מול המערכת?
What's your feeling about the system, about the IDF, about the prosecutor's
אני
office?
חושב שצה"ל שלנו,
I think our IDF is a healthy army. The commanders, the fighters, the people in the field. If there's someone in the higher ranks who wants to spoil it for us, I'm here to defend our good name. Oh, if there's someone in the higher ranks who wants to spoil our fun, inserting objects into the rectums of the people, the ambulance drivers we decided to capture. I swear to God, I like this. The depravity is so endless. And I can't even believe, like, what the fuck? Why would you care what this person thinks? Oh, don't spoil her. Don't yuck my yum. You fucking psychos. Stop it. Stop this wave, please. Stop sowing fear in the hearts of the fighters. Oh, your fighters they're not afraid. So see, because they're not afraid because they are breaking into people's homes, putting on women's lingerie. They are shooting fish in a barrel. They are attacking mentally disabled people with dogs and grandmothers with dogs. They are, remember, the other thing to remember about Taiman, I don't know how to pronounce it, but this detention center. Remember that a lot of the people there were captured after whole areas had been bombed and cleared out. Now, who is left? Not Hamas fighters, disabled people, old people, young people, people who could not move. There is the New York Times story, when we first talked about this on the show, discusses that one of the people who was held in Taiman was accused of being a militant, but he was like a paraplegic. He could not move. These are the kinds of people who are being terrorized. Again, the depravity. Stop sowing fear. Oh, the other reason they shouldn't be afraid is because they have the biggest military on earth sending them billions of dollars in weaponry. I don't think they're afraid.
בתוך ליבות הלוחמים. תפסיקו ליצור את התחושה הזאת, ואתם עושים את זה, ואתם יודעים לעשות את זה טוב, תפסיקו עם זה, בבקשה מכם, בשם כל לוחמי צה"ל.
Stop it in the name of IDF fighters. People are hurt by you. They call me from Rafah, they call me and they say we are hurt. Like, yo, honestly, this is some scary shit. Like, it is, the last thing I'll say is, despite, I think, a culture of racism and ethno-nationalism and a culture of militarism, it is on Israelis to change this. It is on Israelis to turn this around. It is on Israelis to see that, and as they have been doing, and as the family members of hostages who are still, about 120 of them held by Hamas, have been doing, to protest, to vote differently, to counter protest. But I know how scary that must be, because imagine, to go with the Proud Boy analogy a little bit farther, I want us to imagine that our government spent years funneling money to, supporting, and propping up Proud Boys or any anti-government militia, like whatever, you name it, right? That those guys got a bunch of government funding. Maybe they got federal land, right? Maybe they got maybe they got a tax break. They became powerful and militant, and they're armed, and they're in your communities. And so in order to stand in solidarity with the Palestinians, or in order to protest your government, you have to go through, these Nazis. That, as a civilian, as a citizen, as an Israeli, is terrifying in and of itself. So it is on Israelis to change this, but also a lot of this is out of their control. And a lot of this necessitates a third party, i.e., the United Nations, the International Criminal Court, the International Court of Justice. Someone has to say enough is enough, because the wheels have come the fuck off. What's going on, Frantifa? If you haven't already, subscribe to this channel right now. Hit that button. And also, you can become a patron and support the show every single week. Get access to bonus episodes and exclusive merchandise. Patreon.com/bituationroom. Do it.
We need a new system. We need a new society. We need to demand that which may have sounded impossible even a few weeks ago, but is not only realizable, but an imperative necessity. Israel turned thousands of Lebanese people into human bombs on Tuesday with a sophisticated terrorist attack. People's pagers exploded at the same time at 3:30 p.m. all around the country. The next day, Wednesday, the Israelis carried out another major terrorist attack. Today, we're talking with Leanne Sima Fulihan. She is a Palestinian organizer with the Shut It Down for Palestine Coalition. She's also a popular educator, organizer, and the education director at the People's Forum. Leanne, welcome back.
Thanks for having me on, Brian.
Well, let's get started. There's so much to talk about here. One is I want to talk about the U.S. media coverage, which is sanguine about the terrorist attack. I mean, the headlines are really, truly disgusting. Israel's pager attack has no clear strategic goals. It's a tactical success, but what was the point? No emotive outpouring of outrage over what was clearly a terrorist activity. We want to talk about that, but there's a lot more to talk about. Why did Israel do this? How long have they been planning it? Is it related to Gaza or is it related to Lebanon? And then the other thing I really want to talk about is the history of U.S.-Israeli aggression against the people of Lebanon. It's gone on for more than a half a century. And American people, the people in the United States at least, don't know that much about it. This latest terrorist attack, again, financed, paid for by the United States government. It's not an isolated incident. There have been so many acts of aggression against the people of Lebanon, starting with the U.S. Marine invasion of Lebanon in 1958 when Eisenhower sent 10,000 Marines. There's a lot to talk about, and we're going to cover all of it. But, Leanne, let's get started. You know, there's speculation in the U.S. media that this terrorist action was designed to bring Hezbollah to the negotiating table because there's been a lot of, back and forth firing of missiles and rockets between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. In the northern part of Israel, 100,000 Israelis are still homeless in that part. So part of the speculation is this was designed in order to bring Hezbollah to the negotiating table, like a negotiating tactic. using terrorist methods. Another idea that's being, talked about is this is Netanyahu's efforts to promote and provoke a regional war. Anyway, there's more options too, but let's get started. I want to get your take.
Well, Brian, I think that what you said is exactly right. The number one characteristic of all the reports on U.S. mainstream media and Western media in general is this kind of dispassionate, almost bored tone, kind of just speculating about what this could mean, and no one really grasping the severity of this attack that Israel has carried out against the people of Lebanon. Just to back up for a second, imagine that any of your communication devices could turn into a bomb. This can strike fear into the entire world. We all rely on communication devices of all kinds. The idea that one country could do this to the people of another country is completely out of bounds of any kind of, I don't even know what to call it. It's outrageous. It's purely a terrorist attack. That said, there are many different versions of why this might happen. And of course, we want to know why Israel did this. We want to know what's behind their thought process of carrying out such a terrorist attack, because we want to know what's coming next. We want to be able to understand the shape of this war as it's proceeding. And so there's a variety of different versions, like you said, circulating along the media. There's one version that's saying that this is possibly an attempt to convince Hezbollah to negotiate. And just to think about that for a second, there has been the U.S. Special Envoy, Amos Hochstein, who's been going to Lebanon for the past 9 months, supposedly trying to get some sort of deal between Hezbollah and Israel to calm down the tensions and the back and forth on the border. Hezbollah has insisted that their actions are tied to what is happening in Gaza. And what they are doing is showing the need and putting pressure on Israel to reach a ceasefire in Gaza and stop the genocide in Gaza. This has been the consistent position of Hezbollah from the beginning. What the United States is trying to do, and you can kind of see it in some of the reporting, there was a quote from, I forget the name exactly, maybe we can find it a little bit later, from some strategic official from some think tank about the Middle East, quoted in the New York Times, who said, this is Hezbollah's own trap because they tied themselves to what's happening in Gaza. So they have limited their options for de-escalation. It's an interesting way of phrasing it, because actually if you think about it in terms of the actual context of Israel's genocide and war across the region, it's Israel actually who has tied themselves to what is happening in Gaza, because they are the ones who are refusing to reach a ceasefire deal, and they are facing now multiple fronts of conflict that they have to deal with. So it's a complex situation. It's one version of the story that's circulating, and it's certainly one that is making a lot of grounds in the media.
The New York Times, just to go back to your point, the very passive, not angry, not outraged kind of coverage by the media, signaling that the U.S. is cool with it. It's just a matter of whether it's an effective tactic or not. Or whether it has a strategic outlook. I mean, here's some of the headlines. I mean, just look at some of those headlines. Israel's pager attack has no clear strategic goals. Pager attack embarrasses Hezbollah, but may not deter it. And what's the third one? Okay, I can't quite read it. But anyway, you get the point. It's very passive. It's very dispassionate. And here's from the New York Times. The operation gives Mr. Hochstein, he's the U.S. envoy to Lebanon, supposedly there for a ceasefire. The operation gives Mr. Hochstein, quote, another tool to use when he speaks with Hezbollah. Quote, you better reach an agreement or you'll face a more substantial and surprising attack or attacks. This is the language from the New York Times. It's another tool. I mean, okay, everybody. Yeah, I mean, you could make the argument that, when, Al-Qaeda bombed the Twin Towers and took down or attacked the Pentagon, a strategic and a tactical purpose of the attack. Can you imagine the U.S. media saying, well, they had a tactical success because they knocked down the World Trade Center and killed thousands of civilians, But was it really a strategic success? I mean, would there be this kind of coverage, say, if Hezbollah sent to thousands of Israelis explosive devices in their telephones, in their pagers, and suddenly at 3:30 in the afternoon tomorrow in Israel, and say in Tel Aviv, that thousands of Israelis were just, turned into human bombs? Can you imagine what the American media coverage would be? Would it be another tool in the toolkit for Hamas to negotiate an exit of Israeli forces from Gaza? Would they be talking like that? Anyway, I'm obviously my questions are rhetorical, Leanne, but when I read the media coverage, I couldn't be more outraged.
I mean, it's just more proof, as if we needed more proof that the mainstream media, the capitalist media here is completely tied up with the U.S. project, the U.S. foreign policy, and is kind of just reporting in a way that supports whatever is convenient for the White House. I even saw a headline, I can't remember now if it was a New York Times or the Wall Street Journal, where they said, this is like Hezbollah's October 7. And if you remember the reporting around October 7, and the kind of moral outrage that soaked every article coming from these same media outlets, if they are calling this an October 7 for Hezbollah, what does it mean then about their reporting? I mean, just the spread of the injuries and multiple casualties, multiple people were killed. And remember, who uses pagers? It's not just people who are active militants of Hezbollah. It's also people who are doctors, people who are emergency personnel, anyone who needs to be reached quickly. And if you're doing this in another country, you're going to reach all those people who use this device. So it's really a terrible, outrageous, inhumane, clear war crime, and the U.S. media is washing it clean for the U.S. public.
No question about it. I mean, you can see the videos. I mean, people are like standing in a grocery store and one guy's pager goes off. I think this is some of the B-roll with that. His pager goes off. He's taken down. Other people in the area are hurt. There are almost 3,000 Lebanese people who were injured on Tuesday at 3:30 p.m. More than 10 are dead. 2 of them are children. I mean, why is the U.S. media so sanguine about this terrorist action by Israel? Why is there no big speech on the floor of Congress? Why is there such a sort of tepid, passive, dispassionate response? Well, because the U.S. doesn't care about it, or maybe the U.S. wants it to succeed. Maybe the U.S. capitalist media, which is an echo chamber for the military-industrial complex, an echo chamber for the Biden administration's imperial policies, maybe they want it to succeed. They're proud of Israel's technological prowess. I know you've seen several of these articles talking about the great technological prowess. Here's the Wall Street Journal, everybody. Osher Asar, a managing partner at Israeli cybersecurity consulting firm Oran, said that based on the footage of the explosions, it was clear that the explosives were inserted into devices ahead of time, since lithium batteries catch fire before exploding. Now here's the kicker. Asser said that such an operation would have taken a long period to plan, at least a year, according to his assessment. What? A year? Well, that would be before October 7th, Leanne. Go ahead.
Well, if we think about what Israel does and how Israel acts, this kind of action is not that surprising in the end. We've just witnessed 1 year of a genocide in which Israel is repeatedly claiming that they're trying to defeat Hamas, and even sometimes going on record to say that they are not trying to kill civilians. But their very own military doctrine says that to defeat an enemy force that uses methods like guerrilla warfare, which, of course, the people that they're fighting against are under occupation and have no other choice, that this can only be defeated by killing all the people around it, by causing civilian casualties. This is Israeli military doctrine. We're seeing it in real time right now in Gaza, now also again in Lebanon. But we saw it, and it was documented very clearly in the 2006 Israeli invasion of Lebanon. This is Israel's MO, that in order to, as they say they're trying to do, defeat a particular force, they attack the entire civilian population. The United States, of course, shares these objectives with Israel. They are not interested in, some sort of agreement with Hamas or agreement with Hezbollah. They do not want these kinds of this organized resistance present in the region. So to me, it's not that surprising, actually, that this is what Israel is doing. It's horrific. It's horrible. And it's part and parcel of Israel's military strategy, not just over this past year, but for their entire existence.
You know, the Israeli society is in crisis. Obviously, it's very divided. Huge numbers of people are demonstrating against Netanyahu. Those demonstrations, by the way, show absolutely no concern for the Palestinian victims who are suffering in Gaza, or almost no concern. But there is polarization in Israel. Okay, so that's one thing. The fact that the Israeli tourist industry has been deteriorated because of Netanyahu's nonstop war, that's creating economic problems. The fact that 100,000 people who live in the northern part of Israel close to Lebanon have been sort of outside their homes now for almost a year, that's another problem. So Israel has a growing number of crises. Now, there's two options here for Israel. Expand the war, widen the war, go to war again against Lebanon, against Hamas, against Hezbollah, so to speak, really against the Lebanese people, or try to come to a quid pro quo with Hezbollah so that they inflict enough pain and suffering on the people of Lebanon that basically Hezbollah cries uncle and says, okay, we'll come to some sort of an agreement with you. Now this, for our audience, for people who are thinking, well, would the U.S. and Israel really carry out a massive terrorist action like this in order to promote a negotiated settlement of one part of the conflict, meaning in the northern part of Israel, not in Gaza? The answer is look to history. Look to American history to find out whether the U.S. uses this tactic. I'm not talking just about Israel. I'm talking about the U.S. too. Now, in 1988, when the U.S. decided that the Iran-Iraq war should come to an end, the U.S. had basically promoted the Iraqi invasion of Iran after the Iranian Revolution in 1979. The invasion starts in 1980. The war went back and forth. The Iranians wanted to keep fighting because they thought they could win the war. And the U.S. wanted to end the war by 1988, but Iran wouldn't agree. There was a shoot-down. There was a shoot-down of an Iranian civilian airliner, Flight 655. People can go to the internet, search for it yourself, Flight 655. It was a civilian airliner with 300 people, almost 300 people on board. It was a regular flight. It went every day or every couple days from Tehran to Dubai. And the U.S. Naval ship, the Vincennes, sent 2 precision missiles and shot it down in mid-flight right after it took off. And the U.S. said, oh, it was a mistake. But everyone at that time thought this was the U.S. sending a message to Iran, unless you come to the table right now, we're going to carry out all kinds of outrages, including shooting down civilian airliners, clearly massive destruction of human life and civilian life. And a couple of weeks later, maybe it was a month or two later, Iran indeed came to the negotiating table. I'll give you another example. In 1991, during the U.S. first war against Iraq, the so-called Gulf War, the Iraqi government wasn't coming to the negotiating table quickly enough, and the U.S. dropped 2 precision bombs into a civilian air raid shelter in the downtown Baghdad, and it had big signs on it that said civilian air shelter. So everybody knew what it was. It was called the Al-Amariya bomb shelter. And it's where the children of Ba'athist officials in Iraq took safe haven. Their moms and dads took them there at night. They put them in the Al-Amariya bomb shelter. The U.S. dropped 2 precision bombs, and the U.S. said it wasn't a mistake. They said they didn't know. They said it was a legitimate target. And they incinerated 1,200 to 1,400 children. And then a week or so later, the Ba'athist government, led by Saddam, started bringing troops out of Kuwait. So the use of terror tactics by the United States or its proxies, in this case Israel, has a historical record. That's why I think we should say if this was an attempt to bring a so-called negotiated end to the conflict in the northern part of Israel, it's one, designed to isolate and carry out more genocide in Gaza, and two, it's clearly a war crime, and three, if Hezbollah goes the other route and says, no, we're not going to take it, we're now looking at a regional war, which again, I think Netanyahu is also for. This is the logic of the U.S. Carrying out this kind of blank check policy with the Netanyahu government.
Absolutely. I mean, the U.S. has been posturing, at least publicly, saying that they don't want a regional war, trying even to make some sort of gesture towards painting Netanyahu as a rogue prime minister who's going against U.S. foreign policy, that they don't want to draw the region into regional war. But if you look at what the United States has been doing, they haven't actually made any sort of conditions on Israel. They've still been transferring weapons. They've still been providing cover for the Israelis in the so-called ceasefire negotiations regarding Gaza. They haven't really called Netanyahu to the table and fully exposed him for blocking the progress of the ceasefire negotiations. And they have said time and time again, no matter what, that they will always be there to protect Israel. That said, it's been clear that they would rather not have a regional war. And so Israel has had to find ways, if this is what they're trying to do. Let's say, we don't know. Again, we don't know what the exact reason for this is. It could even be that this attack has nothing to do with the current situation because, like you said earlier, Brian, it's likely that it was planned since before October 7. But let's say that this is an attempt to draw all forces into a regional war and force the United States to back Israel in the process. They would have to find some way to draw the U.S. in some way that's not fully direct, because the U.S. at this point can't go out and say, yeah, we want a regional war, because they've publicly and in their communications have signaled that this is not something that they would like. If you look at the other side, if you look at Hezbollah and you look at Iran, they have been very careful. They have been very careful to operate in a way that would put pressure on Israel without escalating the war. In fact, I would say if you look at the shape of the way the conflict has developed over the past year, Hezbollah and even Iran have been in many ways de-escalating forces in the region. They've been doing what they've been doing to put pressure on, and this is what they've been saying, and it's actually the result in many ways, to put pressure on Israel to and increase pressure towards a ceasefire deal. So it's also not in the interest of Hezbollah or Iran to have a regional war. It's not really Hezbollah or Iran that's escalating right now. So the U.S. has suddenly changed, has been maintaining this tone, saying Amos Hochstein has been in Lebanon constantly saying to Hezbollah, don't escalate, don't escalate, don't escalate. But it's Israel that's been escalating every single time. And this action, this terrorist attack, sophisticated and amazing capabilities that it may display, according to the New York Times, is 100% an escalation. So whether or not they are attempting to draw the United States into a regional war, that is essentially what they're doing. They are escalating the tensions.
One of the things that always strikes me, Leanne, is how stupid U.S. policymakers are. I mean, yes, they're imperialists. Yes, they're managing an empire. Yes, they're primary capitalists. They're the center of a world capitalist system. They're also stupid. I mean, meaning their decisions are so ill-conceived, and there's so many unintended consequences, but consequences that are sort of anticipatable, except this hubris and arrogance where this kind of idea that if we have the most military power, if we have the most capacity to carry out covert operations, if we can inflict the most destruction and death and damage to others, well, we can do whatever we want. And you think about the U.S. supporting Osama bin Laden in order to take down a socialist government in Afghanistan in 1979, in 80, 81. Yes, Afghanistan had a socialist government, and yes, the U.S. was sending military supplies and intelligence to the people who eventually morphed into becoming al-Qaeda, and then they attacked the World Trade Center on September 11th. I mean, there's many, many, many other examples where U.S. policy backfires. The U.S. invasion of Iraq, for instance, in 2003. The U.S. was sure that it was going to create this passive U.S. Puppet regime in Baghdad. Well, right now, Leanne, the government in Iraq, if anything, is the closest friend to Iran, which was the nemesis of the United States. So the U.S. took out Saddam Hussein, who was a sworn enemy of the Iranian government, invaded Iran in 1980, as I mentioned. They took him out because of this hubris and arrogance. And what did they get? They didn't win the war. They didn't win the war in Vietnam. They didn't win the war in Korea. I mean, yeah, they won the war in Grenada. That was a big victory. It was a country of 250,000 people, like 1/4 the size of Washington, D.C. But this hubris and arrogance where the U.S. feels like we can do whatever it is that we want to do. Just to give people one more example, I've said it before, but in November 2001, the Taliban agreed to surrender, agreed to basically end any armed struggle against the United States after they were evicted from power when the U.S. invaded in October 2001. And they said, all we want is amnesty. We don't want to be convicted and sent to prison. We'll lay down our arms. And Rumsfeld, Secretary of Defense at that time, said, no, we don't negotiate with terrorists. And here, 20 years later, the Taliban is the government, and the U.S. was driven out of Afghanistan. I mean, 250,000 Afghans died, but the U.S. lost. I mean, this is stupidity. This is like not really a rational policy, and yet it keeps going and going and going. And ultimately, this is going to be a recipe for disaster. Ultimately, right now, it's a recipe of disaster for the Palestinian and Lebanese people. But ultimately, this is not going to work.
Definitely not. I mean, there's some chatter among different military think tanks like the RAND Corporation and others who have been starting to say things like, this is not working. Deterrence in the region is not working. It's now more of a vulnerability than an actual deterrence factor. But there's nothing really that, if you look at history and you look at what's happening now, it's as if the United States is not learning from its own mistakes. And I think, like you said, it's a policy based 100% on hubris, on the capacity to do whatever they want to do. And the main objective is to have full domination, full power. But it's also an approach that's based on a complete disregard for human life. I mean, if the U.S. had any interest in human life, would they have killed so many Afghans? Would they be sponsoring now an Israeli executed but U.S.-backed and engineered massacre of tens of thousands, maybe over 100,000 Palestinians, live streamed to television? There's no regard for human life in the way the United States makes decisions about its actions outside of the border. And this is maybe a topic for another time. I would say even inside the U.S. border as well. It's all about arrangement of forces to maintain power and dominance in order to maneuver and ensure the best flow of resources that will benefit the United States economy. I mean, this is really at the heart of it, and we're seeing the results of that. In every literary story, in every era of history, this has not worked. At the most dominating and power cannot see its own mistakes. I want to just give one quick example I keep thinking about. It's from a Wall Street Journal article this morning where they got an interview from someone in Lebanon who was educated in the United States, so gave an interview in English, and he was waiting outside a hospital for his friend who had been injured by his pager blowing up. And this guy said to the media, he said, listen, my friend is not a Hezbollah militant, but if need be, he will choose to defend his country and his people if he is being attacked. And this is what the United States can't learn, is that as much as they want to try to use whatever force, whether it's Israel or their own military, to neutralize or exterminate resistance forces, people don't accept to be occupied. People will defend themselves. They will stand up for their own rights. They will stand up for their own sovereignty. And so in a sense, the United States has criminalized all people who refuse to be occupied, oppressed, and colonized. And this is the result. There's no way to reach all those people, but without trying to strike fear or to kill civilians.
Yeah, and then the designation of anybody who fights back as a terrorist is part of this narrative used by the U.S. media, by echoing the U.S. government, so that any kind of resistance is, one, considered completely caricatured, stereotyped, demonized as just like these violent people, not people actually engaged in legitimate resistance against foreign occupation. And Lebanon was occupied for many, many years after the 1982 invasion, which included the bombing of Beirut. And that's where Hezbollah comes from. Hezbollah comes from the resistance of the people in southern Lebanon that finally in 2000 drove the Israelis out of their country. It wasn't like just a group of people who decided we're going to like engage in, quote, armed struggle anywhere. This was a resistance movement against an illegal occupation of Lebanon. Okay. So the U.S. demonizes anybody who is engaged in resistance. But there's another element that I think is important to point out, especially for an American audience, Leanne, about Hezbollah. Hezbollah is not like a shadowy armed organization. Hezbollah is part of the Lebanese government. Hezbollah has elected representatives in the Lebanese parliament. Hezbollah is part of the political life and fabric of Lebanon, and a very significant part. And so the people who have pagers, who are then turned into human bombs by the Israeli military with the support of the United States, they could be, yes, there could be some militants, some fighters. Okay, like the U.S. has millions of fighters who are in the U.S. government army. But there's a lot of people, as you mentioned before, doctors, nurses. There could be people who are drivers of cars, people who work in transportation. I mean, the so-called stronghold of Hezbollah is the southern suburbs of Beirut. If anybody has been to the southern suburbs of Beirut, it's like, you know, go to Queens, go to the Bronx, go to Brooklyn, go to any big urban area, densely concentrated. So if the U.S. media says Israel bombed a Hezbollah stronghold in Beirut, what they're talking about is like bombing a densely populated urban area. And so this language of demonization hides, conceals, camouflages the fact that it's really a war against people. Again, we have to reject the language that sort of, it's not just bad, it's not just unfair. It gives you a completely inaccurate understanding of what the situation is on the ground.
Absolutely. It's not just a moral thing, the language we use, but it is incorrect, exactly like what you just said. Hezbollah is an elected part of Lebanese government. And the south of Lebanon, where the United States likes to remind everyone is where Hezbollah is strongest. I mean, this is a part of Lebanon that was neglected by some of the neoliberal reforms that came up in the 90s and early 2000s. And who is it that built roads? Who is it that built hospitals? Who built schools? Oftentimes, it was Hezbollah. So they are really integrated in civilian life, in civilian infrastructure. They are not just a military force. They're not just an armed force. They are actually a force. They are a group that is organizing daily life for people and that is also defending people against the recurring Israeli invasions and assassinations and killings that they are carrying out across Lebanon's sovereign border. Same thing when it comes to Hamas. I mean, Israel keeps saying that they want to exterminate Hamas. Remember that Hamas was elected to govern Gaza, and they are an actual governing body. So if you actually want to think about this correctly, it's not just exterminating a resistance group. It is exterminating an elected government. it is making they're saying they don't like who's governing, and so they want to change it by killing them all. This is actually what they're doing. And the language of terrorist entity or militia masks the fact that these are not separate groups from the population. These are groups that the population has chosen to govern, just like in any so-called democracy where you're supposed to elect who is to govern. We don't have to get into what the U.S. version of that is, which is purely undemocratic, but we have to remember that this is actually who they are fighting. They are fighting the entire infrastructure of daily life in Lebanon, as well as in Gaza and in Palestine.
Another thing that people don't get in the United States, if they're getting their media and their analysis from the U.S. media, is that this is part of an anti-colonial fight. And it's gone on for a long time. All of these countries in the Middle East were colonized following the defeat of the Ottoman Empire in World War I. Britain and France, in particular, dominated these countries. And the U.S. was the supporter of these colonial powers after World War II because any effort by the people, the Arab people in these countries to become independent, free, was considered basically a Moscow-inspired communist plot. And the Eisenhower doctrine was proclaimed in order to create, each president has to have their own doctrine. So we have the Eisenhower doctrine. We're going to go over that for people. But that was designed to make sure that the people were not going to become free. They were not going to become independent. And the U.S. used a lot of military power in the region, and people don't quite know about this, but in Iraq had a revolution, an anti-colonial revolution against the monarch who was basically a British puppet, and that took place on July 14th, 1958, Bastille Day. Probably not an accident that they chose Bastille Day, which was, of course, for those who are not students of French history or world history, that was when the French Revolution started in 1789, the storming of the Bastille. So they stormed the government power. The revolutionaries took power in Iraq, and immediately the British moved in 5,000 troops into Kuwait, and Eisenhower moved 10,000 troops into Lebanon. We're back to Lebanon. We're going to go through now some of this history on Lebanon. I have a clip here about the U.S. Archival media clip about how that was announced to the American people. But the U.S. sent 10,000 troops to Lebanon. Why? Because they were afraid that the Lebanese people, like the Iraqi people, were about to rise up in an anti-colonial revolution. I want to play this clip, and then I want to get your comments.
In the wake of the stunning Iraqi revolt, America intervenes in the explosive Mideast crisis. United States Marines pour ashore in Lebanon, their mission to protect American lives and property and to bolster the rebel-threatened Beirut regime. Curious and sometimes cheering crowds gather in welcome, making this one of the strangest operations of its kind in the history of the Corps. Overhead, fighter bombers of the 6th Fleet provide combat-ready sky cover for the Leathernecks.
Very upbeat coverage there. The Lebanese people were gathering to celebrate the invasion of their country. It's really interesting to hear this archival footage and how, with the music, and it's kind of upbeat, and it's from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli kind of stuff. Anyway, that's Lebanon, 1958.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Brian, because very few people really know about that part of history, but it's actually quite significant, and it is a quite remarkable operation. Operation Blue Bat, I believe, is what it's called, when Eisenhower sent 10,000 troops into Lebanon. And I actually was reading the Eisenhower Doctrine today, just reminding myself of it, and I wanted to read the key points from it. So Eisenhower, of course, like you said, every president needs their own doctrine. Eisenhower wrote, gave this very flowery language here, but he synthesizes his proposal in 3 points. He says, "We have these simple and indisputable facts. One, the Middle East, which has always been coveted by Russia, would today be prized more than ever by international communism. Two, the Soviet rulers continue to show that they do not scruple to use any means to gain their ends. And three, the free nations of the Middle East need, and for the most part want added strength to assure their continued independence. So he's kind of laying out that there's this specter, there's this threat of Soviet manipulation or Soviet domination of the Middle East, and that this is a benevolent doctrine that the United States is coming in to protect the Middle East from the influences, from the incursions of so-called international communism. I mean, it's quite absurd, but if we actually think about what was happening, the Eisenhower Doctrine was delivered in January 1957. What was happening the year before? Actually, a few years before, we had the Egyptian Revolution led by Nasser, and then Nasser in 1956 nationalized the Suez Canal, which was a huge blow to U.S. global capitalism. I mean, the Suez Canal was extremely necessary, it still is, for international trade. The idea that Egypt would dare to nationalize their own territory and the resources on their own territory was a big threat to to U.S. capitalism. The French as well and European powers were not happy about this. So the French moved in to occupy and try to control the Suez Canal. What was happening in Lebanon is that the president at the time, Chamoun, was not really doing anything about it. He was very pro-French, he was pro-Europe, and he was not reflecting the discontent of the Lebanese people about the occupation that the French were leading on against Egypt. And they were demanding that he cut ties. They weren't doing that. Then Iraq had their revolution, and Chamoun got really scared. He's like, listen, I'm not liked by my own people anymore. It's possible that they're going to try to have their own revolution. So he called Eisenhower, and this is how the story's told. Of course, the United States has their own hand in all these things, but he supposedly called Eisenhower and said, come help, please. Don't let this revolution happen. And then these 10,000 troops landed on the shore. They called them leathernecks because it was a lot of Americans who, will burn easily in the sun, was the joke that was given at the time. And so they were getting suntans on the backs of their necks because a lot of them spent a lot of time on the beach. There wasn't an actual conflict for them to intervene in a large scale. It didn't need 10,000 soldiers. So a lot of them sat around not doing very much until there was a transfer of power. Chamoun stepped down and they left. But this was an example of the beginnings of U.S. policy in the Middle East, which was originally organized around trying to keep Soviets out and to keep communism itself from taking hold, as they say, across the region, to keep the people from rising up against the vestiges of colonialism, because many of these states were now independent from European colonial powers, but they were not independent economically. They were still suffering under neo-colonial policies and the control and domination of their resources that kept them tied to European powers. And so if the people rose up to change that, like what happened in the Suez Canal, the nationalization of resources, the U.S. wanted to make sure to be able to have a precedent to stop it. And that precedent was the fear-mongering around the control and the incursion of the Soviets.
Yeah, it was a very important and interesting period in world history because there was a strong communist movement in the Middle East. It wasn't really dictated to by Moscow, but there was a Lebanese Communist Party. The Iraqi Communist Party played a major role in the 1958 revolution. I would say, if anything, the Soviet foreign policy at that time dissuaded communist parties from actually taking the power in their own name and having socialist governments, because the policy of first Stalin and then Khrushchev, after Stalin died in 1953, was to try to avoid World War III. The Soviets were just emerging 10 years after World War II when they lost 27 million people. And the anti-communist hysteria was so profound in the US, the Soviets were worried that if there was a socialist revolution in Iraq or in Lebanon or in Syria, the U.S. would say, oh, this is Moscow, that we have to, stop the communists. We have to stop the communist winning streak. They did the same thing in Vietnam. That's why the U.S. basically took over from the French for the war of French colonialism in Vietnam. So the Soviets actually had quite a cautious foreign policy. They encouraged the communist parties to form united fronts with bourgeois nationalist forces who were anti-colonial but weren't going to have socialist revolutions. So the U.S. was just, again, this hubris, this arrogance, and this sort of false view of world politics, but whereby they had all of this military power and they just kept using it over and over again. I want to go back to the Suez crisis for one moment before we go on. And again, just to be really clear for people, and this is, I think, important about what changed in U.S. policy. When the Israelis, the British, and the French invaded Egypt in 1956, Eisenhower opposed the Israeli-led and British and French-supported invasion of Egypt. And Eisenhower said, no, we're not doing that, because the Eisenhower government didn't want Britain to reclaim control over the Suez and didn't want Israel to become the sort of attack dog for British imperialism. It was only later, after the 1967 war, when the Israelis invade Jordan and Syria and Egypt, and that's when they seize the West Bank and Gaza and the Golan Heights, that the U.S. becomes the a full blank check supporter of the Israeli regime. And there are reasons that this transformation happened. But my point is that U.S. policy evolved over time, but what didn't evolve was the dominant strand of anti-communism and sort of demonizing the people fighting against their own colonial occupation and domination, who basically wanted to be free. Some were communists, some were Baathists, some were nationalists, some were Islamicists, but they wanted to be free people. And this is the sort of the way American politics is filtered, so that whoever is the main enemy, the main target of U.S. imperialism at a given moment in history, all of the aspirations of people struggling to be free get put into that box. They are part of the enemy. They are part of the force that must be destroyed. Go ahead.
Absolutely. And I'm glad you brought that up, because it's also proof that the United States doesn't have this kind of special relationship with Israel just because they support the Israeli project and because of their love of the Jewish people or some sort of benevolent reason. That in fact, they didn't fully back the Israel the way they back it now until later, until 1967, when it became more strategic for them. Before that, it was more France and Europe that was backing this project, and the U.S. was trying to extricate and become the more dominant force in place of Europe. And so they were maneuvering in this way. In a sense, the relationship with Israel has always been a strategic one based on its usefulness for achieving U.S. dominance over the world. And so I think it's important to remember that when U.S. politicians and diplomats insist that it's some sort of care for the Israeli people or some sort of defense of the Israeli project that comes out of a moral standpoint, it's not. It really is simply because it is useful for the U.S. to continue its imperialist project on the region and on the rest of the world.
Well, let's talk about U.S. policy a little bit more. The objective of the United States in the Middle East and everywhere is to dominate. The use of military means is really in order to accomplish an objective, and the objective is domination. It's in the Middle East, it's in Africa, it's in Asia, Latin America, wherever. So I want to also talk about how we should, meaning progressive people, should understand what the U.S. means when it says it wants peace. Because peace is not simply the absence of war. Peace is also the absence of justice. And, 12 years after the Israelis, with the support of the United States, seized big parts of Egypt and Syria and Jordan, when they seized the West Bank, they seized Gaza, they seized the Golan Heights, there was a peace treaty signed between Egypt and Israel. It was called the Camp David Treaty. It was signed in March 1979. There were earlier meetings, summit meetings between Menachem Begin, the head of the Likud party in Israel, and Sadat, the head of state of Egypt, and Jimmy Carter in 1978. So a peace deal was signed. And at the time, everybody in the media, in the U.S. media said, peace is breaking out in the Middle East at last. But it was a kind of peace deal that was conducive to imperialist domination of the Middle East and conducive to Israeli expansion. And the signing of this peace deal with Egypt had the effect of removing the largest Arab army, the Egyptian army, from the confrontation with Israel over the plight of the Palestinian people. And once it was signed, it didn't lead to peace for Palestine. It didn't lead to a return of the West Bank or Gaza or the Golan Heights. What it did lead to was the invasion of Lebanon. And again, we have to think we're not just for peace and against war, we're against injustice, we're against oppression, we're against imperialism, we're against colonialism, and for the opposite of those things, justice, independence, freedom, sovereignty, or socialism. Anyway, I want to show how the media treated the Camp David Accord, which the Arab resistance, the Palestinian resistance, considered not a peace deal, but an absolute betrayal by the Egyptian government.
From Washington, here is Walter Cronkite.
Good evening. The committee summit at Camp David is over, and Israel and Egypt have agreed to 2 documents taking a giant step toward achieving peace in their troubled corner of the world. Israel has agreed to end its military government on the west bank of the Jordan River and to permit Palestinian self-rule there within 5 years, and to withdraw from the Sinai and to establish normal relations with Egypt. President Carter, President Sadat, and Israeli Prime Minister Begin have now helicoptered down to the White House from Camp David and are about to appear in the East Room there to report to the nation and to the world.
To people who are not political in the United States, Leanne, everybody thought Jimmy Carter is such a peacemaker. He's really taking a different turn. There's going to be peace now. Finally, the end of conflict in the Middle East. Just the opposite happened.
Absolutely. Jimmy Carter still has that legacy. I think that's how we hear about him in everyday talk and language, because he achieved this so-called peace deal. I mean, I think that's what Biden hopes for his legacy. He would like for there to be, he would like to be the one to negotiate a ceasefire agreement, like Jimmy Carter was the one to kind of claim the success of the Camp David Accords. But I think what you said is crucially important. Peace, we have to define what peace is. In the case of the Camp David Accords, peace, it was maybe peace for Israel and the United States to continue moving forward, but not peace for the Palestinian people or the Lebanese people or the Arab people. If we had a ceasefire agreement with the way in which Israel and the United States are expressing it here, it'll be maybe peace for the United States because they think they'll be able to claim that they have achieved justice, they have achieved a ceasefire. But if you look at what they're hoping for Gaza and for Palestine, they would like for the Palestinian people not to govern themselves. A Palestinian state is not on the table here in the ceasefire agreement. What they would like to do is remove Palestinian sovereignty from Gaza, bring in an independent and international force to govern, and make sure that there is U.S. and Israeli interests are represented in every shape and form in everyday life in Gaza. And like you said before, military is just one of the tools that the United States uses to dominate. Another thing that they're really good at using is soft power, coercion, and manipulation of different world international institutions to serve their own interests. And in many ways, this is more comfortable for the United States in this day and age because people don't want to see the United States killing people directly. It's a lot harder to point it out when it's indirectly and when it's slow. So the United States would like to move to some version of peace that is peace for them because it takes the pressure off of an active military conflict, but it certainly wouldn't be peace in the greater sense for the Palestinian people, who would still be fighting for their rights, for their sovereignty, for independence, and against colonial occupation.
Yeah, and that began a period, that Camp David peace deal began a period of collaboration between the Egyptian government, and Egypt is a huge country, huge army, removed them from the confrontation. So very shortly thereafter, the Palestinians who had suffered such a blow in the 1967 war, with the seizure of the West Bank, the seizure of Gaza, right? Such a terrible setback. And in 1982, the headquarters of the Palestine Liberation Organization, led by Yasser Arafat, but including almost all of the different parties and organizations or factions within the Palestinian movement, the Palestine Liberation Organization was headquartered in Beirut. So on June 5th, 1982, knowing that Egypt was no longer going to join any Arab coalition to defend the PLO, knowing that Egypt was no longer going to confront Israel if it declared war against an Arab neighbor, the Israelis felt nobody can stop us. And I want to play a clip from June 5th, 1982, because again, it shows that the invasion of Lebanon did not invade Israel. Hezbollah did not invade Israel. This was the Israeli invasion of Lebanon and the destruction of big parts of Beirut in 1982. This is what came after the peace deal, the Camp David peace deal. Again, meaning peace between Egypt and Israel meant war for Lebanon. Let's listen.
ABC News has learned that Israeli armed forces have completed preparations for a military attack into Lebanon, and U.S. officials believe will strike within a few days, probably this weekend. High administration officials have been alerted that Prime Minister Begin is on the brink of giving his forces a go-ahead, using as an explanation the assassination of an Israeli diplomat in Paris last Saturday. However, it's suspected at the highest level here that an Israeli decision to attack is time to take advantage of the U.S. preoccupation with the Falkland Islands crisis.
Well, just for people who don't know what the Falklands Islands crisis was, Britain was at war with Argentina, trying to retain colonial possession of what the Argentinians call the Malvinas. The U.S. was supporting its British junior partner there. But Israel wasn't taking advantage of the U.S. distraction. The U.S. supported the Israeli invasion of Lebanon. And as a matter of fact, then U.S. Marines were brought into Lebanon. That's when, 240 plus Marines were killed in that attack on the barracks. That was shortly thereafter. But 2.5 months after the invasion, Leanne, so many Palestinians and Lebanese people were killed. The Israelis occupied the southern half of Lebanon or the southern part of Lebanon until 2000 for another, 18 years. But in September 16th, we're almost at the anniversary right now, just a couple days, the anniversary of the massacre in Sabra and Shatila. Now, Palestinian people are in refugee camps all over the Middle East, including in Jordan and in Lebanon. Sabra and Shatila were two camps. The Israelis had invaded, again, June 5th, 1982. Here's another clip of what actually happened to the people, the Palestinian people living in those camps.
Between September 16th and 18th, 1982, a campaign of killing took place at the Sabra and Shatila refugee camps in Lebanon. What happened was described by the UN as an act of genocide. With the backing of invading Israeli forces, a right-wing Lebanese Christian armed group called the Phalange attacked the Palestinian camps in Beirut. According to multiple reports, up to 3,500 men, women, and children were killed.
So this was a mop-up operation. Ariel Sharon, the leading Israeli general, later head of state in Israel, was there in Lebanon, in Beirut. He said, we came to destroy, and then Sabra and Shatila were in fact destroyed. I mean, the camps still exist today, but thousands of people in about a 24 to 36-hour period were massacred.
It was absolutely horrific, and it's, like you said, we just passed the anniversary, and it's still people who've lived through it, who witnessed it, and even who witnessed it across the world mark this as a very horrific part of human history. It was categorized as a genocide, not lightly. Like you said, so many people were killed, and the thing that was also so malicious about it is that it was Israel used a right-wing Lebanese force to do this. They took advantage and they inserted themselves in the ongoing Lebanese civil war, which was not separate from the Palestinian issue. It was part of the context. And they basically used this proxy force to carry out the majority of the killing. In some ways, they tried to distance themselves from Sabra and Shatila because it really was a mop-up operation. It was completely unnecessary. I mean, the entire siege of Beirut and invasion of Lebanon was unnecessary, of course, from a progressive, from a leftist point of view. But if you think about the timeline of events, the PLO had already left Beirut. They had already left Lebanon, and this happened afterwards. This was just like a another time to show we're in control, we're in power, don't you dare resist. This was the attempt of the Israelis, and they did this by massacring thousands of people, men, women, and children, in a brutal manner, and by empowering right-wing Lebanese forces to carry it out.
Yeah. The PLO is then driven from Beirut based on the U.S.-supported Israeli invasion of Lebanon. The U.S. was not distracted. And the PLO headquarters went all the way to Tunis. I mean, very, very, very far away from the West Bank and Gaza and historic Palestine. A devastating blow to the Palestinian movement at that time. And then Israel occupies Lebanon, the southern part of Lebanon, and resistance starts to grow and really grows. And finally, the Israelis are driven out of southern Lebanon by resistance forces, who the U.S. now says are Hezbollah and other resistance forces. It wasn't simply Hezbollah. But they're all designated by the U.S. and Israel as terrorist entities for using armed forces, admittedly, because they were fighting against the military occupation of Lebanon. So they finally drive the Israelis out. And then what comes next, Leanne? The Israelis do one of the things that they do routinely in Gaza, the mowing the lawn kind of operation, like, let's go to war again. I mean, Israel is a warfare state. It's got a lot of welfare benefits for Israeli citizens, paid for by U.S. taxpayers, benefits that American working class people actually don't enjoy in the United States. But it's a warfare state. It's at endless war. The U.S., by supporting Israel, is deciding as a policy choice to support an entity that's constantly at war. And I think that's why the U.S. actually does support Israel. They want, if there wasn't endless war against Lebanon, endless war against Syria, endless war against Iraq, endless war against Iran, those Middle Eastern countries would stop being as poor as they are. They would start to thrive. The combination of war, endless war by the Israelis, paid for by the United States, and sanctions and covert operations, both from Mossad and CIA, they've had a debilitating impact on development in the region. Very debilitating. But then, 2006 comes, So the Israelis are out of Lebanon for 6 years, 5 years, and the Israelis go to war again. They always find a pretext. I want to play the last clip that we have here. Again, for people who are younger, they might not know that Israel invaded Lebanon just in 2006 and dropped hundreds of thousands of cluster bombs. These are these anti-personnel bombs that explode before they hit the surface of the earth, and they spread over a mile wide, killing anything they hit. They kill animals, they kill humans. They're essentially a war crime, inherently a war crime, because they can't distinguish between who they're killing. It's a weapon that kills everything. Anyway, let's play this other clip.
To free the last remaining Lebanese prisoners, in 2006, Hezbollah ambushed an Israeli military patrol, capturing 2 soldiers and killing 3 others. Now, rather than negotiate a prisoner swap as it had before, Israel went to war. For 34 days, the Israeli military destroyed large parts of southern Lebanon and the capital Beirut. Fresh off its own invasion of Iraq, the U.S. fully backed the carnage.
I mean, it's endless. 1958, 1967, 1982, the occupation of the South, then 2006, and now on Tuesday, Leanne, blowing up thousands of human beings, using human beings as bombs, and then doing it again the next day, and then doing it again the next day. I mean, it's a warfare state.
Completely a warfare state. I mean, this last clip that you just showed, there was a clear path. They could have just done a hostage exchange like they've done before, like has been done before. Instead, they had to go in and, for over a month, bombard the Lebanese people and kill over 1,000 people. I mean, and destroy infrastructure, destroy bridges, destroy hospitals. This is their routine. This is what they know how to do. And it's all because in the United States, like you said, backs Israel because of this, because the United States is not interested in seeing the people of the Middle East and North African region standing up for themselves and developing their own future and actually being able to reap the benefits of development that human society has produced over the past century, and to be able to then use their own resources and organize their own society in the way that they see fit. I mean, the United States is not interested in this. What is the United States doing in the Middle East right now? They've failed in Iraq. They've failed time and time again via their joint operations with Israel. They failed in Syria, but they're still there. There's still over 60 U.S. military sites across the region. What are they doing? A lot of the time, they're protecting oil fields and sites where they can extract oil and other resources. This is what they're doing in the Middle East. And so for them, it is, of course, much better for the people of the Middle East to be stunted and kept down by constant war, constant military conflict, than it is for them to have to deal with the sovereign states of the Middle East and actually negotiate with them use of resources. They'd rather just be able to take it.
All right, Leanne, we're going to wrap it up. I want you.
We are also going to wrap it up. We're going to raid over to Shakespeare. Thank you all so much for being with me today. Thank you, mods. Thank you, chat. I was almost asleep. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you all. Have a great day. Cheers. Stay well. Take care of yourselves. Take your meds. Drink some water. Get some sleep. Thanks for being here, everyone. You're amazing. I couldn't do this without you. Free Palestine. Peace.